Good evening, boys, girls, and NBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I forgot to unmute on Discord, so I'm going to do that real quick. Hello, everybody. I just got my stream started. We are going to get started in just a little bit here. Let me turn my camera on. There we go. All right. We'll get started in just a little bit here. I did want to say hi to everybody. I feel like it's been a while, but it hasn't been that long, right? Like, I streamed on Tuesday. Yeah, it hasn't been that long. But it feels like it has, because this is what I enjoy doing. And I've been doing a lot of not this lately. Don't get me wrong, I also enjoy my work as a nurse. It's rewarding. I enjoy getting to talk to people during my clinicals. You know, I've been seeing clients, and, you know, I am expected to take over the sessions, like the medication management and stuff. I haven't yet, like, you know, made a suggestion to a medication change yet. But that is something I'm expected to do, is like, if somebody needs a medication change, I'm supposed to be able to detect that and prescribe it and whatever. So I've been kind of learning more about that. And talking to people, you know, like, these sessions that I sit in on are basically just like regular old conversations. So it's nice. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. 13 watching on YouTube, that's okay. We got 2 on Twitch, that's okay, I guess. I'd like to see, eventually, like, I feel like we could reach triple digits on YouTube this year. If we really work at it, I feel like that's a possibility. Oh, I didn't make an announcement on Discord yet, did I? That's what's wrong. Hold on. New stream. Okay. Okay. So, Juno and I were supposed to start at 6, and then we changed it to 7, and then it got... we tried to change it back to 6, but that didn't work. So, he is ready, I presume. Oh yeah, there's one other thing I wanted to talk about. Sorry. Just a quick life update, I guess. Has anybody ever reconnected with an ex of yours? Because I did that today, and it was kind of nice. You know, because we didn't end off on the best terms, and it was like almost a decade ago now. But I hit her up like late last year and was like, just to see how she was doing. And then she ended up wanting to meet up, and, you know, she's got a new partner, and I'm married, and she's, you know, like, it's great. It was great. It was nice to, like, reconnect with her, and, you know, just, it felt like a loose end that I never really, like, got to resolve. So it was nice. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. Oh, hey, it's that song. Indeed, it was that song. Stream on your site doesn't work? Fuck, I didn't set it up. Alright, it should be working now. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Enough delaying the inevitable. We got to talk to some people, and I was part of me wanted to say talk to some idiots, but that's the old me. The new me likes to talk to people and take them seriously and consider their positions. Like, if I'll get the stream started, and then or the recording started, and then we'll talk about it. I was gonna give some opinions on Gavin Newsom, but that's what we're here to do. So Juno, let me know, are you ready? If you are, we'll get started. I should also make an announcement in the Platinum Politics server. So I'll do that. Announcements at Gunter Pings. live debate happening now, and then link to the voice channel. Juno, are you ready? Juno? I'll just invite him up in a minute here and we'll just see. Okay, we got the invite going. All right, let's try the invite. Oh, and move chat here. Move me here. Okay. Hello, Juno. Welcome in. Hello. Juno, I think you got to fix your mic. Hold on. Juno, can you hear me? Okay. I'm up. Yes, I see you, but I can't hear you. Your mic is turned off?
Hello? Hello?
My mic is turned. What do you mean my mic's turned off? I can hear you now. You there? I can hear you. Well, we had him and we lost him. Come on, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh. Hello. Hello, Big Jerry. Welcome in. Come on, Dubsy's going to have to edit all of this. You're not thinking about Dubsy. The disrespect is crazy. I'm just kidding. I know that you're having technical difficulties probably. But Juno, it would be nice if you could text me what's going on because we heard you for a second. We heard you again. Come on, man. Hello, CH Baff. Chabaff.
Hello?
There we go. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry about that. For some reason it auto had you muted. I don't know why that happened.
That is
Sorry about
okay.
that.
That is okay. Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Doing fine. And Juno, we can just jump right into it if you want. Is that all right?
You want to start or well, I just want you to make it clear what your opinions on the Democratic voting, no matter who is within that position.
Frankly, I'm tired of hearing it. I'm over it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm not subscribing to that anymore. Not after what they did to Zoran Mamdani, especially, but also like not holding a
Zoran
primary.
Mamdani won and had the
He won,
backing of
but
he
the
ran under the Democratic
liberals,
Party.
but the liberals tried to run somebody against him. Two people actually. They fucking ran the former mayor. I forget his name. And
Cuomo?
the Italian guy. Well, Cuomo's not the former mayor, but Cuomo ran, and then that other guy ran too. I think he was the former mayor. I forget his name. But point is, the
Cuomo,
liberals fought against him.
they fought against him, but he ran under the Liberal Party. So he lived in a world where simultaneously he was he was fighting against the liberals while running under the Liberal Party.
Yes, and he was only fighting against them because they wouldn't back him, and he was the most popular candidate. So why wouldn't they back
Yeah,
him? Why not?
I'm
What's the
pretty
problem?
because like you're voting. It's a party election, right? It's a Democratic figure versus another Democratic figure.
Okay,
I'm
you
pretty
mean
sure
a
you'll find
primary?
that there are liberals on both sides.
Okay, but why like um Cuomo? Like why Cuomo? What's so special about Cuomo that the liberals felt the need to back him instead of
I would
Zoran
argue
Mamdani?
that running Cuomo was the best gift to give to Zoran Mamdani.
But that they didn't do that as a result of 4D chess that they were making up.
They
Like
did it as a
it wasn't
result of him getting enough support previous to that. They thought they could run him. It was a bad choice. I agree.
okay. So you agree that they should not have done that, right?
Yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
so
it was
then
a
what?
pretty bad choice, but again, it's a primary. It doesn't really matter. A Democrat
But
won regardless.
but what does that say when like so much of the liberal caucus was like, no, not Zoran, not Zoran, but yes, to a sex offender over there. Yes, that guy, absolutely. The one that lost his position because he's such a pervert. Yes, him, yes. Like, why did so many of them back this guy?
I don't know. Why did so many back George? Why did so many back Bill Clinton? Why did so many back?
Good question.
Why did so many back Mom Donnie? It's different
That not
people
that
have different policy opinions. It has nothing to do with the
to
character of the individual.
to pretend that Mondani got support from like a substantial amount of liberals is to live in a delusion. I simply didn't see it.
What do you mean? He won the election. Of course, he got support
Okay,
from
he
a
got
substantial amount of liberals.
from enough liberals. It was a news story anytime anybody came out and said with their full chest that they support Zoran Mamdani. It was newsworthy. And I only saw it happen like a couple of times. I could count on one hand.
You know what? I agree with you. The Democratic Party should push up a bunch of new people,
Okay.
and it has been shown to be a bit conservative with the people it pushes up. Could you tell me how this relates to your opinions on voting blue no matter who, or your your resistance to vote for someone like Gavin Newsom if he wins the primary?
What comes after Gavin? Say he wins. Then what?
The next president comes after Gavin.
The next
It's the same
president,
with
which
every
is going to be
president we
who?
elect.
You think we'll
I
just
don't
go back
know.
to brunch?
I don't
Back to the
know.
status
We live in
quo?
scary
Nothing.
times.
Yes, we do.
What
And
comes after
after
Trump?
this,
What
what
comes after Obama? What comes
okay,
after Bill Clinton?
if they run
It's
Gavin Newsom, what they are communicating to us is that they do not give a fuck what happened in the past 4 years, 8 years, whatever. They don't care. They just want to go back to brunch. They want to go back to the good old days where they would duke it out in the marketplace of ideas for a few minutes, act like they were completely on different sides, like when Mitt Romney debated Obama, things like that, right? But they kept it cordial and nice, and everybody was professional about it, you know, while we're deporting millions of people. At least we're professional about it. We're tired of that. We need uh, uh, people in office who fucking care about people. And Gavin Newsom does not
so.
fit the bill.
Why do you think this?
Because I've seen what he says and what he does. He hates homeless people. He literally went out and tore down homeless encampments, like just apropos of nothing. He just was like, "Fuck the homeless people. I'm gonna go tear down their tents today, for fun." He did a photo op. He thought it was cool.
Wasn't that enforcing California state laws?
He's the fucking governor. I think he has
So
some pull in
the
that
governor's
direction.
job is to enforce the laws.
That means nothing to me. I don't care.
You don't. Okay. Is there anything that he could do to possibly get your vote? Maybe even your
Sure,
enthusiastic
there are
vote.
plenty of things. Plenty of things.
Give me one. Give me a few.
Abolish ICE. Step one. Anybody who does not say, at minimum, abolish ICE, I will not vote for. Period.
Well, that seems to be a bit of a sentiment growing up with the Democratic Party, and I think he also believes that. I
Okay,
mean,
if he can say,
what other governor of a state has effectively removed, disenfranchised the Republicans besides him?
has he said the words abolish ICE?
I don't know. Let's see.
I don't think he had. You can look. I don't think he has. I can save you some time. But by all means, go for it. I just don't think that it's even reasonable to assume he has. But by all means, if you can prove me wrong. I've seen some people, some liberals say, we need to get rid of Trump's ICE, as in like it's not ICE that's the problem, it's the fact that Trump is running ICE is the problem, as if that makes anything better.
So, do you agree with that the statement that there's just no border enforcement? Because that's what ICE does, right?
No, ICE does not enforce the borders. Border Patrol does that. They're separate entities.
ICE will really, it doesn't
Yes.
enforce ICE does not enforce immigration. Sorry about that. They
How are
enforce
they how are
immigration.
they how are they reinforcing anything in Minnesota? Are people storming in from Canada?
No, no, no. I agree with you, but that's Trump's ICE. He's the one who sent them there.
I don't
They
care whose
should
ICE
not
it is.
be
It's
there.
ICE. Name one good thing that ICE has done. Just one. That's all
No,
I
no, I
ask.
agree with you. I don't like ICE. I'm just
Okay.
saying that we need. I agree with the whole sentiment of abolishing ICE, but at
Okay,
least
good.
as it currently stands.
Good.
But something needs to be built up in replacement to it because it did serve a function,
Which
and
is
you can't just go around and tear things down.
what do they
It
do?
enforces immigration. It makes certain that we have mechanisms to ensure that everyone here is legally here. Wouldn't you agree that we should enforce legal immigration?
I think there should be some level of checks at the border, sure. But the
So then you
legality
agree
is
with the replacement.
what is we didn't have ICE until like 2001. What was before it? Whatever was before it is better than what it is and what it does. Right?
Whatever was before ICE
Yeah, what was
was
before it?
better than what it is now.
No, no, no. I'm saying that the circumstances of immigration were better before ICE existed than they were after, and I want to know why you think ICE needs to be replaced when for most of this country's history it never existed and immigration seemed to go just fine for the most part.
You know, for the majority of this country's existence, the EPA did not exist, and the country functioned perfectly. I think that
Okay, that
different times require
oh,
different levels of control, different programs. Because we just as time goes on, we discover different problems and different things we need to smooth out. I agree with the sentiment that ICE, as it stands, should be torn down. It has gone out of control. But it was created specifically to serve a function that people voted for, and that we would
which
probably vote
is
for
what?
again.
What does it do? What does it give us that we did not have before ICE existed? Just tell me the before and after. It shouldn't be hard.
So before ICE existed in 1876, the U.S. Supreme Court case established the power of the U.S. federal government to set and enforce rules regarding immigration. Would you rather the U.S. government solely be the enforcer, or would you rather have an organization within of it to enforce it, with people who have
But either way, it's the government. What do you mean? I'm
But
just saying,
when you have a functioning government, you typically have different levels of bureaucracy
yeah.
whose people make up of it serve that purpose, and they've learned and trained to serve that one purpose, and it becomes harder to corrupt. Right now, we have a single executive trying to take back the power and enforcing all the stuff himself. That's why he's taking control of ICE, and he's been forcing them to send. Well, I wouldn't say force them, but he's been sending them to states where they are not needed or wanted.
Welcome in, No Justice Raiders. Thank you very much for the raid. We are just discussing whether it's a good idea to vote for Gavin Newsom. I wanted to go back to that anyway, man. Like, you're not selling me on Gavin Newsom. Like, unless he says abolish ICE, I just don't see any chance of me actually we tried that. We did this. We did this. We did vote blue no matter who. Okay, vote new no matter blue. And what did we get? We got cranky old stinky old Joe for 4 years, and nobody fucking liked the guy. Not enough to beat Trump again. Okay? So it honestly, if we could go back in time, we couldn't have known this at the time. But in hindsight, it would have been better if Trump had just lived out the rest of those 4 years and then we switched back to a liberal again. Joe Biden made it worse. How do I know Gavin Newsom's not just going to do the same fucking thing and then we get another fascist after him, like, God forbid, Tucker Carlson runs? How do I know that's not going to happen?
Why do you think that? Why do you think this happens? Why do you think that he's going to be followed by a fascist? What sort of?
Because that's what happened already. It already happened. Milquetoast liberals were a Trojan horse for fascists.
Milquetoast liberals were a Trojan horse to fascists.
Yes.
I agree that Biden wasn't hard enough on punishing Trump. That was one of his big
Not
mistakes.
hard enough is underselling it, my friend. It's the understatement of the century. Not hard enough. I'm not hard enough sometimes when I'm having sex. Okay, that's not hard enough. Okay, what they didn't do is they didn't stop a fucking fascist from taking over the goddamn country after he already tried to. Put him in fucking prison. Why did they not do that?
They did. They literally got him to go to. They were trying to do it through the legal methods, and I agree. There should have been some sort of expedited process.
No, they didn't.
You can't blame them for being cautious around it, because this is new territory.
About what?
We've never gone through a thing like this before.
Cautious about what? Not putting the fucking fascist, the traitor, in prison. Okay, they've killed people for less. I'm just saying.
When? Who've they killed for less?
What are you talking about? The death penalty exists.
Yeah, but those people, those people didn't hold substantial political power.
Oh my God, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Done those things. We could have been facing
happened?
another civil
You know what could have
war.
happened? Trump wouldn't have run. Okay, he couldn't have run, or at least if he did, you can run from jail. Sure, you can. But he's not going to have the same kind of backing because he is a traitor and he's being treated like a traitor. Okay, the liberals.
How do you know? He was treated like a traitor before that, without being sent to jail, and he used that to run.
The liberals have never treated him like a traitor ever.
So, do you think? Okay, fine. Let me just concede all of this to you.
Okay.
If we had voted for Kamala Harris and she had won, would we be having the same exact problems?
Of course not.
Or would it just be a better world if you'd voted blue no matter who?
Of course not. No, Kamala Harris would have kept the liberal train riding. And frankly, I don't know what would have happened after that. We could have gone back to milquetoast brunch.
Blue, no matter who, you don't have to worry about a fascist coming in.
It's too late. It's too late.
Vote against that.
Trump beating Biden in 2024, or Kamala, in 2024, ruined everything, okay? It proved that the incumbent advantage is gone, and that if you don't get off your ass and make something happen, whether it's good or bad, people just want to see shit happen now, okay? Because they've been subject to the liberal Chinese water torture of just getting the same fucking drop, on your head day after day after day after day, and just wanting shit to change, even if it's an orange man with blonde hair running in with an axe and lopping both of your arms off. At least that's different, and at least you don't have to think about the drop on your head, right?
Have you ever tried talking to I don't know how to bring this up, but have you ever tried talking a suicidal person out of killing themselves?
Yes.
Have you ever done that?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll understand what the hard part of that is that most of the time they're incredibly logical. They've come to that conclusion, this illogical, horrible conclusion, through a bunch of logical means. It's not like they're crazy. They're sane.
No, I'm aware. In their head, it makes sense. There's a rhyme and reason.
It's not just in their head. you can easily go down the same logical route. But what they're working off of is that they're what they believe is good in their case. They put different values on different things, and that's how I feel when talking to people who just don't really they don't people like you don't believe that like good things do come out of liberalism, and I'm sure
I
I could
never, hold
probably
on.
stretch you to believe it.
I didn't say good things don't come out of liberalism. But when we
Just
have
not enough to vote.
our current liberal caucus, okay, has proven that they will bend the knee to the corporations before they ever do it for the people. Okay? They want nothing to do with it. They fucking hate us. They hate you. Why do you continue to lick their asses? I don't get it.
Well, maybe not for the average person, but what about for minority communities who are now under risk under Trump? They weren't exactly under risk under Biden.
You see,
I
you
think
can
that under
only
Kamala,
sell me on them in regards to Orange Man. Orange Man bad,
okay,
therefore
fine.
liberal good.
So all these immigrant communities who are being besieged by ICE and being disappeared into these
Orange
gulags.
Man bad,
Yes.
right? That's why liberals good, because Orange Man bad. Defer,
Yes,
deflect, and
actually.
defame.
Yes.
There you
You're
go.
you're 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 asking you're trying to debate yourself out of right now. You are on that ledge, and I'm telling you, hey, you know what?
What
Things are bad.
ledge?
You're the ledge of not
Oh,
voting
I
and thus
see. You're
thrusting this
trying to talk
country in.
me out of political suicide? Is that what you're explaining to me?
Yeah. Also convincing your fans to also
Okay,
join you.
fine. Fine. Go ahead.
You're, you're
Convince
doing you're
us.
doing you're doing
I
a the political version of Heaven's Gate. You're already putting the plastic bags over your head. You're preparing.
If you say so, I just don't see it. And until I do, I'm not going to buy into your theory on
What
that.
is politics besides the use of one's own political power to achieve an end? What have you
Kind of
done? What have you
kind of a
encouraged
circular
politically that could
definition, but
actually improve the state?
what have I done? Is that what you're asking?
Well, what have like what have you encouraged to be done? What do you not to say that you should like go out there and do this stuff. That is like more than anyone should ever have to deal with. But some
Sure.
people are extraordinary with that. But what do you believe, and what do you like espouse that would actually push people into believing like the positive change is A, possible, and B, reasonable?
I think I think that's it's very possible, just not with the Gavin Newsom presidency.
Again, you're voting a negative. You're saying, hey, if he runs, we're just gonna take this whole country down with us. You're
Yes.
not
Okay. What comes after, man? What comes
you're
after?
ceding political power at that point.
What
You're
comes?
saying, hey,
Okay. What do you think is going? Tell me about like the year 2030 when Gavin Newsom is president. He wins the pop. He wins um he sweeps. Let's just say he sweeps. Okay. Now what? Gavin Newsom sweep.
he sweeps.
Yeah.
Well,
Now
judging
what?
by the past Democratic presidencies, we've managed to get a whole lot of fantastic legislation across past a historically divided House and Congress. I'm sure if he
Okay.
completely swept and we had both the House and the Congress, we can get a lot of great legislation passed, a
Such
lot of great
as
funding for public works,
what does
infrastructure
Gavin Newsom
bills,
support?
environmental.
Infrastructure bills. So tell me. I'm just some schmuck who lives in Ohio. How does the infrastructure bill help me?
Well, it depends. Is the infrastructure bill actually being used to fund building roads and maybe
I don't know.
even you work in sort of construction and you could actually gain money from working on these infrastructure programs.
Okay,
That does help you.
what do you mean? Because construction is always going on where I live. So what do you mean?
Well, now it's going to go on more. It's going to
More?
be a
I hate
boom.
it. I hate construction. What are you talking about? I don't like all those
If
orange
you hate,
cones and what do you mean? You're not
well,
selling. What do
in
you mean
that
more
case,
construction? Like this is the problem with liberals. None of you know how you sound when you talk.
you don't like you. So you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to live in a
Oh, God
world
forbid.
where
I hate it when people want good things and then more good things. Well, we have to
no,
compromise with the
it's
people
you
who
want
want
to
bad
have
things.
you want to be able to have good things and not have any other side to those good things. Every
Other
action in this
side to good.
complex
What
world.
other side? What other side to good things is there? Because I can
Well,
think
I
of
just
one,
told
but
you,
I don't like that one.
infrastructure. Yeah, you fund infrastructure. There's gonna be
Fund
yellow cones
infrastructure.
everywhere.
Yeah, and you just sold it in the worst fucking way possible. I'm not even against infrastructure bills, man. But like, this is the problem with liberals: is none of you can fucking sell anything. What the fuck are you
Okay, how would
talking
you
about
say
an infrastructure bill? What does that mean to some average schmuck who doesn't do politics and just shows up at his 9 to 5 office job, scratches his ass now and then fills out some files and goes home? Infrastructure
well, to
where?
him, an infrastructure bill wouldn't mean much, but there's more to it.
Okay,
The,
then sell
the
that
Democrats have
guy.
the
That's the
Democrats
guy that.
promised economic stability. You could see right now, not exactly stable economically. Under Biden, we were actually working to be a good economy. By the end of his presidency, we'd done better than every other European country in response to COVID.
I just
Under Biden,
don't
yeah,
care about
that
the
was a good
past.
thing.
Okay, stop selling me on what they already did. I know what they already did. And that is two
Well, in
words,
order
not
for me to tell
enough.
you what they can do, I need to tell you what they have done so
No,
I
you
can then
don't.
push.
You know what they could do? Universal health care. How about that? So that
Do you
would
know
sell me.
how popular universal healthcare is? Just like a
Do
flat thing. Like, what
I
do you mean
don't
by
what do you
universal
mean?
healthcare?
No, no, no. I'm talking about that would sell me on them.
That would sell you. But you know
Yes.
what it also do is it also remove a lot of other people,
Such as
much more
who?
people than
Who
people
doesn't like
like you.
who doesn't like universal health care? Tell me.
I would implore you to look to do research
Well,
on
you
the
should know. Just give
popularity
me
of this
like
policy.
just build a character. Just give me an example. Like build somebody up that you believe doesn't like universal health care and convince me that like that's a population worth considering for this election.
Well, it's more complicated now. Like
What do you
when you say
mean?
universal healthcare, what do you mean by universal healthcare? Because a lot of people say it. What does it mean?
Accessible. How about accessible and honestly, I would say free at the point of service, but I'll split the middle on for you. I'll bend over backwards and
When
say,
you
yeah,
say
just make it
free and
affordable.
accessible at the point of service, what does that mean?
You go there, you get your medical care, and you go home, and there's no bills. You just go and get it when you need it.
Who,
Period.
who pays for it?
The taxpayers.
The taxpayers. How
Yes.
much are these medical officials getting paid? How much are each of the individual suppliers getting paid?
As
Who
much
is
as they
getting
need to
reimbursed?
be as much as they need to be to take care of them. What are you talking
Who
about?
decides that? Who decides that?
The people? What do you mean? We have boards decide that.
Well, I mean,
Okay, this is what
because our
we're there.
country is built off of
How do
supply and demand.
firefighters get
Right
paid,
now,
brother? How do firefighters get paid? How much do we pay them?
I think we
I don't
pay them
know. They
depending on
mostly
their
just
area.
fucking sit around, right? Until there's a fire, right? Which doesn't happen every day. Sometimes they just show up at their job and sit fucking around.
We don't have a scarcity of firefighters like we do have a scarcity of medical officials.
Okay, that's all the more reason to take over that industry and just fill people into the slots. Pay
Okay,
them whatever we need.
question.
What are you talking about? What are
So
we going to pay them? Pay them whatever we need
right now,
to.
the way in which we allocate medical service is by who can afford it. Sounds horrible, but
Yeah,
let's
it
say we have a
is.
world in which we have free
That's because it is horrible.
medical. Yeah, okay. Let's say we have free medical care.
Uh-huh.
We only have a certain amount of resources. We can
Okay.
keep a certain person alive or another person alive.
Okay, so the
Who
way
do
to
we value
decide
more
that,
than the other?
personally, I think it's whoever's richer should get to live. That's what I think. Right?
No, it's whoever has the resources gets to live,
Richer.
and it's also
That is
not who
what
gets to
richer.
live. It's
Okay, you just said the same thing that I did. You get that, right? You just said the same
we
thing.
pay the. You know what? I agree. Yeah, we
Okay,
said the same thing.
got it. So you think that whoever's richer should get to live in that instance,
So
right?
then, what the
Just say it.
alternative is? What's the alternative?
The
It's a
alternative is
way
they
in which
both
we.
get free care. You just make sure there's enough healthcare. If you want more healthcare professionals, make medical school free and just have the government hire them and pay them oodles of money. Give them $1 million a year for all I fucking care. They give
So
more
what
than
you're
that
saying
to
is just
these fucking CEOs. So what do I care if they go to doctors instead? At least the doctors do something for me besides yell at me that I'm not working hard enough.
The, there, there
Give him $1 million.
simply aren't enough doctors in America to deal with the amount
I
of
just told you
patients
how to get
that we're
more, which gets us into free
yeah.
education, which I also believe in because I like having an educated populace. How about that?
Free
How
education.
about the liberals don't
You know,
go
I
that
agree.
route?
Free education's great,
Okay, free
but now you're
education.
adding more
If
to the
okay,
tax burden.
does Gavin Newsom?
You're trying to. It's really a difficult sell to tell people that they're gonna have to pay more on their taxes. And
That's
I know it's kind of
why.
weird.
That's why you
I'm
tax the
fine with paying
rich.
taxes
That's why you tax the rich is a more popular tagline than anything else these days. Tax the rich. What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, they
There's
just might
more and
just
more
move their
poor
businesses
people.
out of our country to a place that taxes them less. That's what's happened historically.
No, okay, when? When has that happened?
I think it happened in Sweden, where they implemented higher taxes on wealthier people, and those people just moved.
How about our government just, I mean, we have the most powerful government on the planet. How about we just say, well, if you move, then we're just not going to do business with you anymore. We're going to take over all of your, I mean, your company's buildings and whatever else, and we're just going to roll them into the government. And we're going to, keep doing the same thing that you guys did, but now it's just going to be a government program. What's wrong with
That
that?
is,
I mean,
um,
I think Amazon would work
there
great if it
are
were
is that
nationalized,
isn't that
personally.
just like encouraging a command economy at that point? You're just saying, hey, the government, if the people can't find it profitable to go to work here or to run businesses here at this high of taxation, the government should just take it over and do it instead, and we should
Sure.
enforce that. You think that handing that much power to the government is a good idea?
If the government is democratically run, then yes, which it is on paper at least. So sure, I like the precedent.
Until like a fascist runs and wins, and now you have your food economy. You have
Well,
all your
gee,
food
how did that
owned by the
happen?
government.
Let's get back to that discussion. How did that happen again? Because I thought that we beat him in
We
2020.
had
What happened?
we had a
He was gone. He was supposed to
The
be
people
gone.
didn't feel good about the economy, and then we had a segment of people who weren't exactly enthusiastic about voting blue. So now we have a Democratic Party split between two factions, one of which will vote for Democrats, one of which refuses to, and we have a Republican Party whose whole ideology is based off of vote red no matter who. If you go Even if you go back to 2016, you get a bunch of Republicans who would say, "Hey, I'm not a huge fan of Trump, but he's Republican and I can't vote for a Democrat." So they vote Republican. You don't have to love your president. You don't have to love the Democratic Party. But it's definitely more pragmatic to vote for them.
I just think you need higher standards.
It's it's not higher standards,
Your
it's a
standards are
baseline. My
subterranean, my
baseline,
friend. Like, I'm sorry.
my baseline is you vote
I
for the
like
party.
I
Then you can work from there.
I hope that you don't, you know, do personal relations like romantic relationships on this wavelength as well, because otherwise I feel very sad for you. Like you need to understand that you deserve better, man. I'm just saying. Like I hear you and I get what you're saying and I know that
There's a
Gavin
different
Newsom,
risk.
like Gavin Newsom
Imagine
might in the
all the
short term.
communities at risk. Imagine all the communities at risk
I'm sorry, man. Like I haven't been convinced. Like I just
that
I
doesn't
was
convince you.
Kamala's.
What
Okay, on the left. Okay, here's my thing. On the left, I was Kamala's biggest glazer. Okay, I got shit for it.
Yeah,
People didn't like that I glazed her and said, "Oh, she's gonna do it. I'm on the coconut train, baby." Okay, and
yeah.
I was very hopeful for the election, and then she fucking lost. Okay, and I'm sorry, but I was criticizing her even up to the election for
She
very easy
lost
to
because of
avoid
people like
mistakes.
that.
Oh, who did she lose because of? Please repeat. Go on.
She lost because of people who weren't enthusiastic
Okay,
about
can
voting.
you
It's all.
substantiate that? Who weren't enthusiastic about voting?
Yeah,
Why
if you
weren't
look at
they?
the voter rolls for the 2024 election, we had less people voted overall and less people were registered Democrat overall.
So
You
why
can't
why did they not vote? Why not?
They didn't vote. It's because they need to be encouraged to vote. You can't just say, "Hey,
Oh,
I'm
what? I mean,
encouraged to vote
oh,
at
you,
least
you solved
socially."
it.
You
You
don't
solved it, Sherlock. Okay, so they need to be encouraged to vote. I assume that's
seem to
somebody's job.
remember
Whose
Kamala
job is
Harris
that?
talking
Whose
about a
job
wealth
is it to
tax. I
encourage them
seem
to
to
vote?
remember talking about health, at least a government-funded healthcare service. Was that just not enough to get people to vote for her?
No, it wasn't. Nope. Clearly it was not. So you can
Yeah,
blame the voting masses if you want, okay, just like every other
I
fucking
do.
liberal, or you can suck it up and
I
say
think that the
we
left-wing
failed.
people of this country failed the Democratic Party in that election.
Who did?
It should have been a shoo-in.
Wait, wait,
You
wait, wait,
should
wait,
have
wait. The
recognized
the people failed the Democratic Party. Is that what you just said? Are those the words that just came out of your
the
mouth?
left-wing
The left
people
wing.
failed.
Oh, okay. Can you substantiate
Yeah,
that,
they
please?
should have recognized the risk of a
Okay.
Trump presidency.
Substantiate.
Kamala had
Okay.
warned about it.
Substantiate then that it is the left wing of the Democratic Party that caused this outcome. Please substantiate that. I want your proof.
Once you substantiate your claim that following Gavin Newsom, there would be a fascist leader.
That is a prediction based on history, okay? And it already happened once, so it's not like it's that far out there to assume that it would happen again, okay?
The same fascist won twice. It struck twice.
But
in
how?
one
But
place.
how? So think about that. He already lost once to Joe Biden of all fucking people. That's how unpopular Trump was. That speaks nothing to Biden's character or popularity. Just that Trump was just
if
that
you lose to Joe
unpopular.
Biden, you must not be that great. Who else lost to Joe Biden?
Huh?
Who else lost to Joe Biden in that election?
I don't know.
Bernie Sanders. If you're gonna claim like the quality of if you're gonna say that
Yeah, because
Joe
Bernie
Biden is
Sanders
so-
never gets any fucking support from the liberals either. So Bernie
Well, he's
caved.
just nowhere near as
He said I
popular.
can't do it.
Apparently, socialist. So
Bernie-
if you
Bernie caved. He said I'm dropping out. Okay, I'm gonna back Biden and hopefully just have enough influence on him that we actually prevent a fascist takeover, which he couldn't have known at the
and
time.
that worked,
but
didn't it? They partied around. They paraded around the
no,
party, and
it
the party
didn't.
won.
If that had worked,
Biden won the election.
if that had worked, okay, we'd have our first female president right now. But we don't, do we? We have Trump too, Electric
You're saying that
Boogaloo.
like something's true once in history, therefore it's true in all facets of history leading up to now, and that's not necessarily true. You got to keep working that stuff. You can't just say, "Oh, I did it once. Oh, I voted last time, so it'll be fine." You have to
But
keep
it's
doing
not
it.
just me.
You can't just
First of
exercise
all-
once and just be all fine.
For one thing, I voted for Kamala Harris and I glazed her more than any other leftist.
Yeah, no, I
think,
agree. That's a
okay?
good
So-
thing.
Okay,
I like that.
okay. So
What
I
I'm
did
saying
that.
is
So
that
I
you
did that,
can't
right?
do what.
Okay.
Sorry,
I did that.
go
No,
on.
it's fine. I did that, right? And
Yeah,
what did she do? She lost.
she
Right?
lost.
She
because
lost
other
because okay, so it wasn't the fact that I don't think there was this big push from the left to get people to not vote. I just think that the
Who was
Democrats
protesting
did
outside
not
the
try hard
DNC?
enough to get people
What was
to
that?
vote
What
for
was
them.
that? What was that? What was that movement called again? The people who protested out of the DNC. They must have been Republicans.
Have you ever thought about maybe Biden shouldn't have been aiding and abetting a genocide in Israel or in Palestine? Like maybe he just should not
You know
have
what?
done that. And
I
then
agree.
people might
You know,
have
he shouldn't
and then
have.
people might have voted for him more, like just or Kamala Harris. I mean, like Kamala
What
Harris
your solution is
should
due to the
have.
fact that Joe Biden was aiding and abetting a genocide in Israel.
If Harris, okay,
We need to push politics to do that here. We need to genocide our own communities
do you
because
know?
our president.
Go on.
That's what you're doing. That's what that line of thought leads to.
Do you know how Harris could have won instantly?
How?
Just say, you support Palestine. Literally, just distance yourself from Biden on Israel and Palestine. She couldn't do it when she was asked point blank, "How are you different from Biden?" Her answer was, if I recall, I'm paraphrasing, "Well, I'm clearly not him, right?" As in they're different people in different places at different times, as though nobody knew that. Okay,
You know
she
what?
completely
I
fucking
agree with
danced
you.
around the question
you're-
and
but
did
you're- but
not
you're
distance
dying on-
herself from that dying fucking corpse at all.
So I agree.
So why
She
vote
should
for
distance
her?
herself more.
4 more years
Well,
of
why,
the same
in the mind
drip,
of
drip,
a voter,
drip, drip,
in the
drip.
mind of these people who decided that, hey, I can't, in conscience, vote for Kamala because she is silent on the genocide in Gaza, did they not once think what horrible stuff could happen if Trump won? Did they think that maybe that their self-righteousness could
You
push
just
the
keep
country
you.
and hurt these poor communities in our country?
It's never the liberals' fault. Maybe the liberals should have thought about like the fact that aiding a genocide is not a good look. I
Okay,
understand
fine
what you're
then.
saying,
You
and
guys
I don't. I
co-signed
made the
ICE
same
raiding
art. Hold
Minnesota.
on.
You
I just
guys co-signed
I just
that.
want you to know. Hold on. No, we didn't. I made the same
Yeah,
argument when I was
you
shilling
said,
for
"Hey, I
Kamala.
can't vote.
I
I
made
can't suck it up and vote Democrat because the Democratic president is silent on the genocide. So I'm just not gonna vote and verbally go out there and say, hey, I'm going. I cannot vote in conscience the Democrats, and you shouldn't either. I don't know. That's just not a very good strategy. That's a great way to extinct yourself.
I'm sorry. It's their job to entice people to vote for them. That's part of the
It's
job
their job
description.
to
That's part of
entice
it.
what
Yes. Yes.
it's their job
Convince.
to appeal to the lowest common denominator, and you have to start from that point.
It's their
It's unfortunate, but when you're running a large country, you can't appeal to certain groups over others. You have to appeal to the majority.
when you
And
are running for
unfortunately,
office. When you're running for office, guess what your job is? What's your
to
job?
appeal to the majority, to
To
appeal to the lowest
win.
common
Your
denominator.
job is to win. That's your job. That's what an election is. It's a contest.
Well, then,
Okay?
if you are left wing, shouldn't your job be to ensure the left wing party wins?
Not if it's going to lead to the shit like this. We already tried it, man. We tried it. Look what happened.
I mean, you tried it, but the vast majority of people within your camp we're not on that. Again, who was protesting outside of the DNC?
Who cares? Maybe they had a good reason for the protest. What were they protesting?
I don't know. What were they protesting?
Well, you brought
Because
it up. I would assume you
yeah,
knew.
well, I don't think those people were very good Democrats or very good left wing
Okay, there
people
you
because
go. See,
they're not doing
you
their
never
job.
hold on. Just you never even stopped to consider what they were protesting about. You never stopped to
It
ask, like,
doesn't
hey,
matter.
oh, it doesn't matter.
It,
See,
it's about
classic
politics.
liberal
You're
shit. Classic.
supposed to rally
It doesn't
around
matter
your
what.
you're
It doesn't,
supposed to rally around your party.
guys. You have to think about this. It doesn't matter what the common person thinks or why they protest anything. Okay. The fact is that they're causing a ruckus, and we want to go back to brunch. So let's tell them it's either us or Orange Man bad. Right?
Okay, would it be better if those people had supported the Democratic Party and that been enough to enforce a
Sure.
Democratic win?
Yes, that would have been
Yeah,
better.
exactly.
Why?
Those
So
people are
why?
bad
So
politically. They are horrible politically. They not only
mhm.
did they poison the dialogue surrounding the Democratic Party, they managed nothing. They've done
Okay.
negative.
It is not Plumber Joe's job to understand the inner workings of politics and why it's better to vote for Kamala Harris than for Donald Trump. That's not Plumber Joe's fucking job. What his job is
Yeah,
to
that's
make sure your
your
toilet
job.
fucking
And if
works.
you're going
And
to encourage
beyond
if
that,
you're going to encourage your people to not vote for a Gavin Newsom, you have failed politically.
okay, I haven't been convinced of that. I think that if Gavin Newsom wins, it's truly over for this country. I think that,
And you
and
know
I'm not
what?
saying that Gavin will do that. I'm
That's
saying that
sad.
whoever comes after Gavin will do
That's sad.
that.
You know, that's a very privileged opinion to have. Think of all the trans people. Think of all the immigrants in our country who
Mm-hmm.
would suffer from another Republican just coming in without the party being punished for what Trump's been doing. Think of how horrible it would be. Think about how horrible it is now. That this sort of politics that you're practicing right now was practiced in the past. It's a very privileged position. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water, but I
Okay,
can hear you.
no worries. I just think, you can call it a privileged position if you want. I don't think it is. Um, I can't say for sure that I will not vote for Gavin Newsom at this point because a lot can happen in 3 years, I guess. But if things don't change significantly from what they are right now, I see no reason to do so. Okay, because he doesn't fucking stand for anything. He just wants to be a fucking podcaster. I'm done with like the I'm done with like the star the
Doesn't stand for anything. What?
what does he stand
What?
for?
What? If,
What
I
does
don't
he
know.
like? I'm not excited by him. What does he do? Besides pull Charlie Kirk
I
onto
don't
his
know.
podcast and then shit on trans people. What does he do besides that?
Didn't he completely disenfranchise Republican voters in the state of California?
I don't know. What did he do? I have no idea.
That was the he pushed to change the gerrymander the state in favor of Democrats to get us all those seats in response to the Republicans doing it in Texas. He actually is doing
Okay,
politics.
that's great.
Yeah,
What else?
it's good.
What else?
What else?
Yeah, what else?
He's run he's trying to start up the social wing of the Democratic Party to get us out there, to get us more, to make us more socially appealing.
How?
Hmm?
Like
He has
more?
his podcast. He has his podcast, of course, but he also is fighting back against the crazy Republicans.
Has he made trans people more socially appealing? I'm just curious.
I don't know whose state are the trans people running to. Uh, are they running to Arizona or are they running to California?
That's not what I asked, man. I mean, what I'm asking specifically about is his first podcast episode with Charlie fucking Kirk, where all they do is shit on trans people, where he's like, oh, yeah, well, the person shouldn't have been competing in that race, I guess, because... Fuck that. Why should I accept that?
I think you'll find... I think that you'll find that the vast majority of American people, the whole... I don't really care much for the subject, but most people in this country
Okay, well,
do
I
not
do.
care for trans people being in those sports, which is fine. But you
Okay,
have to
well,
sort of make
okay,
the...
well,
you
you
have to
know
make
what
the
I
argument
want?
that the mass... What?
I want a politician who will fucking stand on principle. Okay? They don't have to go out and gallivant around and say, yes, trans women and women's sports, yes, and throw flowers and, wave the trans
Okay.
flag. I'm not asking for any of that. What I'm asking for is stop shitting on them. Just stop shitting on them and saying, oh, it's actually the trans' fault. I mean, even
No,
like,
I'm not
you're
saying
just
it's
feeding.
trans.
Like, but that's what they're
saying
doing.
that?
But that's what the liberals are doing. They kind of are.
Maybe a regressive policy in California towards trans people.
A regressive policy in California towards trans people? I don't know.
Yeah,
What's the relevance?
because California is the most accepting of trans people out of any state in this country.
Gavin Newsom does not have enough of a fucking spine to stand behind them when he has the king of transphobes, Charlie Kirk, on his show. So no, I'm not convinced that he cares about them. I'm really not.
Okay, so if his actions as governor do not convince you,
What actions?
but a
Which
podcast where he was saying,
Which ones?
okay, let's see what he's done lately.
Please do.
Gavin Newsom.
I'd love to know.
October 17th, 2025. Gavin Newsom this week signed a suite of privacy protection bills for transgender patients amid continuing threats by the Trump administration.
Okay, it's pretty cool. So what did that do for them?
Sure. It protected them from being outed on a national level.
Like how? Like substantially how?
Let's say a kid comes out to their teacher, right? And they may not have the most accepting parents. If you do that in a red state, the teacher is obligated to tell the parents. And whatever sort of carnage ensues is just between that parent, that parent and that child. In California, they're not obligated to tell the parent. They can keep
But they're
probably
can.
encouraged to.
But they still can. Right?
Yeah.
They can. They're not obligated to.
Yeah, you think that's a...
That sounds like how it was before. right? That's how it was before. So we just like undid a thing that Trump did.
Uh,
What else? What else you got? I'm not impressed. What did he do for trans people?
let's see here.
Is this the on-screen chat? No, the on-screen chat is my site, alecgunter.com. Sorry if you hear that. That's my wife. They did that in other states, so not special boy stuff. Yeah, I know. Like it's just not enough for me. You still there, Gino?
Yeah. I'm
Just
just
making sure.
reading.
No, please
Sorry.
take your time. No, I'm just checking. I'll rechat. I see this person in chat saying that I'm giving disingenuous arguments. I don't understand how, but you can think that if you want. But yeah, this was a pre-scheduled debate. So unless Juno wants to pull you up,
Governor
I'd
Governor
rather.
Gavin Newsom signed Senate Bill 132, the Transgender Respect, Agency, and Dignity Act, legislation that would allow incarcerated transgender, non-binary, and intersex people to be housed and searched in a manner consistent with their gender identity. The new law will become effective January 1st.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
I don't know. I think that I mean, stuff he's said, he has like a
Hello.
transgender godson. I don't know. I think that there's it's probably a bit more nuanced.
It's just not enough to
Who
like this is nice and all, but it's just not enough to convince me that he will be out there fighting for the people who are hurting. Like
really
it still seems milk toast to
they're
me. Like it's just good enough.
disenfranchising
Here you
all of
go.
those
This is the
Republican
bare
voters.
minimum. How about the Epstein files? What's his
What the,
statements about the
they're
Epstein files?
the
What has he said?
statements about the Epstein
Yeah,
files?
what has he said? What is Gavin Newsom's take on the Epstein files and what should be done about them? I'd just like to know. Because that's kind of a bombshell, right?
I mean, I'm assuming that he's following the Democratic line, which is release them. Gavin Newsom
Release
tweets,
them.
"Nice try. Release the Epstein files."
Release the Epstein
Four
files. Okay.
exclamation.
Okay, and what
Yeah,
has
yeah,
he
yeah.
said about like Donald Trump being in them? Or Elon Musk?
I don't know if you've been paying attention
Surely
to
he's
his
been
Twitter, but
ringing the
like he's
alarm
been
bells. He hasn't been paying attention. I'm sorry, that's our governor. I think that he of all
no,
people should know if
he's been that's been his that it's hard because like do you want him to like come up in front of a crowd and shout, "Hey, release the Epstein files," or do you
yes.
want him to release it in a private message? He's tweeted about it a lot. Is that enough?
No, what does he say? We've had some Epstein file releases. So he's saying release them, release them. They did. What is his opinion? What does he take from it? Like, is he calling Trump a pedophile yet? Is he like calling out Elon Musk, the richest man on the fucking face of the earth, for wanting to fuck underage kids, like and go to wild Epstein parties on Little St. James? Like, what has he actually said now that the files have dropped? What has he said? I
I
just
don't
want to
know. Why
know
don't you go
the
to
great
Twitter?
Gavin
Check
Newsom's take before I vote for him. I'm just curious. May not affect my vote either way, but just throwing it out there, that is kind of big, right?
Could you like maybe like draw me a picture of a Gavin Newsom you would vote for?
You
Because
can.
it seems like kind of
He
want to
didn't say
say.
anything, did he? He didn't say anything, did he? He
No,
didn't.
I'm
Not
literally
a word.
looking up.
Okay, what did he say? Go on. What did he have to say about the bombshell revelation that our entire political apparatus was built up by a fucking pedophile?
Our entire political apparatus.
Yes, but Epstein literally like helped create Poll on 4chan, and that's where we get our right wingers today. They're direct descendants from that, whatever you call it, the subreddit on 4chan. They're gonna kill me for that one, but there's for the 4chan subreddit.
the slash poll.
R/poll,
Which
yeah.
one? No, it's just slash poll.
I know, I'm just fucking around.
Yeah. The
I'm just saying he has not okay, release
I
the
don't
Epstein
know.
files. Well, there
You
they
think it's
are.
more?
Now what, man?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear some more. What do you think? They're out there.
What do you want? What do you want him to do? You want him to take his
Something
his
I want
California
like.
DO?
Do you understand,
What? You want him to go and
man?
just call him a
Okay,
pedophile? What does that do?
Juno. I need you to put yourself in Gavin Newsom's shoes for a second. Can you do that? Just
He's
imagine
got some
that.
pretty big shoes.
Fine, fine. You can think that
Shoe
if you want.
stompers.
Imagine you're governor of California. Okay, just imagine that, and you're picking up where Gavin Newsom left off. Just you wake up as Gavin Newsom one day. Okay, you're looking out the window. Ah, what a beautiful sunrise over the hills of California, dotted with the weird square buildings you guys have and the palm trees. Right, Gavin Newsom. You're in his brain. Now, imagine that you go onto the computer, ticky tack, whatever, clicky clack. You find that the Epstein files have dropped. Oh my goodness. Whoa, oh my goodness. Look at all this stuff about Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Bill Gates, of all people. My goodness. What's your next move as governor of California? What do you think about this bombshell release from the Epstein files? What do you think?
Wow, that's horrible. A lot of these people are very closely connected to a pedophile.
Okay. And?
Yeah. And what?
You have no public announcement about the fact that our president is in the Epstein files? You have no words about that? No thoughts to consider, to think of? You don't want to, make it known that you severely disavow any, like Bill Gates, for instance, or Bill Clinton? Just like, I'm just saying, like, he could have come out against somebody. Bill Gates is an easy target, in my opinion.
I don't know. It seems like he's far more focused on what's going on in Minnesota than the Epstein
Then the
files.
fact that we're all run by billionaire pedophile elites, right? That is clearly he has more important things on his plate to deal with. Is the governor of a fucking state.
Elites. That's quite a jump from Donald Trump being a pedophile.
Just like, man, like, what, like, who? I don't understand why you don't demand better. If you start now, you have a much better. Like, just agree with me at least that we can do better.
It's not that I'm not demanding better. I am being pragmatic.
So
I don't want to extinct our ideology. The way in which you extinct an ideology is you lose a bunch. And you seem to be trying to push the Democratic Party into losing. Who was the other person who wanted to come on?
This
you were talking about?
For some reason I can't see the full name. It's this dinosaur picture. We can pull him up if you want to be done, or we can pull him up at the same time as you. It's your show. It's your show.
Yeah, we can pull him up at the same time as me.
Okay, sure. Come on up.
Howdy.
Howdy.
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just this whole Epstein file stuff has really been interesting in the last week, and and what happened yesterday is crazy. When it comes to like what I'm interested in, there was this big, well, not big. It was like a juvenile dinosaur that was found with like quills, which pushes integument of that lineage forward a few million years, and the whole Trump being racist thing. Who would have guessed, right?
Yeah.
Went over my head. I actually, in my Jubilee debate, did say that I didn't think Donald Trump was racist, which was really stupid of me, because I was not informed on. Well, I was informed on it, but I forgot about it. The whole like denying housing to black people thing, which was wild.
When was that Jubilee debate?
Oh, that was years ago.
Okay.
Like 2 years ago.
Was that before or after you made Matt Walsh look like a bitch?
Before. I like the Matt Walsh thing better. I think I could have done a little better on the Jubilee thing, but you live and you learn. It's fine.
Donald, I don't believe that Barack Obama is an American citizen. Trump is not racist.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Also, just in the Epstein files, it's also revealed that he didn't want like black people on Little St. James like at all.
Well, yeah, he
Yeah, isn't
also
that ironic? Isn't that ironic? All these years of conservatives screaming about white replacement and the fear of the black man trying to take all the white women. Meanwhile, you literally have rich white guys literally raping young girls and cannibalizing them, which may or may not
Allegedly,
be
though.
true,
Allegedly.
but yeah,
But yeah, I
allegedly,
mean, at this
allegedly.
point, like
Wink,
I
wink.
I believe the
implies that,
reports over the people indicated in them, for sure.
what, cannibalizing. I haven't heard of this. Where's this from? Actually, I'm curious.
They like ripped out the
It was in
intestines.
the last suite of emails, from what I remember. There was like supposedly a picture of Prince Andrew. It was either him killing a kid or him preparing one up. And then there was a claim that was made like a few years back. I have notes on it
I mean, at that point,
about
it's
this one girl.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was about this one girl said that they're eating people over at the island. They're eating people at Epstein's Manor and shit. And then she ended up disappearing. Where is it? Did I put it in my notes?
And sure,
No,
why
I
not?
probably
Like, just
didn't.
fuck, they're rich bastards who can do anything they want. Why not eat a child?
Well, I think that you believe that a bit too quickly. I mean, it
Yeah, no,
sounds
no,
like
no. I'm not saying that it's true. I don't say that I believe it like, oh my God, this is actually going on. I mean, but
I believe
it
it.
is something to talk about. It is something to talk about around the water cooler.
Why
So
not believe it? I mean, are you going to believe the people who are indicated in it? Really? Like, I'm sorry.
I don't
I'm
know.
not.
I
So
I think that
here's how I see it.
a lot of this stuff implies a lot of things, but it doesn't prove much. It's a bunch of private text
That
messages
beside the
between
point. That beside the
pedophiles.
point. Okay, that aside, right? I have not seen the liberals, speak up about the fucking Epstein files. And to be fair, right, to
Who
the fucking
forced them to
voters,
be released?
huh?
Who pushed them to be released?
I mean, the popular demand was that they were released. Trump couldn't avoid it. Reporters were asking
Who
him
is in
about it.
office that forced Trump to release them?
I don't know.
So here's how I see it. Here's how I see it. Like much of the Democratic Party, much of the Liberal Party has been pushing ever since even early on in in Biden's administration, and at least halfway through the first Trump administration, much of the Democratic Party, many of the liberals, whether that be the politicians or pundits, or even if you want to expand and stretch out the term liberal, even pundits that are further left, like Vosh, for instance. Many of these people have been calling for the release of the Epstein files. That is not that can't be argued. Now, of course, many Republicans, you could say, have also been calling for the Epstein files, but not at as high of a volume. It was only within the last few what was it since fall with Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to whip the Republicans into shape, that there was some level of movement, of motion for the Epstein files to be released. But again, the liberals have been doing much of the push, and it was only many of the some Republicans later on, after all the poking and prodding from the other side, t- finally getting into gear, and then we had the release of the Epstein files. Well, no, we had we had the law for the Epstein files release to be made, and then Trump and many of his cronies were dragging their feet and only giving you a highly redacted 1% of the entire document, and
Well,
then we had the recent drop.
the Democrats who were elected were the ones who pushed and voted for that. Like they in unison did it.
So why didn't Biden do it?
Well, if I remember correctly,
There was
again,
currently a trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. That stuff was classified. They were using it during that. We have processes in this country.
I don't
All of this
care.
stuff
the
is
F-
classified
What do we
from
have
that
the
processes?
trial.
FBI was
What
meant to act as
processes?
its own little thing.
Okay, did
So
they?
they Oh.
Did they or did they not at that time during Biden's presidency have files on Epstein? Did they or did they not? The same files.
Yeah,
Yep.
but the
Okay.
files we have.
So then it
released
sounds
now
like
were
then
files
they
that are-
had all the fucking relevant information about Donald Trump,
legally
Bill Clinton,
released
Elon
them.
Musk,
They were
Bill
currently
Gates,
in
all
the
these fucking
trial.
people who are mentioned in there. Why didn't they do anything? Why not?
Why didn't Bill Gates do anything?
No, why
That's
didn't
not what he
fucking Joe Biden do anything?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. My dog's playing in the background.
Why didn't Joe Biden do anything about Bill Gates or about Elon Musk or about Donald Trump or any of them? He had that info, right?
He personally did not have that info.
Oh, who was
You know
keeping
where
it
this
from
info
him?
was?
Who was keeping it from him?
This stuff is from Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. She was currently going through the legal process.
So
So
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I can explain it.
Stuff could have been
So
publicly released
Biden,
without
in all of his
having-
wisdom, thought it'd be a great idea to let the FBI play independently from the administration. Basically, because of Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, they wanted they allowed the FBI to use the
country,
Epstein
we
files
afford
as a
everyone,
way to help
even bad
enforce
people, certain protections. And in order to not fumble this trial, certain things have to be kept hidden, unfortunately. And it's due to that sort of legal protections for the individual in our country that we could not have released that information. We can release it now because the trial's all done
Keep
with.
in mind that at some points near the end
who-
of the Biden administration, there was some details that were leaked from the Epstein files
Okay.
that were deemed to be not
Who-
important for
who-
just like that.
Who arrested and tried Ghislaine Maxwell? Who's responsible for that?
Biden's DOJ, I think.
Biden's DOJ. So why? So Biden's DOJ had enough information to know that Ghislaine Maxwell was involved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, did they have the information at that time? And I don't know the answer to this. Did they or did they not have the information on Donald Trump, Bill
They
Gates,
had to
Bill
go through
Clinton,
the
all those people?
process of collecting the information for the trial. So throughout the whole process,
So they didn't
of
have it yet.
investigation,
So they didn't have it yet.
they did. They were collecting the information.
So they didn't
a
have
lot
it,
of this stuff legally
right?
could not be public at the time.
So they didn't have it. They didn't have any of the things that implicated any of those people, right? None of it.
I don't know.
You don't know? Don't you want to know that?
At the time of arrest,
I feel like they would have.
They had enough information to make a warrant for her arrest. Afterwards,
But not
if you want to
for
go over the
not for Bill
process-
Clinton. Not for Bill Clinton.
Okay,
Not that
within
guy.
these third files, do we
Not
have
him.
evidence that Bill Clinton actually had sex with a minor or raped a
So-
minor?
He's
if
in
I
the
remember
Epstein files
correctly-
talking to Jeffrey Epstein, the king of the pedophiles. He has
So,
pictures
just
of him
because
with the. Okay,
It's
the
good that he was
connection is
around him.
clear, and nobody seems to fucking care about investigating Bill Clinton. Why not? Do you agree that he shouldn't be investigated?
The Clintons
He should be investigated, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Are
Some of the jails
literally
did happen too.
going to it and releasing this information. They were telling people to release the Epstein files because it would vindicate them. I
okay,
don't know.
let me ask you something.
I'm
Let's.
fine with hanging Bill Clinton with the rest of them if it's proven that he's a pedophile.
Okay,
but in
let
this
me-
country,
okay.
we have innocent until proven guilty.
Let me ask you something. Okay? Let's say that you're in multiple pictures with a murderer. Okay? You don't know that he's a
Mhm.
murderer. You have no idea. Right? So, but
Yeah.
you're in multiple pictures with him recently. You know, like maybe even after the murder. You're in pictures with him. You know him. You have communications with him. You just don't know that he committed murder. You have no idea. Right? So, the police are conducting an investigation on this guy after they arrest him. Right? Because they suspect him. And they see you in a lot of these pictures. What do you think they should do?
They're going to investigate. Like,
But it really
let's be real.
depends
If
on
They should
you're
investigate you,
involved
shouldn't
in-
they? Just pull you in for questioning. See if you had
Depends on
anything to
relevance
fucking
of
do with
it.
the murder.
What if this person was a wealthy socialite, and as a wealthy socialite, you connect with a lot of rich people. The context of these sort of meetings
you
could have been
investigate
malicious, but in most cases probably weren't, especially in the context of Jeffrey Epstein. He was a wealthy socialite. He made a lot of his money based off of his connections to rich people.
Bro,
So you're
are
going to
you
get a lot of
running-
pictures of Jeffrey Epstein with a lot of people.
I get that. I know that a picture with Jeffrey Epstein does not mean that, and being in the black book even, or in the files, that doesn't necessarily mean that you were on Little St. James doing the unspeakable. Okay, I get that. But we have a lot of evidence that Bill Gates, Donald Trump, and several others, Elon Musk, Bill Clinton. Did I say Bill Gates? Bill Clinton. They were deeply involved with the world's most powerful pedophile.
Yeah.
We have
So
that
I want to
evidence.
ask
So
them about
why would we try Ghislaine Maxwell and not Bill Clinton? Why not?
Because
so I want to add
Maxwell was
the thing
literally
about Bill Clinton.
we
So
have
from
more
what I
information, we
remember,
have more evidence on Ghislaine Maxwell facilitating the in trafficking minors. We have evidence. She
But
is a. We have more. We don't have any evidence that someone like Bill Clinton had
yes, we
minor
do.
sex
Yes,
trafficking.
yes, we do.
What's the evidence in comparison
have
to the actual accusation? The actual part of the actual process of it.
Epstein files.
so
Bill
from what I
Clinton.
understand with Bill Clinton's involvement, right, and there was some information that was released it was either an eyewitness or it was one of the victims. One of the victims claimed it was a 2018 release that Bill Clinton was on the plane trips with on the Lolita Express, and he was getting a massage from this person. This person claimed that Bill Clinton did not do anything sexually untoward toward other people. Now, of course, this is just one person's testimony about Bill Clinton. From what I understand from the recent drop in the Epstein files, he was at the very least privy to some of the more seedy, or rather more aggressively dangerous aspects and going ons that was happening on the island. Now, you could say, does that mean that Bill Clinton actually touched anyone? No, but you could also say that there's a possibility that he did, or that there's a possibility that maybe he did, but it's not documented in this batch yet. And regardless of that, he should be investigated. Now, of course, with that said, the main reason why Ghislaine Maxwell was getting way more attention compared to Bill Clinton is because Ghislaine Maxwell was literally
But it's not.
had a much more
Ghislaine
intimate.
Maxwell provably facilitated
it's-
Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking.
Yeah.
It's not
We
even
can
just.
prove this. We have evidence. We have tried her.
But it's not
We
even just a
successfully
matter
tried her.
of her getting more attention. You can like walk and chew gum at the same time here. You can investigate Bill Clinton while trying Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm just saying,
Do you think that you
like
can
he's clearly
successfully
implicated.
give Bill
He
Clinton-
is implicated. I'm sorry. Anybody who has like a smiling picture with the king of the pedophiles should be investigated. They should. Like, why
You know the
not?
last year
Just
that Bill-
to
you know the
pour
last year
all
we can
research.
prove that Bill Clinton had ever met Jeffrey Epstein was? You know what year that was?
Say that again.
You know what
Yeah.
the last year we know that Bill Clinton had contact with Jeffrey Epstein was?
Wasn't it like in the late 90s or early thousands,
okay,
just before he
let me-
got investigated for
Let
the
me
first?
ask you something.
It was 2003.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When you're talking about investigating the network that the king of the pedophiles has, and he was well known for being very connected among the world's elite, okay, we believe he knew Donald Trump at least, right? It's not that far of a
was
stretch
very
to say
close
he
friends
maybe
with
have
Trump.
also known Bill Clinton. It's not that far of a stretch,
He was-
man. So, like,
He didn't know Bill Clinton until Bill Clinton was president. He was a wealthy person. Of course he would. He was a wealthy socialite. Of course he met with the
what does
president.
him being president? What does that change? Him being president. What does that change?
I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
it changes
It
a
doesn't.
bit. The context. Maybe it was more of a financial thing. The
Should
fact of the matter is, we don't have any evidence besides, well, this guy. It doesn't look good that this guy knew this guy. It was in the same picture as him. That doesn't look good. And I agree with you. It doesn't look good. But it's not evidence. You're just implying something.
why should I vote for Gavin Newsom?
Why should you vote for Gavin Newsom?
Yes.
Because you are you are a Democrat in this country and you care about the minorities of this country and you
Mm-hmm.
care about you want it to be good for the poor people of this country, and you know that under a Republican presidency it would be horrible, and you in your conscience could not let that happen to the weaker people, so you vote Democrat.
Oh my
That's
God.
the very baseline.
Orange man
That
bad,
is
right? Orange man bad, therefore liberal good,
Hold on.
right? We
and
go
if you
back
did,
to
I got
we
to
go
chime in
back to
on this.
over liable.
okay, so
So
you don't care about these smaller communities. You don't care about the horrific stuff being done to them, and that would be done to them under a Republican president.
I
Because if
do.
you did and recognize that risk to these communities, you would vote Democrat every single time, no matter, no
okay,
questions
God. Has
asked.
anybody ever told you
I
how
got to
whiny
stop.
you
I'm
are?
really getting annoyed by the by this what it's not virtue signal, it's concern troll. So I'm someone that lives in California and I'm part of these minority groups. I'm sorry that I have to pull the id pull card. I really don't like doing that, but I may as well pull it. So
Okay.
as someone as a black American who lives in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can say just like most people, most regular people don't really know much about what Gavin Newsom's doing. Yes, we know about how he's giving more freedom for teachers when it comes to at-risk use and to protect their identities. That I find that to be okay. Many others have issues with that because of the whole "what about the parents" thing. Whatever, but that's beside the point, right? So I live, like I said, I live in a state. The state is blue. And because of what was going on with Texas, Gavin Newsom thought it'd be a good idea to also basically do the same dick measuring contest against them in order to secure blue seats in, what was it, the Senate and the House or whatever. Great, fantastic. Now, when it comes to what's going on, when it comes to like employment, when it comes to people with houses, when it comes to all this other stuff, some of us are still suffering, but also some of us are more secured in other ways. Right now, I'm unemployed. The reason why I'm unemployed is because of it's not simply the state's issue. I'm not going to say it's Gavin. Gavin made me poor, made me without a job, but it's largely because of the federal problems. Things like what was it? It was anti DEI programs. It was it was a cut in funding to like corporate to not corporations, to certain companies and to universities, and an expansion. Well, it wasn't even an expansion. It was a degradation on like what's it called? When you get a job at background checks, that kind of stuff. It frustrates me. And when I see this, and then when I see what Gavin Newsom's doing,
Which is
I just don't really know what I can do. The most you could do in this system that we're at right now,
but what is he
that most people
doing?
like me. Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. And
You can't,
that's the problem.
but as someone who
Most
What do you mean
that
that's the
people
problem? I
like
just asked what he's
me
doing. What do you mean that's the
vote blue.
problem? What is he
you can't
doing?
you imagine you I can't. It's hard to ask this question or say the thing like why doesn't he do the thing when you don't know the process and the process of doing the thing.
Can you
It takes a
not put?
lot
Okay,
more
this
than
is your
just one
problem.
man.
Okay, hold on. This is the liberals' problem. You
Nick,
cannot
look
explain.
at
Okay,
this.
when a
It
dumb
takes a whole.
person who doesn't know things asks you a question, you know what you do? You say, "Well, you're just a dumb little dummy head. You need to trust the liberals." Pat, pat, pat. Go back to your
Okay, but
toy
I
blocks or
don't
whatever,
think
little
you're a
dummy
dumb
dumb. And
person.
they feel very
I don't.
condescended because, as dumb as they might
I
be,
don't
they
think
don't
you're
want
a
to be
dumb
called
person,
dumb by their representatives.
or
So
you're
guess
in
what
a
they do?
position
They
where
stay
you need to be
home. They
smarter
stay
than
home instead
this.
of voting for the great Gavin Newsom. Okay, that's what they do.
You know what? You need to be smarter than this.
See, you're still doing it. You're doing the thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep, classic liberal
yeah.
move. I've not been
You know
convinced.
what?
Sorry.
If we die as a
Try again
country, and
later.
it's because you don't.
So as I was saying, much of the black population is going to vote blue. That's a well-known
Okay.
established fact.
Okay.
It's not because we all love the Democrats. They're our saviors. Praise the Democrats. We love that donkey dick. It's because the Conservative Party is 100 times worse.
I'm
At the
sorry,
end of
I
the day,
tried it the
Conservative
lib
Party
way. I
has been
tried it.
attacking and assailing
I tried it the
civil
lib
liberty.
way. I tried it. I can't do it again. I can't. Can't do it. I can't. Why put myself through this suffering again? Why even waste the fucking calories it takes to get dressed in the morning and go to the fucking polls when I could sit on my ass and play League of Legends or some shit?
You tried it once, and you're submissive because you failed. So now you're just like, well,
I
you know
failed.
what, fascism?
Oh, I
give up.
failed. My bad. I didn't fill out the ballot well enough. My bad. I should have tried harder at the ballot box, right? I should have glazed Kamala harder. Then we would have won, right? What's your point? That I didn't do enough?
No, that people like you didn't do enough. You tried once, failed, and now you're joining the doomsday.
See,
cult.
this no,
I'm
it's,
sorry,
this
but
is
no,
not doomsday cult. Like
that's wrong. That is wrong. So again, you could even if you could say, well, Alec was an influence in this and that. No, most people did not vote as much as they did in the last election, largely because the Democratic Party or Joe Biden himself was not doing much to prepare the party for the upcoming election. Remember, the guy left Kamala high and dry for about 107 or 127 days in order to make this hackneyed campaign, a hackneyed campaign that was using his what are they called? His attendees to create the campaign in the first place, instead of giving her more time so that she could actually structure something around herself. And because she and the president were the only ones that had access to the war chest, there was literally no choice or no chance. And at the end of the day, Kamala only lost by like what 1 or 2%, like a million votes. So the Democrats were close to winning, but Biden screwed it up. We all know this, even you know this.
But Kamala
So it's
also
not
screwed it up.
simply,
Kamala could have had
like
it. She
I said,
could have
that's
had
a
it.
lot.
Don't try to convince me that there was hopeless from the beginning. Kamala did a very good job at first. Okay, she had the messaging on point. She's like, look at the freaks that Republicans are. Look, this guy literally talks about his boners with his son, and he's a Republican politician. And it was very good messaging. Republicans are fucking weird. Yeah. Great messaging. Why not stick on that?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why are you becoming the very same people who are so against Kamala running, who are just so demoralized by Kamala running that they just didn't vote? And not only do they not vote, they encourage other Democrats to not vote.
But if it's
why are
just
you becoming like those people?
We tried it your way. We tried it. What more do you want from the average voter? What do you want?
All of you.
Huh?
We want you to practice politics. Don't give up. Don't lose once.
The voters.
And then give up.
Okay. Your message, your takeaway from this is that the voters didn't try hard enough, right? They didn't try hard enough, and it's their fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
In most cases, yeah.
That's fine.
The voter turnout.
Have fun not winning. Have fun not winning any more elections ever. Oh, that's going to motivate me, telling me that it was my fault that I'm in the situation that I'm in. That's really motivating. You know, I'm really feeling waking up at fucking 8 a.m. before work and dragging my ass to the ballot box, you know? Because Ohio, they're going to make it illegal now to, send in mail-in ballots. Thanks to Donald Trump that, the liberals could have prevented from getting in.
Don't get sent to gulags.
Okay. I mean, it's already happening, but okay.
I'm sorry, I don't find any of this funny.
It's already happening. Like it's already happening. What do you want? What do you mean it's sent to gulags? Just have you heard of alligator Alcatraz? I'm just saying.
Previous election.
Huh?
We can't hear you, Juno.
Sorry. You got the wrong lesson from the previous election.
I must have. Please enlighten me.
Well,
what's the correct takeaway?
A party only wins. In this sort of system we have a democratic republic system where the party that gets the most votes wins the election. Now, it's a bit difficult to get the most votes when people don't vote for you. And that's sort of on them to go out and vote for you. If you truly believe if you truly believe to protect
You know
the
what?
minorities of this country
You've
and the
inspired me.
left-leaning values
I'm gonna run
of
for
our
president.
country.
Alec Gunter for president 2028. I'm gonna throw my name in there, and I'm just gonna leave it up to the voters. I mean, I don't need to spend any money or do any outreach or say my positions on any fucking thing. Really, I'll just sit around and say, well, if I don't win, that's just their fault. That's on them, on the voters. I would have been a great president, but it's on them if they don't want me. It's fine, right?
Pass the
Right?
primaries
Right?
with that.
Alec, here's a question that I've been wanting to ask you for a while.
Uh huh.
So clearly, you're not a fan of Gavin Newsom. Fine, that's understandable. But is there anyone in the Democratic Party that you would want to run as president? Maybe what? Who's that one woman
AOC.
in Texas?
AOC.
No. The other woman in Texas.
No.
The
I'm saying I want AOC. I want her to run.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
I don't know the other woman in
All right,
Texas to speak
that's
of.
good.
She might be good. I don't know. I want AOC. I
Yeah.
would vote for AOC all day. Sure.
The African American lady that gets on under conservative skin all the time
Yes.
because she takes them. Jasmine Crockett. That's it. Thank you, Pablo.
You asked for my opinion. I don't know Jasmine Crockett. But you asked for my opinion. AOC. Or Ilhan
All right.
Omar.
Really?
Yep.
Elon Omar.
Yep.
If you don't want to win
Yeah.
the election ever, that is the person you go with.
That's not the
I'm
question.
not even
The
against her.
question,
I like
the
her.
question you asked me was, who would I vote for? And I answered.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I asked. Juno didn't.
Okay.
I agree
Well, that
with
was
that.
the question that was
I
asked.
like her.
I
Wouldn't
don't
win.
listen. I think that AOC could do it. I think that AOC has
I
enough
think so
fire.
too.
I'm sorry, like AOC, right? I understand everybody's scared of running another woman of color because we tried that already, and Kamala Harris was such a hit with the people, so we don't know why she lost. It's anyone's guess, really. I know that we're scared of running a woman of color, but AOC has some fucking fire in her belly, okay? She stands for things. And that's what people want. They want authenticity, and they want people who fucking stand for something. Not like most spineless fucking liberals like Gavin goddamn Newsom.
Wait. What has AOC done? It's similar to what Gavin Newsom has done with the disenfranchisement of Republican voters. What has she done, like materially?
Okay, we can look.
Didn't she help push for what was the policies that she pushed for? I know that she was in support of like the something involving like insulin. So there was that, and no, she wasn't outspoken against Israel.
I'm not saying she's
what was
perfect. But over and over and over again, she comes out on the right side of like almost every issue. Okay? Medicare for all, housing as a human right, justice for workers and small businesses, honor and immigration. There's one. The liberals were talking about, oh, we should probably get harder on immigration, right? Not AOC. She stands on principle, honor and immigration. It is past time to make undocumented individuals full members of the country they call their home and abolish ICE. Abolish ICE, AOC said. That sells me. That sells me pretty fucking good, and it would sell most people as well.
What's Gavin Newsom's policy on immigration?
I don't know. What is it? Has he made it known?
I have you know that California probably has some of the most immigrants in America.
You just veered off your own question that I figured you were going to give me the answer. Do you know? What's his policy on immigration?
I don't know. I like it.
You don't know. You asked me.
What little I remember.
Like, I don't know either. Okay, so you were asking me like a genuine question then. I don't know what Gavin Newsom's policy on immigration is. I thought you were going to tell me. I mean, we can look it up if you want. We can educate ourselves. Here, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, go ahead, educate yourself.
Sure.
Gavin Newsom.
Immigration policy.
So from what I understand, he's still in support of the sanctuary cities. And recently, I think it was within this last week, he and Trump had been going on some sort of weird spit where Trump was accusing him of releasing illegals from jail, which isn't true. It's a whole thing. I don't really know. It's weird.
I think that Gavin Newsom
Yeah, I
Signs
am
law to
contributing
resist.
so much to this conversation.
Signs law to resist Trump's immigration. Hold on, sorry, fucking. Okay, to resist Trump's immigration crackdown, including ban on masks for ICE agents. I mean, that's not nothing, but like the masks. I'm sorry, like if your stance is not get the fuck out of my state, if you're ICE, I don't care. I don't care. If you're ICE, you're not welcome in my state. Period. That's what Zoran Mamdani's doing. He's saying, if you're ICE, you're not welcome in my city. Period. Get out of my city. Why can't they do that?
Didn't Gavin Newsom also say that? Yeah.
Did
Well,
he?
what if Trump sent ICE into New York City? I don't think that Mamdani could do anything about it, even if it's
But
illegal.
he's standing on principle. He's saying fuck around
Yeah,
and find
Gavin
out.
Newsom is
He's
too.
saying I will use.
He's in a much more precarious situation than someone like Mamdani is.
Mayors have some levers of power, correct? Assumedly.
Yeah.
That's why we elect them. That's why they have to win the popular vote, because they get some levers of power. So if you have levers of power, you're the mini king of the most populous and popular city on the fucking planet. Okay? That's not nothing. So if Zoran Mamdani has those levers of power and he says he is going to use them to keep the fucking Gestapo out, that's great. Even if he fails, at least he fucking tried. That's all I'm looking for, is a little authenticity and some effort. You know what? That's not
I
that
don't know
much.
if you've been paying attention or not, but hasn't Gavin Newsom been fighting with Trump for like the past year on the whole ICE thing?
Performatively.
It
When has
wasn't
he
just
said
the ICE
abolish
thing.
ICE? When has he said abolish
does
ICE?
it, but not when Mamdani does it?
When has he said abolish ICE? When has he said it?
How is that not performative? Anyone can say that.
When has he
takes
said
a lo-
ICE
takes a
out of
lot-
California? ICE out of California. When has he said that?
Okay.
That one should be easy, right?
He hasn't. If I remember correctly,
He hasn't.
Why do
Why
I keep
not?
saying that?
He's king of California, basically. Why hasn't he said ICE out
Yeah,
of California?
he
ICE out of my
tried to
state.
do that earlier
He
last
tried.
year after
How did
the
he try?
whole LA
What did he do?
protesting.
Okay, what did he do to try? What did he say? Or what did he do?
I forget. Was it involved the fact that Trump wasn't even allowed or didn't even have the permission to send ICE to the state, and it went against even the Supreme Court's ruling.
Okay.
And after like a week or two, ICE left. They did come back again recently, and there's been some skirmishes between ICE and some LA residents.
Why has he not said ICE out? Get out.
Who cares?
You got me.
What do you mean, who cares?
He's shown that he's doing
What do
more.
you mean, who cares? If he can't say ICE out for his own fucking state, then how do I? He's clearly fine with. He's fine with ICE being there. Period. He's fine with them. Oh, take off the masks, guys. But after that, continue, please.
He's fought against it. He's
against ICE being there.
legislation
Show me
to
where he
limit their
said.
ability to work with law enforcement in California.
Show me where he said he wants ICE out of his state. That should be easy. Zoran Mamdani did it. I think even Tim Walz did it to some extent.
Oh, well, he's made ICE-free zones.
Oh, zones, just not the whole state. California should be an ICE-free zone.
So you're saying that a state right now should go against the federal government?
Correct. Yes.
The federal government said that Trump shouldn't have even sent these people to these states.
I agree.
That's why Minnesota is in a quagmire at the moment.
I believe that every state governor, okay, at least the blue ones, I think everyone should do it, but since the Republicans won't, every state governor who is against Trump should come out and say, ICE is not welcome here. if you are ICE, get the fuck out. Get out. We'll deport them. There you go. Deport them from the state. That's a fitting punishment, in my opinion. Let me spice it up, Alec. It's up to okay, guys. This is
I was
Juno's debate.
wondering could Paco
I-
come in.
I think okay. I don't know. Like we were supposed to talk to Juno. It's really up to you, Juno. If you want to let people up, I don't care. But we
No,
don't have
that's
that.
fine.
We don't have too much longer, so it'll be brief.
Yeah, like fine.
Okay, we'll just do real quick back and forth with you guys, and then I have another debate at 9, so that's going to be in about.
Hey, what's
32
up,
minutes from
Alec?
now. Hello, welcome in.
How's it going?
Going all right, thank you.
You remember me?
Who is this? Sorry,
It's
I'm
Brian.
Oh,
No one could
that
forget
guy. What's up?
you. All right.
No, I just think that what you guys are talking about is super interesting, and like from there's like a couple things, like from an electoral perspective, versus like from an actual policy perspective. I think conservatives would fear AOC as like from a policy perspective more than we would fear somebody like Gavin Newsom, because Gavin Newsom is a kind of you're correct that Gavin Newsom blows with the wind. So he does. The problem with him right now is that he's in sort of a schizophrenia. He knows what he has to do to earn his party's nomination, but he also is like, on one hand, he's posting on Twitter that ICE are domestic terrorists, and then on the other hand, Ben Shapiro comes on his show and says that's irresponsible rhetoric, and he goes, "Oh yeah, yeah, you're totally right. That's irresponsible. My staff shouldn't have posted it." So he's like trying to be a moderate, but he's also trying to earn points from his base.
Spineless. He's
I would
spineless.
say,
Again,
Yeah, I
that's
would
one
agree
of the
with you. I would
reasons why
agree with
someone
you.
like me is not a big fan of him. But again, when it comes to Democratic
Yeah,
politicians that are
electoral
vying
politics.
for
So
control,
here's in a
that's all we
general,
got.
Republicans would fear Gavin Newsom the most out of everybody who's
What?
being put up
No,
right now.
no.
I don't
no,
necessarily think
no.
that's true.
No, who they fear is the people that they talk about, and they don't talk about Gavin Newsom very much. You know who they talk about? They talk about AOC, Ilhan Omar. They love talking about Kamala Harris. Well, I guess I don't know how scared of Kamala Harris they are.
So from
They
from
just
an
think she's an
electoral
easy target.
perspective,
Right now,
I
the
think from an
conservatives
electoral
are actually
perspective, the reason
circling
why
the wagons
people talk
for.
about AOC is because it's easy pickings. Like Republicans can talk about AOC because it's very easy pickings. I would also say that AOC is
Easy
a spineless
pickings in what
politician as
sense?
well. Well,
I
it's like red
disagree.
meat for the base. Like it's red
No,
meat
but
for the
like in what?
base. Like we could just point to like Republicans just point to crazy, so-called crazy things that AOC says, and it's
Like
very
what?
easy because, well, like abolish ICE is crazy.
No, it's not. Wait, hold on just a
Like
second.
the
Even
vast
many
majority of the
conservatives
American public,
are not a big fan of ICE right now, given what's been going on
well, the
with
American
the.
public still supports
ICE
the like.
What stats are you? What are you pulling this from?
I mean, we can go into it, but like before like during the 2024 election, 74% of Americans supported.
I mean, you can't.
Wait, you're talking about immigration. We're asking about the ICE thing.
I'll be right back.
What do you mean?
So
2024?
ICE approval rating is kind of a little bit different from like what the policy perspective is, right? Because when you're talking from an electoral perspective, if AOC says abolish ICE, the next question is going to be replace it with what? The ISS? What are we doing here? Like, what we need to have
I mean,
some.
we had immigration. We had an immigration enforcement agency before ICE. ICE was just a thing that was established.
Yeah, it was called
post
ISS.
9/11.
Yeah, it was called ISS.
Okay.
That's why I was saying that.
Right. So why did we even so I'll ask you this. Why did Bush Jr. put in ICE in the first place?
Well, here's the thing. I don't this perspective, like this debate is about like liberal
There was
electoral
some names
politics.
for
I'm
it.
gonna argue from a super conservative perspective. Like you guys don't even want to hear my opinion. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell.
Please share. Please share.
Please.
Don't be.
Dude,
Don't be
my
Is
well,
my mic
I'm
working
saying
now?
Who's else?
it doesn't really have anything to do with the debate. We're gonna get into like what I think ICE is justified in doing and not. I think Trump should declare the Insurrection Act.
It's getting a bit.
Yeah, I think Trump should declare the Insurrection Act, and we should go in there and just literally arrest literally everybody that's illegally protesting, and I think we should shoot people that deserve to be shot. I think Renee Good deserved
That
to
is an
die.
I
Like,
think that
that is an
traitors
you don't
like
want to hear
you
my
should be
perspective
able
because
to leave
it's super
but
the
far
United
right.
States.
Oh, I mean, what I'm
yeah,
trying to argue, the actual
We're
perspective that I want to argue is the
we're
leftist
going a
is
bit
the
outside the topic of the debate
yeah,
here,
that's why
which
I'm
is
trying to
about
bring it
Gavin.
Yeah,
back.
no,
I
no,
don't.
you're right. How do you want to direct a debate since you're basically
That's why I was trying to say it should be if what all I'm trying to give you guys is a perspective of somebody who I'm not in 2028 if Vance is the guy, I'm not voting for him. Okay, so just to put it up,
And as a
from that
Democrat, I'd
perspective.
like to hear that because it's exactly what people like Alec Gunther are saying about voting for Gavin Newsom. It's good
Right.
for the other party.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I won't vote for Vance because Vance condemns our side, and we have a couple like
your
What do you
side
mean by
being
condemns your side? What does he say?
Well, he just condemned
wait,
it. He
Say
condemned
it
the
with your
vast
chest.
majority of
What
us.
do you
what
mean?
side is he condemning?
Yeah, well, what is he saying?
The far right, the all right.
What is
There
what did he
we
say?
go.
Oh, I see.
There
So
it
you're,
is.
No, what did he say? What was this in reference to?
what?
In his recent interview, he condemned like Groypers, alt right wingers.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's all
I don't
coming
know,
How
together.
dare
Oh
he? The
no.
guy who called
But,
Trump a
like I
Nazi
said,
condemns
that's not.
Nazis.
We don't need
Are
to
you?
talk about my politics. What I'm saying is that conservatives, what Republicans fear
I
most,
think
right?
you're. I think yeah. We don't need to
Conservative.
talk about your
Dude, you
politics
literally
because you've
said that
made it
you're
In
clear
a
that you're
further
general
right
pro
than
conservative.
election, Republicans are going to fear Gavin Newsom more because he is an intellectual. Okay, if you put AOC just
Intellectual by what measure?
he's just like a politician. He can talk, he can debate. He
There's
debated
100
DeSantis with.
politicians out there, man. What makes him different?
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about within. You're talking about from an electoral perspective. You're looking at Kamala
Yeah, from an
Harris,
electoral
who's in
perspective,
the
there's nothing special about
he's
in
him
not
the
gonna
other
Democratic
than the fact
primary
that he's like
polls.
somewhat more
Okay,
right.
hold
But
on.
Fascist.
So in
Please.
the Democrat, what? So in the Democrat
Gavin
okay,
Newsom.
in the Democrat election, right? In the primary polls right now, the person who is leading is Kamala Harris. Gavin Newsom is second. AOC is third, and you have a couple other contenders like JD Pritzker and Gretchen Whitmer, and like those contenders. Ilhan Omar. I know Alec mentioned Ilhan Omar. She can't run. She's like a foreigner. She's an immigrant, so she can't
Yeah,
run.
we call that an immigrant friend. She's
Yeah,
she's
she's a
was
foreign
not
national. I
born
know
in.
you call them different, but I don't.
Well, what do
think
you mean by
she's-
I
foreign
don't really
national?
care what
Isn't she an
Groyper
American
terms you use,
citizen?
man.
Isn't
I mean,
an American
she
citizen?
literally she goes on camera, speaks a different language, and advocates for her own country. For some, we're getting off topic.
Citizen. Yes
Yeah,
or no?
we're
No,
far
We're
beyond
getting
the
off
don't
scope
topic.
wanna-
I want to
kind of.
we
discuss
don't wanna
the
touch
electoral politics of it. So, out of all the people that are running right now, I'm telling you, Republicans fear Gavin Newsom as a general election contender. But I think Alec is correct in that Gavin Newsom is a shapeshifter. So when he gets into office, it's going to be a Biden-like presidency. So whether
I mean,
you're a
I'd argue that it's
radical, whether
right
you're
that it'd be right of Biden considering his current policies right now, but
agreed.
I just
Excuse
don't
me.
I
think
think
so.
I
Like,
think Gavin Newsom wants to be popular. He wants to be president, and he wants to be a popular president. So
yeah, but
he is
like,
not going to
but
abolish
he's, but
ICE.
he's not scary. He's not
populist.
scary. I don't think that Republicans are that scared of Gavin Newsom. Like maybe a little bit, but I
They're
don't
not.
think so.
So
Like,
right
So
now,
AOC,
but
let me ask you a question, Alec. In a debate between Gavin Newsom and AOC, or I'm sorry, in a general election debate between JD Vance and AOC, you think that AOC is going to come out on top? She just used the word
Yeah.
qualm as a noun or as a verb.
you're okay. So your metric on whether or not
you're mad at
She's
a
an
word.
idiot.
is whether or not she used
She's
the word
literally a
qualm.
drooling. She's a very
Wait,
dumb person. You guys
somebody
have
said-
JD Pritzker is very
You
smart.
literally
I'm being
helped elect
informed by
us.
chat.
JD Pritzker is very smart.
You're-
If Mom Donnie could run for president, he would win.
I'm
Mom
being
Donnie is a
informed by
brilliant
chat.
politician.
Somebody said
Yeah.
Renee Good deserved to be killed. Who said that?
What? Oh, I said
who
I
you're
believe that it
talking
was a
about.
justified killing.
That's
But we were
crazy,
talking. Yeah,
man.
that
Oh yeah, we're
That's wild.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe. We're not going to get into my politics. We could schedule a debate if you want, but I'm talking about the
Okay.
Democrat primary, right? Like,
Sorry.
if you want to get into it, I'd be happy to at some point. But I'm just telling you from a conservative perspective, right? From somebody, and like I've already said, I will not be voting for JD Vance if he's the guy. But
I'd like to
from
hear
a
that.
from a conservative perspective, AOC is not a scary person in electoral politics, but she's very scary in that she's an ideologue. She would do what you guys would want her to do. She is an ideologue. She believes what she
AOC?
believes. Although she is kind of a politician at the same time, she just took her
A
after
lot
the
of
2024
politicians are
election.
politicians.
After the
I just
2024 election, she took her pronouns out of her bio because gender that stuff has become really
I don't really see what
unpopular.
this
I just think
microcosm of
that
a
she is principled on most
microcosm has
issues
to
that
do
she
with
speaks
like
about.
why she's not scary.
He's bouncing
I agree. I
around
would
and
agree with
beating me
you.
up.
I would agree with Alec that she's principled. She is an ideologue. She she believes what she says for the majority of the, but she will make cynical.
You're saying vague words. You're gonna need to be a bit more specific. Like you're saying she's an ideologue. Like an ideologue.
So
in what sense?
there's two kinds of politicians, broadly speaking, right? There are politicians like Joe Biden, who has changed every position that he's ever had in his entire life. He was anti-gay marriage, now he's pro-gay marriage. He was anti-trans stuff for children, now he's pro it. He was anti-abortion
You
early in
mean
his
he
career, now he's
changed his
pro-abortion.
opinions as time went on?
Yeah,
Shocker!
he's
Oh my
changed
god!
literally every perspective,
Horrible.
and the reason why he's changed
Yeah.
his perspective were for cynical reasons, and I think Alec would admit that. Like, Joe Biden is a non-principled politician. So is
Just
Gavin
say-
Newsom.
Would you say it was
Well,
like
Joe
the Zionist
Biden promised
influence
us.
on-
Joe Biden promised us a public option. Where's that at? I'd love to know.
Exactly.
It's a lot more to get a public option
Oh,
out there.
we
than
couldn't
just
Joe
do
Biden
it. We
promised
couldn't
that he
do
would be
it.
a
public option.
Oh no, we
Joe
couldn't do
Biden,
it.
Joe Biden
Oh, don't look at us. We're
Joe
just
Joe
little
Biden
guys with
promised that he would be a
glasses.
one-term president.
We're
The
just listen.
Constitution doesn't limit the executive branch's power that much. All right.
You wouldn't hit a guy
Joe
with
Biden
glasses,
promised,
would you? Like, what are you
Joe
talking
Biden-
about?
Get some
Oh, we just couldn't do
policy
it.
across.
We couldn't do it.
You can't just run it under the executive. That's not how the country works. That
Okay,
was not how it
oh, but
intended.
under
I
Trump
would
it is.
expect
It sure is
whoever's
fucking
running the
under Trump,
executive
isn't it?
branch to use
That
their
is how the
power
country
to
works
push
under
the
Trump.
policy
Our
and get
country
it
is
done.
crumbling.
Yeah, and you know what? If somebody else, it just off the dome, I can't think of anybody. Joe Biden maybe had the same position that Trump did, and leveraged it to make good things happen. Maybe the liberals wouldn't look so bad right now. But as it stands,
I believe that
like
was
it's an
Sanders back in the
unprecedented
day.
level of dissatisfaction with the liberals while a Trump presidency is happening. Why is that, I ask you, liberals? Why? Why do people hate you? Is it their fault? Are you just little guys? Are you just little goofballs trying
Alec,
your best?
Alec, I think a guy like Mom Dami, right? So I think a lot of moderates don't like the excesses of, and this is somebody who's a radical on the other side.
Mhm.
A lot of moderates really hate the excesses of the right, and a lot of moderates really hate the excesses of the left. I think if you were to run somebody like a Zoran Mamdani, who is a socialist, he's a Democrat, he's in the DSA, but and like even from my
won.
perspective, right?
He
Let
won.
me if Mayor Mamdani said, I will
Mayor, you mean he
I
already
will
won? Mayor, you mean he already
yeah.
won?
No,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying if
Just
he
making
ran
sure
for
we're on the
president.
same page. He already won. What are you talking about?
I'm saying if he ran for president, if he
But
was allowed to.
He won in the most popular city in the fucking world, New York City.
I know, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
So if he
I'm
ran
agreeing
for
with you. I'm
president,
saying
I feel
that
like he'd have a fair shot. Sure.
yes, I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
sorry.
I'm saying
So-
if Mamdani
So-
ran for president and he said, I will destroy the fifth column I will destroy America's fifth column. He kept everything the exact same that he always says, and he says, I will destroy the Israeli fifth column in the United States. I would vote for him as a far right.
So when you
Far
I'm sorry,
right.
can you
what do you
please
mean by
define for me
that?
this fifth column? I've
And that would
heard
be
it before.
vastly popular. That would be insanely popular. He was already a very
just so you
popular
guys know,
politician.
I'm
I
going to
think-
wrap this up in about 10 minutes.
What
Yeah,
do you
you're
mean-
good.
What do you mean by that?
I'll
When
do-
you say Israeli fifth column?
We're
Yeah,
not going to
that's
get into
why I
that. But I'm just we're talking about
No,
electoral.
no. You brought up. Can you please just define it? You use these terms, and some of us don't understand it. Some of the viewers probably
Okay,
don't
so
understand
an
it.
Israeli fifth column refers to the organized Jewry in the world and the country.
I
Okay?
see. So
Organized
we're
Organized Jewry.
you-
What do you
Yeah.
mean
I
organized?
can explain.
Jewry?
Hey, wait. Do you guys know that? Do you
I
guys
mean,
know
you're-
that the?
you're-
I mean, this is
no.
why I
You're
said
the
we're
one
gonna get
who
off
said
topic.
that
But do
you
you know
disavowed
that they
this because of
referred?
his rhetoric towards the right, man. I don't know.
Wait, do you know
if
that they were? Do you know
trust-
Barry Weiss just? Do you know Barry Weiss, an American Jew, just gave a speech at the World Jewish Congress where she addressed her. The title of the speech was addressing world Jewry.
I'm
How
hearing
is
a
that
lot
not
of
organized
parentheses
Jewry?
around when you're. I'm hearing a lot of parentheses around your talk, man. Could you be hinting at something? At some kind of
He's just
organized
saying.
cabal
Again,
of
we're gonna
some
get into
sort,
that. I'm
man?
just saying. Zoran was
Mace.
anti-Israel.
Mace,
He was
you're listening, right?
anti-Israel.
Mace, I'm
Most
gonna
people
defer
are
to you on
anti-Israel
whether or
right
not we
now.
should even keep this guy.
He
gonna
all
defer
I'm
to
saying
you.
is that Zoran was anti-Israel, and that gave him a lot of popularity with young people. Okay, and if he said that he would destroy the American, I don't understand what I'm saying. That when I'm saying the American Fifth Column, I'm referring to lobbying and organization.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Jewish question.
Yeah,
Look,
I'm
Yeah,
saying that there's an
just saying
organized
Jewish
lobby in the
questions and
United
just
States, like the
inserting
World
Jew
Jewish
into
Congress,
everything.
like AIPAC, like all of these different organizations that exist in the United States that lobby on behalf of Israel, a Jewish state, in our own
Wait a
country.
second.
That's all I'm saying.
AIPAC is a foreign lobby.
Okay.
A foreign lobby. Why is it? Why?
Look,
Why does it have so little
We're gonna
money?
get, bro.
compared to
All
the
I'm
actual foreign
literally the
lobby?
only reason why I brought it
Why
up,
is
like
it
I said,
such a
if you want to
small
schedule a
amount?
debate,
Right,
listen.
and you're a
If
conspiracy theorist.
Okay.
you want to schedule a debate with me
Listen.
on this
I'm
question
just
on the
I just need
JQ,
to
I'd
point
be
this
down.
out. Like I don't listen. Stop with all the jury shit.
People like
Okay, just
studied
stop.
in a test tube.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah,
That's what
this is-
I'm saying. I'm saying
I'm just
that.
at this point. I'm almost platforming a fucking like anti-Semite. I can't do that. What do you mean the Jew?
I mean,
No, I'm just
considering
pointing to the
comments you made
fact.
about
All I was
JD
saying is
Vance,
that
I
he's
wouldn't-
he's an
I know you were in
anti-Zionist, and
your
that
script.
is what gave him. He's an anti-Zionist, and that's what gave him
Anti-Zionist, not an
popularity.
not an anti. What would you call it? Jewry.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what he was
the
saying.
Zionism
Way
refers to
more.
the
like
Jewish.
Israel, you
Zionism
wouldn't be able
refers to
to
the Jewish
waterboard, like
state.
half the shit you were saying.
Zionism
Zionism
refers to the
refers to
Jewish-
Israel. They use
Yeah,
Judaism.
Israel is
They
the Jewish
use-
state.
hold
They will
on.
tell you that.
They
Israel
use-
is an
hold on.
ethno-nationalist state.
Stop.
That's something that
They-
you want.
they
You're just
use
mad that they got to.
Netanyahu and the Israeli government use
He fully horseshoe.
Judaism to hide behind, like they hide behind Judaism as an excuse for all the horrific shit that they do. Oh, it's the Holy Land. Oh, it belonged to the Jews and we're just Jews. You know, like you don't want to be
You better
anti-Semites,
kiss
do
him
you?
before you start
They do
agreeing
that.
with him.
Okay,
Well,
they do that, but that's not the Jews' fault, right? Any more than it's the Christians' fault that Donald Trump.
How come all the Jews
know,
are lobbying in the United States
rapist,
in order
Donald-
to keep the genocide occurring?
Just FYI, the child rapist
Yes, we
Donald
all-
Trump is hiding behind
We all know you
fucking
think it's a fucking
Bibles,
cabal, people.
right?
Just
and a bunch of Christians follow
Guys,
him.
we're getting
and
all
he-
I was saying
like,
is that
the
Zoran
Christians'
is
fault?
anti-Zionist. All I'm saying is okay.
Anti-Zionist
When you
or
have a
anti-terrorist.
we can,
trying
like
to
I
do
said, I
it
would be
now.
happy to
Try to
schedule.
hit your anti-Semitism onto Zoran Mondani's position.
Relax, relax. Just let me finish the thought, right? So we can get
man.
into it if you'd like.
Stop
we
being
could-
a pussy and just say what you believe. None of us
Hey,
care.
can you be quiet
Yeah,
for 2 seconds so I can
Okay.
just
you
I
guys
think-
say
I think.
about how
Hold on.
JD Vance had-
This debate was originally between me and Juno.
That's why I'm trying to bring it back. All I'm saying is that
I'm
Zoran
gonna drop-
Mondani is a
Well, I'm gonna drop all
Okay.
the callers except for Juno.
okay.
So
All right, fair
It
enough.
got
All right.
detracted. I wasn't trying.
All right.
That was,
I need to. I
that-
didn't want to keep. I didn't want to keep that guy on. I'm not even sure if I want to keep him in the server, to be honest. But
It's a bit crazy. Huh?
yeah. So like,
I'm sorry that this went this way. I just hope that I can maybe subtly push you or pull you to my side. I don't see this as like a left or right thing. I see it as a politically active and a politically pragmatic kind of thing. Because there's such thing as like triage or help maintaining these systems. Like people don't think of how good they currently have it until all of these safety nets are taken away. You don't really think about how great the Department of Education is until it's gone.
Right, I'm not grateful enough. Right.
Well, it's not that you're not grateful enough. It's
Oh.
that you need to you need to actually not only do you have to fight for these things to exist, you have to fight to maintain these things. And voting for Democrat is the fight to maintain them. You can't just let it all just slide away. Because it will happen if you keep letting Republicans win. Not to say that you did it last time, but the attitude you're taking is sort of that defeatist attitude, I guess.
I don't see what good comes from a Gavin Newsom presidency at all.
And yeah, here you are. I can't talk you back from that ledge. You and your
Okay.
audience are now putting the plastic bags over your head and teleporting onto the comet.
If you say so, brother.
I have failed.
If
Yeah,
you say so.
sorry.
We'll go to the moon and back. If that's what you think.
Not
we're
to the
doing.
moon.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
bye.
If that's what you. Okay. Good conversation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that went crazy. Ugh.
That's all right. I've just not been convinced. You have a good night, okay?
Bye. It was nice talking.
All right.
Yep, you too.
Later. Alec cuck harder for the party they need their boots cleaned. Yeah, well, they can find another shoe shiner. Okay, I'm gonna take a brief siesta to finish my food. Yeah, that was interesting, I guess. I've not been convinced about Gavin Newsom personally. So, we're gonna have Exulanzik on next. You guys may remember Exulanzik. I had a pretty fiery debate with her before. She's a detransitioner. She talks about trans people a lot on Twitter. Not saying that to judge or anything. That's just what she does. She does a lot of that. So she'll be on next. And yeah, look forward to that. All right. I'll be right back.
You know me, the fighting freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my little speeds. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost speeds. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery.
Spooky up in here. It's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever wanted, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I forgot we had the Anka. That's Anka, right? The Anka emote from Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing Anka. Yes, Anka. Yeah. I made that one. It's me, except Anka. It's Anka, except it's me. Doing that sexy thing that guy animated her doing. How does Gavin make the party more right? I mean, He doesn't like trans people. There's that. Alec is just communist and don't want money from us. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Discord link in my YouTube channel is to the Discord server. My Discord server. This is Platinum Politics. If you press exclamation debate, it should take you to Platinum Politics. If it does not, let me know. I will drop a link. Why does trans people matter? It's a good question. Why does trans people? Why does trans? Okay, let me message our other guest and let her know that we are ready. Ready when you are. Okay. And Exulantic, this is live. You're fine with that, right? We're live on Twitch and YouTube. I just want to make sure. Being recorded, streamed live, all that good stuff. There's a side chat if you... Here, I'll at you. And there you go. Gunter, I shot you a message on Discord. Did you just threaten me? You said you shot me? I'm just kidding. Oh, nevermore. I'm not taking open call-ins right now. These are pre-scheduled debates. I do sometimes do open call-ins, but these debates have already been scheduled. If you want to watch them in the Discord server that you're seeing on the screen, you can type exclamation debate, and that should take you to the server. Oh, Exulantic, I will invite you. I just wanted to make sure that you're good with this being live. It's fine. We'll confirm. Okay, 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can be live.
Okay, just making sure. How you been? It's been a while.
It sure has been. Can you hear me well? Should I put on my other mic?
That's up to you. I hear you fine. But if you have a clearer mic, I wouldn't say no to it. But I hear you fine.
How's that?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Alrighty, well, how you been all this time?
I've been pretty good. Yeah, I've definitely there's a lot of time that talked last, which I think was late 2022.
Yeah, I mean that sounds right. I'm time blind, but I'm gonna say
Really?
that's that's when we did it.
The opposite of time blend.
Yeah, you asked me in DMs like what changed, and I just want to hear people out these days. I feel like I was a little immature before, so I just want to, understand that you're coming from an honest place and you're just, trying to do the most good for the most people that you can. So I wanted to give this another shot with that in mind and just hear you out honestly.
All right. If I can turn my camera.
Oh, you're good. You can use camera, no camera, don't matter. Here,
No
hold on,
camera's fine? Okay.
It's up to you. If you want to do camera, that's fine too.
I'll say hi.
Okay, sure.
Hello.
Perfect. Hello there. All right, let me just flip this real quick. Transform. flip pores. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. So last time we spoke, we got pretty heated. I wanted to give this another shot. I am, I'm on this new arc where I'm just trying to hear people out, and I believe in trans rights. I believe that trans people are just trying to live their authentic selves, and I don't see a problem with them being broadly accepted in society. But the things that I've seen from you and the things that I've heard from you would indicate that you feel otherwise. Is that correct?
I think it comes down to what you mean by broadly accepted. I don't think that men should be given legal femaleness. I don't think they should be treated as though they were something they're not.
I don't think that when you say man, what do you mean? Because I think we have different definitions, if I had to guess.
Men are adult human males. Men are adult human.
Okay. So, like, people who were assigned male or observed to be male or what have you when they were born. Is that what you mean?
That they are male. However they were assigned, however they were
The
observed,
letters,
but were
right?
actually, some people are misassigned, some people are observed incorrectly.
The letter is
The
on.
people who are biologically.
Everybody gets an M or an F on their birth certificate, right? Is that a fair standard to go by?
Yes,
Okay.
but some of those are, some people who get F on their initial birth certificate turn out to be male. Or were misidentified.
Okay, so there are mistakes sometimes. We can acknowledge that. Okay. So I guess so first of all, I don't even know if I want that to be on a government document, because really all that happens is that a doctor looks at the genitalia of the newborn and then slap an M or an F based on what they look like. Like, that's all that happens, right? We can acknowledge that. And having, so really all that tells the government about me is what my genitals look like. And I don't know if I even like that.
Well, I mean, some female and male infants are born without genitalia. They still get an M. So it's more that.
But my point is, like,
to the complex sector, and
I just don't it's beside the main thing we're talking about, but I don't understand that construct. Like, I've thought about it a lot, and I just don't know why the government needs to know that about me. That's all. So, like,
to ensure that women have equal rights and equal access and equal opportunity.
but like, wouldn't that be better though if, like, we didn't differentiate between M and F? Like, if you just didn't know what the genitals look like?
No.
Because if you didn't know, then well, why not?
Because the males will still know that they're males, so be able to see who the females are. So you can't hide.
But how do they see who the females are? How do they see that? Like, out and about in public?
So have you ever noticed that someone has Down syndrome?
Sure. I make assumptions sometimes, but I can.
How did you just see one's chromosomes?
Sure, there are for certain.
Their skeletal development.
There are certain physical traits that a lot of Down syndrome people have, and you tend to just be able to tell by their appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
So that's how people can notice who the males are and who the females are.
By their appearance?
And you don't need to see their genitals necessarily.
Okay, so like Blair White, we can tell by her appearance that she's actually male, right?
I've never met Blair in person, but most likely. I think it would be pretty obvious. Also, Blair is someone who's put a lot of effort into mimicry.
I disagree.
You have an individual that's putting a lot of effort into mimicry. We're not talking about judging skeletal development.
Mimicry, but we just agreed that, like, the way that you tell in broader society whether or not somebody's male or female is just broadly by how they look, right? That's how we make those determinations. We don't, like, do genital checks. Yet, at least.
We rely on the government to do that at birth.
But a private first of all, a private hospital does that. Second of all the doctor is doing, once again, I stress, is looking at your genitalia and then making a determination off of that whether you get an M or an F. And I just don't see why that's necessary. I don't get it. Make it make sense.
Because otherwise, women do not have guaranteed equal opportunity, access, equal rights.
Okay, so because
we need to know what women are getting to know that women are getting our fair share.
Okay, so because people who were born female historically have had they've been given the short end of the stick, right? We want to keep track of who's female so that we can give them certain things that would help them succeed in an otherwise male dominated society. Is that your argument?
Broadly, yes. Not so much
Okay,
that,
so
and
if
protect
that
them from things like impregnations. You're also protecting generation by
protect them
not
from
allowing males to sexually prey.
protect them from impregnations.
Yeah, that's why it's a war crime to house female and male prisoners together. Is among other things.
It's not
prevent
too
sexual
bad.
violence.
I'm going to tell you, you're cutting out just a teensy bit. Is there any way to fix that? Just a little bit. It's not so bad that I'd have to end, but
How's that?
we'll see how it goes. But
right.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the last point that you made? I didn't mean to cut you off.
That broadly, when you're keeping track of who the males and females are, among other reasons, you're preventing sexual against females, you're preventing those kind of pregnancies that result from that, such as in prison situations, or ensuring that females have equal access. There's no way to measure women's oppression and measure the like compensations for that oppression while they're working without knowing who the males are and who the females are. So that's why it's a legitimate state and who the males are and who the
I'm so
females.
sorry. The cutting out is getting a little bit bad. Sorry.
Is that better? With the phone mic?
Possibly. We'll see. I'm sorry. I need to talk for you too a little bit to tell. But I think I got the gist of what you're saying. So among other things you said, it's about keeping track of, like, making sure that people who are born female get certain benefits that they haven't been afforded in the past. Is that a fair assertion of what you said?
Right. You can't correct for tendency for females to be marginalized and oppressed. You don't keep track of who the females are and what their circumstances are.
Okay.
So you can't know that females have equal opportunities in athletics, for example, if you don't know how many female students, who the female students are.
But if we didn't have that in the first place, it would eventually just level out, right? Like, if you look more feminine, maybe you'd be more at risk, but like, it's not always based off of what's on your driver's license or your birth certificate, right? Like, it's not always the sex assigned at birth that tips you off. It's just your appearance. Like, women get discriminated against, like, all the time, regardless of the letter. Like, nobody looks to check and make sure that they're actually female before they start getting discriminated against, right? Like, it's just a matter of your name or your appearance or, any number of things.
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by it would just level out. What I'm saying is that if like $500 for male athletics and $500 for female athletics, but you don't know how many females are on the female team and some of the males are on the female team, that means some of the female funding is still going to males, or males are getting more funding than females.
Okay, but what female people suffer? Okay, but
that kind of equality without measuring it.
But what female people then are suffering from this? So a few people who were born
females that want to play sports.
Females who what?
Females who want to play sports would be harmed by not having equal opportunities. They would have fewer opportunities than males who want to play sports. Some of them are not going to play if some of them are on the female team.
Sure, but again, that's just a matter of what they have between their legs, right? If we're going off of what's on the birth certificate, which I don't think that's anybody's business. So if you say you're female, we just kind of agree, right? That you're female.
I don't think that that's safe or fair to let boys claim to be female and take spots.
We can acknowledge that there are plenty of people who are female who you would look at and say that person looks male, right?
Perhaps.
Okay, so then how do we resolve
But
this
I
if
don't
this
see what
person
that has to
insists
do
they're a
with.
female? Huh?
You just measure them and see whether they are
Measure
male or
them.
female.
Measure them how?
Yeah, like at
What are we
birth.
measuring?
Well, I mean, you could test their sex at birth, like we do,
Test their sex.
such as
Okay,
by
so
looking with your eyes
a genital
or doing a
inspection.
pig swab.
A genital inspection.
That's what we do with babies when they come out. Come
Right.
out naked.
Yes,
It's
a
not hard
genital
to.
inspection. Oh,
You're
it's fine
supposed to
because
inspect babies to make sure everything is okay.
right. Okay, so not just a genital inspection. A genital inspection performed when they're a newborn, right? A baby genital inspection, if you will.
Bodily inspection by doctors to make sure a baby is
Right.
healthy and normal and doesn't have a medical
Right,
condition
when
that
they're a
needs to be
baby, and
addressed.
right, when they're a baby, and then that gets put on a government
Yeah.
document.
And you write it
And
down.
so the government gets to track what your genitals look like all the way up until you're 16, so that when you decide you're a trans woman, you can't act, or a trans girl, you can't actually play on the
So,
volleyball team still because
having
the
on
government's
your
been
license
tracking how your
doesn't-
genitals look, right? That's how this works.
It's tracking what your sex is. Genitals are an indication, but people with born with, for instance, Serena Amelia, are going to have sex. It's not going to be determined by or it's not going to be judged based on genitalia appearance because they're born without it. They still have a sex. So, you're trying to conflate these things. The sex category doesn't say anything about what your body currently looks like.
The
What your genitals
overwhelming
currently look.
majority of the time, the way that your sex is determined is what it looks like at birth. What your genitals look like at birth, right?
That's convenient, yeah.
Yes.
It's very convenient to
Yes,
do
so
that. Yeah.
that's what's done. And then that's
But
what's
that
put
doesn't mean
on
that
the
that's tracked across your lifespan. The government doesn't have like a
I
registry of
understand.
how my genitals look for
Yes,
ages.
they do. They sure do, because that's what's put on your official
Uh-huh.
government document. So yes, the government knows roughly what your genitals look like.
They can imagine it, but my genitals changed since I was
Yes.
a baby. Did yours? Okay,
Well,
then.
yeah,
So
but
what my
but
genitals
they
look
know
like.
that you have. Okay, but what's the point? What's the point of the government knowing
Why
that?
are my genitals predictable across time? Why are my genitals predictable across time?
Predictable across time?
You know what my
I don't
genitals
know.
are later.
I have no idea. I don't know the lore on your genitals. So
You have no
why
idea,
would they
really. You have no idea why you think that there's some connection between what my genitals look like as a baby and what they look like now. There's gotta
because
be
you
some reason
okay,
that they're-
sure, because
they're
I
connected.
didn't understand the question. Because you develop, obviously, you grow and develop. Okay,
Based on my femaleness.
and
My femaleness guides my development.
does
because
the
of my
government
sex.
or okay, if you were to show somebody a government document with the F on your document, they could get what does that tell them? What specifically does that tell them? That F.
That I'm in the female sex category.
Which means what about you?
That reproductively I can be impregnated by the male sex
Okay.
category and a lot of other.
Okay, sure, let's run with that. I just don't understand why that is necessary information for the government or anybody else to know, unless you tell them, unless
The
you
government
volunteer
might
that
put me in a cage
information.
with someone.
Huh?
I want the government to put me in a cage with somebody that could get me into that state.
Okay.
So
But-
it's relevant for the government to know what sex people are. It has
Okay,
functional implications affect children.
Okay, so then if you can't get impregnated, then you belong in the men's prison, right? Like you can just go in the men's prison.
No,
What? I thought that was the
No.
main reason that
no,
you guys.
that's not what I'm saying.
Well, why would you
That's
not
a
have?
reason.
But why
An
not have
example
a?
of a reason.
But why not have a prison for women who can be? There are people who can be impregnated, right? However you identify, and then have a prison for people who can't, because that's the logic you're going off.
Why,
Of,
why
right?
are you more comfortable with the government tracking fertility than sex? Seems a little bit more.
You said that. No,
Pregnant
Exulansic,
fertility
you
is more than sex. The lifespan.
Exulansic, you argued that.
If you're agreeing that we should split people up based on these biological traits, why can't we just
You're still cutting out a little bit.
like
I'm
why do you
sorry.
want to put any men in cages with women?
Is there any way to get you like a slightly better connection? It's bothering me a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know unless it might be the platform.
God damn it. Okay, we'll keep trying. It's fine. If there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do. I can understand you well enough. It's fine. But
All right.
my main point is, like, there's no reason. you haven't convinced me there's a reason for that letter being on government documents. Like I don't know why that should seed into like lead into any opinions on you based on you as a person. Like once again, all that tells them is that you are of a specific category that would lead to you having genitalia that act and function, that look and function a certain way. And I just don't think that that's personal medical information. It's protected by
Genitalia.
HIPAA.
Your body is affected by my femaleness. My entire body is affected, including my
Okay.
general strength.
Okay, that I mean, you get the same thing with a child who was born with male genitalia who gets estrogen shots. It's the same thing.
You don't. No,
What do you mean you don't?
no. Even men with androgen and sensitivity are still taller and stronger, different proportions than females. The Y
Okay,
chromosome
but
governs skeletal development independent of testosterone.
if you've been injecting estrogen and you have similar estrogen levels to women or sorry, cis women and similar testosterone levels to cis women, right? And you are a trans woman trying to reach that, like my point is those levels are what determine what happens to your body as you develop for the most part. Like if you're given estrogen before like during puberty and given testosterone blockers, you're going to develop more female.
That doesn't mean you're equivalent to a female. It means you're a
Why not?
feminized male. And if it's so
In what
safe to
capacity?
put feminized males with females, why isn't it safe to put feminized males, regular males? Why can't they just go to the men's prison if it's so safe to feminize people with non-feminized? That's what you're claiming. They can go to the men's prison.
where they'll be assaulted. It's much more likely that trans women will be assaulted in men's
Oh, is it
prisons
dangerous to
than
mix?
it is
But they want to assault the women? Want to assault the women?
Do you care about the fact that they'll be assaulted in a men's prison? They're more
Well,
like
just
they're
put them in a
way
separate
more
prison.
like you
Put them
just say that you
fertile
don't
women or
care. Just
unfertile
like
women
it just sounds
and
like you don't
from the
care
non-trans
about
men.
trans women being
Yes, you don't
assaulted in
care.
men's prisons.
You're
Like
exactly.
okay, do you
What men
I'm not
assaulting other men in men's prisons is in fact a very low priority for me as a right. Really don't have a high priority on solving the problem of men fighting men. Not my job. Something I'm interested in. Problem you could address if you want.
why? Based
It's a
on their
men's problem.
genitalia, just like that's it? Like I just think that's kind of shallow.
It's just not a feminist issue. Men fighting men is
Based
a
on
men's
their
problem to solve.
genitalia, right?
We don't solve the problem by nestling some men in with women. The women can start getting assaulted. That's not the solution to fighting men. Don't care about women if that's your solution.
Okay. Is there another platform you want to try? Because I'm sorry, this is too much. What other
Sure.
platform would you like?
I mean, had some work with StreamYard.
Huh?
You could potentially try. Do you ever use StreamYard?
StreamYard? I think so. Can you link?
It's the only other one I'm too familiar with. There you
Okay.
go.
Hopefully that fixes the issue. Just like I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just it's a little tricky to hear you sometimes. I want to make sure that you're coming through clear. You there?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay. Take your time. Thank you. Sorry to the people in Discord. I will have to switch platforms so that Exulansic will come through more clearly. If you want to keep tabs on the debate, I will link my site in the chat.
Load. gonna send it by
Okay. See if we can get this going. Okay, I'm going to hang up from Discord. Thank you guys so much for joining. If you want to continue watching the debate, come join me on my website. If not, have a great night and take care. Okay. Okay. Voice meter out B2, B1, B1. Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. Pretty sure. B1, yes. Okay. Okay. Alec Hunter. Okay, are we good? Hello. It's a bit loud. Loud. Hold on. Just pull one of these. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Any better?
Yes. Let me turn you down a little bit more here. Oh goodness. Okay. I think we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay. Where did we leave off?
I think we were talking about why we should be splitting women into fertile and non-fertile women so that the men could come into the women's prison versus just separating out the trans-identified men from the rest of the men, which seems like a more logical solution since they self-selected into the category of trans in the first place. They wanted to take the hormones, so I'm happy to accommodate their disability that they chose.
What do you mean self-selected?
They opted to do the transition hormones that you say have affected them. So,
well, yeah, but nobody made them want that, right?
Okay, but they still are the reason that they took those hormones. Whereas women being fertile or infertile is generally not something you choose.
I mean, it's the same way that like a person with diabetes is like takes hormones to level that out. Like, what's the difference?
Sure, we should accommodate diabetics too. I'm happy to accommodate men that identify as trans, just not by nestling them with the women.
Well, they're not men though. I mean, how are they men? Just convince me that they're men. I don't see
it. They're male. They're adult human males.
What?
That's how they're men.
Meaning what though? Like we agreed that like it's the letter on your birth certificate, which is indicated usually by
No, your sex is a biological category. It's not just
Okay.
the letter on your birth
So
certificate. It's not an arbitrary designation.
So put a person in front of me and explain to me if I can do any tests that I want on them, any examinations that I want. How can I tell this person's male? What tips him off as male?
I mean, cheek swab would be a good place to start.
Cheek swab. Okay,
for most-
so cheek swab, and what are we looking for with a cheek swab?
Y chromosome.
A Y chromosome. Okay, so Y chromosome. So Y chromosome. What else?
So are you saying that you don't think that there is a sex difference?
I never said that. I'm asking what you think.
Okay, so we agree that there is a sex difference. So
I
why are
think
we
that
arguing
there's-
about how we would prove it?
I think that everybody has a little bit of a sex difference. There's a spectrum from male to
But
female.
females and males have a categorical difference.
Well, typically, it's a typical difference, but I mean, there's plenty of males who were born without, certain parts that most males were born with, and there's plenty of females who were born without those parts. Like the point is, the line gets
makes the
pretty
males-
blurry. What makes the males?
I don't think the line is blurry.
So you can look at a person, right, and just measure like what aspects of them that are typical of males are present, and then place them somewhere on the spectrum if that is of importance to whatever you're studying. You can do that. It's just
The
not
spectrum
very
of males.
important. Well, on the male side of the spectrum, certainly. Like, yeah, if they fall on that side, sure. But societally speaking, why does this matter? Like, how does that affect my everyday life?
It affects my life if I'm locked in a cage with a man that can hurt me.
A man meaning
like,
what? What
severely.
do you mean? Define.
An adult human male.
An adult human male. What does that mean?
It means somebody who has reached the age of maturity, who is a human being, and who is of the male sex.
Male sex meaning what?
The sex that is defined by the small motile gametes in contrast to the large non-motile gametes of females.
The small mobile gametes, that's how we tell?
So start from a zygote and work backwards. One group is male and one group is female.
So we look for small mobile gametes within this person, right? And then that's how we tell whether or not they're male. No,
because
never mind.
Normal male developmental trajectory includes periods of time where they're not producing gametes.
Oh. Well, then how do we possibly tell if these individuals are male, if not by the small
We
mobile
recognize that there is
gametes?
a class called male, of which this is a trait that may or may not be present.
Okay, so how do we tell if they're male, if not for the small mobile gametes? What's the giveaway?
Do you want me to link you to some sites for some foundational knowledge here?
I figured.
I mean, are we here? Because you said that you agree that there is a sex dichotomy,
yes,
that there are males and females.
It's on a spectrum.
But now you're trying to argue against whether there is, like, how did you come to the conclusion that some people are male if you don't know how to figure out what a male is?
I'm not the one saying that it's super important to distinguish male from female. You are.
But we agreed. We agreed that there are males and there are females. So how did you come to that conclusion if you don't think it can be measured?
If you want to know what I'm looking for, I can tell you. Like having small mobile gametes is a male trait. You're right. That is
okay. So when you were a child and you weren't producing gametes, were you not a male?
I would classify myself as male. Yes. But
okay.
I mean, but like I said, it's on a
So
spectrum.
why are you asking me that? Like it's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
You could technically argue, right, that boys who don't produce small mobile gametes just yet are not as male as people who do. Technically, like it's a rough way of speaking, but you could. Like, why not?
I mean, there's a reason we can predict which ones will.
If small mobile gametes are present, you know for a fact that person's male, right? That tips it off. Period. Right?
Yeah, that is dispositive.
Okay. So then we've got that. So that is a surefire indicator that somebody is in fact male. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if they don't have that, then I think it's fair to say they're not as male as people who do. Right?
I don't agree with that. I don't think a man becomes less male if he gets an injury where he loses his penis. I don't think that getting a vaginoplasty actually makes a male less male because it's a category that you're in your entire life.
Then what makes them male if not for the small mobile gametes? What else makes them
being male?
Being male? What do you mean?
The small mobile gametes are a consequence of being male. Being male isn't a consequence of having small gametes. You're inverting the logic here.
No, I'm not. I feel like these are perfectly reasonable questions, Exulancic.
The small mobile gametes are a consequence of them being in the male sex class.
Okay, so what puts them in the male sex class if not for the small gametes then? How else can I tell? What am I looking for?
You know how else you can tell. And I'm happy to send you links that explain to you all of the implications and the originations of the male sex class in humans. But ultimately, the male sex class exists as you've acknowledged. So I'm not sure why you want to argue on this particular field of battle if it's something we've already agreed exists.
I'm saying a spectrum exists.
I mean, do you have a religious belief that males exist, or do you think it's a measurable category?
It's an arbitrarily measurable category because what we consider male
it's not arbitrary at all.
Sure it is. I mean, like, there are traits typical of people who are born with a dick and balls and develop spermies, right? There's traits typical of them, like me. I have a bald head.
It's not that this is a random collection of traits. There's a common cause.
What?
There's a common cause between these traits. That's how we know having one trait at one point in your life predicts having another trait at a different point in your life.
It's largely
because there's a common cause, and that common cause we call it maleness.
It's called a hormone wash of testosterone. Like when you give
why do some fetuses make testosterone and some don't?
I don't.
There's already a difference.
Okay.
Testosterone is not what makes testicles form, right? Testicles form before testosterone gets made.
I never alleged there's no difference between male and female. I never said that.
Okay,
all
well,
I'm
we agree that
saying-
there's a difference. We agree
Okay,
it's a measurable
but
difference.
my point, right?
Why are
My
you trying to
point-
confuse me about it? About something we agree on? It seems
I'm
controlling.
sorry. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm sorry if you're confused. All I'm trying to say is that in everyday life, that difference doesn't matter very much, does it? Not really.
It matters to women, yeah. Matters a lot to women.
Like
that
when
we
I'm
can be
talking,
safe.
okay, when I'm
That
talking
we
to
can be
somebody,
treated fairly.
how should I talk to this person differently if they're a woman?
I'm not saying you should talk to people
Oh, so
differently,
it
but
doesn't
the state
matter
should
then.
treat people differently.
So it doesn't seem to matter whether they're a man or a woman then, right?
I mean, you can talk to women however you want. Let me know how it works out.
I'm asking you because you said it's important. I don't think it is.
It's
I will
important
talk
that
to
the
them the
state
same way.
recognize who the females are and to treat females equitably and to ensure that females have equal rights, equal access, equal funding.
Okay, so treat them like I would treat a man, right?
I don't know how you would treat a man. How do you treat
Just
men?
talk to
Do
them
you
like
hit
they're a
men?
person.
If you hit
No,
men, don't hit women.
No, talk to the. Okay, so it's fine to hit men, just not women. But I just mean talk.
I'm
to
just
them like
saying
they're
if
a
you
person.
I'm not saying it's
Like,
fine to hit men. I'm saying
no,
if you happen to hit men,
Okay, then
probably
you're
don't hit
saying
women.
Treat them like you
Do
would
you
treat
hit men?
men. Huh?
I mean, yeah, I don't know how you treat men.
I don't remember.
I genuinely don't know.
The last time I hit a man was in boxing class, which I did once and never again.
Okay, don't box women.
But what if they agree and we're like a similar weight class? Who cares?
That's really a bad idea. I care.
Why?
Because whether they're the similar
I've
weight class,
wrestled-
it doesn't
wait,
matter because they're female.
You know that
They're
like
female. Their bones are different.
you know that like in a lot of schools in like Midwestern America, right? Like I don't know where you live, but in Midwestern America, like in my schools at least, we combined women's and men's, or boys and girls, I should say. Like in 6th grade, I was wrestling girls sometimes, and they were good. You know, they were pretty good at it. Like I lost sometimes. You know.
Yeah,
I don't
girls
understand the problem.
start puberty earlier, don't they? So girls haven't had the advantage in
Okay,
certain
so
points
you're
in
saying-
childhood development.
Okay, so girls start puberty earlier. So like then you're saying that there's no inherent disadvantage if they're going up against trans girls, right?
I'm not saying that, no.
Oh, okay.
But I am saying
Never
that certain
mind then.
advantages might outweigh other
But-
certain advantages.
Okay, I just don't get what you're saying then.
If I'm
Because-
drunk though, I might be just as good at t-ball as a 5-year-old, but that doesn't mean that I should be in the league.
Huh?
Like disabled men aren't equivalent to women,
You're
and it's not
talking
fair
about
to
an
make women
age
compete
difference.
against
No.
disabled men.
No. You're talking about an age difference now. That's categorically different from a sex difference. We treat
Sure.
people different ages. Like people who are underage, we treat them differently because they're cognitively at a completely different level than us. They're in a different class of citizen. Like,
Cognitively and also strength-wise.
well, mostly cognitively is what we're concerned about. Like if some schmuck is
But if I'm
25
drunk,
years
I'm
old-
cognitively impaired too.
Okay,
So
if some
how is it not
schmuck-
fair?
If some 25-year-old Joe Schmo off the street agrees to box a professional boxer and he really wants to and they both agree, I just don't see the problem. Like just because one person is weaker than the like I've wrestled girls. I don't understand the problem with me wrestling girls. I don't. If they're good, let them. They agree.
Why
they agree
should
to it.
girls be forced to wrestle you just because you
They're
think
not
that you
forced.
should have
They-
been a girl?
I never said force. I did.
Okay,
they
so
chose to wrestle
but we're
me. Is
talking
that a
about like
problem?
women having equal opportunities, and the current situation is that Title IX is being violated because boys are being put on girls' teams, so they are being forced to compete against the boys.
But boys, by what metric? You're just saying that
The
because they have an
maleness
M,
that we agreed
they have an
exists.
M on their birth certificate. That's why you're saying that, right?
No, the maleness, the biological maleness,
Meaning
is what we're talking about.
The
of which the M
small,
signifies, but it's
motile-
not what is
the
signified
spermies, because of their spermies. Is that why?
because of their maleness and all the
Because of
implications
their
thereof, which
spermies,
sperm are
right?
one.
Because they have sperm. That's what
Because
you
of the
said.
maleness, the
What's
maleness
the
that we
what
agreed
maleness-
exists.
What's maleness?
We
Describe
agreed
it.
maleness exists.
Does it have a consistency?
It's the state of being male.
Is it tasty? Like what's maleness? What do you mean?
It's being of the male sex category that we already agreed exists.
I agree it exists, but like I said, if you're going to measure that, right, before you're allowed to compete in a sports category, I want to know what you're measuring. What are you measuring?
The maleness that we agreed exists.
But
Being
what
of the
does
male
that
sex
mean?
category.
But what does that mean? What are you looking for?
Why are you agreeing that categories exist if you don't know what they mean?
If somebody wants to be on the girls' team and you suspect they're born male, how do we test that, Exulanzic? Ideal.
I would start with a karyotype. That
A
would be a
karyotype.
good start.
Okay, so they're XY, right? That's what you're looking for.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and now the burden is on them to prove that there's some kind of like chimera.
That
But
just
even then,
seems
I feel like
very-
if you have a Y chromosome, period,
But what if
you
they
shouldn't
have?
be in women's sports
But
because
what
it's
if
a male
they
sex
have-
advantage.
But what if they have Swyer syndrome? That's
You still have
possible,
a male
right?
sex advantage.
Okay, so people with Swyer syndrome don't get to compete in women's sports, right?
Right. That's what I think.
But why? But they have. But
'Cause they're
okay,
male.
so you're basing it off of the chromosomes, then, right? That's what you're basing it off of.
The chromosomes are a signifier of the maleness, but it's being based on the maleness.
Okay, so if you have a Y chromosome in any respect, that's what you're looking for, right?
In the case of women's sports, yeah, that's what confers the male sex advantage, and so that's what needs to be
okay.
excluded from women's sports.
What advantage do you get as a result of having a Y chromosome? What's the advantage?
There's absolute and relative height and proportion differences, as well as the hormonal
Okay.
differences
Height and proportion
that lead to strength
differences. So
advantages.
what if we had studies that demonstrated that people who were born male, who nonetheless go through female puberty, have similar outcomes as people who were born female and go through female puberty? What if we had tests that confirm that? Would that satisfy you? Would then you be able to say
No.
that?
No,
why
because I
not?
don't want disabled men in women's sports.
Disabled men.
I
what do you
don't know
mean?
what's unclear about that. It doesn't matter
What-
how disabled the man is. He doesn't belong in
What
women's
about-
sports.
What do you mean disabled men? What do you mean? Why does
Men who have chemically altered puberties have an induced disability. You're saying that because they have this disability relative to other men, they're therefore equivalent to women.
What may okay? What
You have
makes it a
disabled the
disability?
man
You
by drugging
said-
him and putting him through a female puberty, or he's naturally disabled,
But you're the one who is basing.
and
this
therefore
off
now
of-
he's weak enough to compete against the women.
Yeah. So what's the problem? Let him compete against the women. Sure. Why not?
No,
That's where it's most fair.
no, he's a
Yes.
man.
What makes him a man? What is it? What
The
makes him a man?
maleness,
The what? Meaning
male.
what? Meaning what?
meaning he's in the male sex category. He's not a female.
Meaning what? Is it just the
'Cause
Y
we're
chromosome?
only arguing about
Is it
this
the Y
because we all know who
chromosome?
the males are.
Is it the Y chromosome? Is that what you're looking
The
for?
Y chromosome signifies the maleness, but it is not what is signified. It is what triggers the
what
maleness.
is-
It is
I'm-
what
Actually, I'm
possesses the
trying so
maleness,
hard.
but it's not the maleness. The maleness is the maleness.
You talk about gender confusion. I'm sorry. Like, this is what's coming out of your mouth is way more confusing than anything I could ever hope to cook up. Okay. Like, what are you talking about? What's the maleness? Like, what am I looking for when I look for maleness?
I
What
just
are
don't
the
understand why you keep
signifiers?
pretending you don't know what male means when we've already agreed that male and female is a
I've
difference that
pointed
exists
out-
between people.
I've pointed out male specific characteristics as defined by what we consider male versus what we consider female, masculine versus feminine. Okay, for lack of better ways to put it. Okay, there are things that signify that I'm a man. There are things that signify women are women, and there's a lot of overlap, and it's very blurry. And that's why I say if somebody identifies as a woman, I just call them a woman, and I don't see the problem with that. I have misgendered cis people before, and they correct me, and we move on. What's the difference?
I mean, your social conflict avoidance strategy is just not relevant
Social
to who
conflict
the males
avoidance. What do you mean social
Yeah.
conflict avoidance? What conflict am I
are.
avoiding?
You're avoiding social conflict by just going along with what people tell you
I've missed. Okay,
because it makes the most
okay, have
sense
you-
socially.
have you ever thought that somebody was one gender and then they correct you and they're actually the other gender and you believe them? Has that ever happened to you?
I mean, I've certainly had people tell me that they're this or that gender, but I'm a pretty skeptical person, so I kind of come to my own conclusions, even
Okay.
if I go along to get along to avoid social conflict.
So let me tell you a story. One time I was working my job at a movie theater. It was a dine-in movie theater. We brought your food to your tray. It was nice. Okay. And I introduced myself. Hi, I'm Alec. What can I get for you, sir? Uh-oh. Turns out this 65 whatever guy was actually a woman. Okay. And she corrects me and I hear her high-pitched voice and she says, actually, it's ma'am. And I say, oh my God, I am so sorry. She says, oh, it's fine. And then she goes on with her order. Okay. Now, I could have sat there and been like, oh, no, actually, okay, I clocked you as a man, and so that's what I'm sticking with, sir. But that just, like, that you can call that conflict avoidant if you want, But I think that just going with what she told me she is the proper response there, don't you?
Okay, but imagine now that she's trying to get into the Olympics, and it turns out that she's a he, and she's about to break some woman's face and take the prize money
Break
and
a
the
woman's
gold
face
medal
in
away
what
from the woman
sport?
and humiliate her on a national
break
stage
a
and take
woman's
her
face?
dreams. And you're saying that's fine because we should all just trust him.
But you don't even want women like you don't even want cis women swimming next to trans women. It's not even a matter of just breaking their face. You just don't.
I don't want men
trans
and women's
women-
sports. Period. You're right. I want women to have equal opportunities.
But by what metric are we judging them to be men?
The maleness.
I'll just have to take your word for it. I just I don't know what we're looking for. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
What
obviously,
instrument are we using?
the doctors aren't asking the babies to self-identify. So we agree that there's some split here that we've noticed, that we've observed, that has a functional implication. We know what maleness and femaleness means.
Are we doing okay? Are we?
And
doing
if somebody has a disability and they're male, but they look very female due to a disability, that's very unfortunate for them. But that doesn't mean that they get to compete against women.
Are we doing genital inspections?
At birth, yes.
But why? What point is there to having that on? Why should the government get to know?
To examining a baby to make sure they're healthy.
No, but
these disorders have medical implications.
Who's in charge of making sure I'm healthy is my doctor. If my doctor knows that, that's fine. My problem is putting it on the birth certificate as a government document, a basically seal that assigns me.
Right. That's so we don't have to keep doing the genital inspection. So we just write it down the first time and then we remember it.
However you feel about it, at the end of the day, the M on my birth certificate means this guy has a dick and balls. Right?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what happened to you in your life. Maybe you had a bicycle accident at some point.
That's what that means. At birth, we saw that this guy
it implies
has a dick
it.
and balls. Okay, that's what that means. Right?
It certainly implies it.
Yes.
But it does not denote it. No.
No, yes, it does, though, because that's how.
No, because a lot of males are born with deformations.
In the vast majority of cases, right? The doctors.
Yeah, that's what implies mean. It implies it. It does not denote it.
Okay. So then, dick and balls is what doctors are looking for male, and vagoober is what doctors are looking for female, right?
It's one of the things that can indicate whether the child is male.
That is in 90%, 95%, the overwhelming majority is the point of cases. That's what they look for, and that's how they put the letter on your birth certificate. Is that correct?
It is an indicator, but that does the letter on your birth certificate indicates what sex category you are in.
Based on what? What did the doctor?
Based on what sex category you are in.
What did the doctors look at or observe or measure or what have you?
Well, as you said, usually they just observe your genitalia, but sometimes they do other stuff like karyotype tests.
Sometimes, yes, if they can't tell. If it's an ambiguous genitalia, then sure, they'll run
Which is why the M does not denote any particular physical trait except for the general category of maleness.
But my point is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, the point of that letter is to ascribe you dick and balls or vagoober, right? That's what that means.
It's to identify your sex.
Okay, fine. Why does the government need to know that?
Are you embarrassed about people knowing you have a penis?
I just don't see how it's relevant in most cases. Like, for my wife, sure it is, but then when I have to pee, sure it is. But most people aren't checking out my junk. Nor would I want them to. They shouldn't feel inclined to do that.
Would you want a female officer to search you intimately?
To search me intimately? I mean, if they're performing the same pat down, like if they have a reason to, I mean, like if it's the same thing that a man would do, like I don't feel one way or the other about it. If that's what they need to do. I mean, I don't think I would ever land myself in that kind of situation, but I mean...
Okay.
I've been
do you think somebody who's very religious should have a right to practice their religious beliefs, such as that they only want a female or a male to touch them?
Sure.
Okay. So how do you assert that right if the government doesn't know what sex you are and what sex their employees are?
Okay, but if you let somebody touch you, right? Like, what's the problem? Like, you know that person, you said that it's okay that person touches you. Even if you don't know every fucking thing about that person or what their body looks like, that doesn't equate to me. Like, okay, what if you have a disgusting scar or like a third nipple? Like, okay, would you have to disclose that?
I think it's more about preventing sexual abuse.
Okay, but if everybody agrees to what's happening, what's the problem? That's not sexual abuse.
I mean, boundaries can be relaxed if everyone agrees to relax the boundaries, but you have the boundaries there as a starting point. Because it's harder to assert boundaries that are there than to relax boundaries, or it's harder to assert boundaries that are not there than to relax boundaries that are there.
Okay.
So if we have boundaries there from the start, it's just safer for everyone to then relax them later by consent and knowledge, rather than to have a free-for-all, which will result in sexual abuse that could have been prevented.
How can you possibly police what people do sexually with each other based upon what genitalia they have? How can you police that?
I'm not trying to police that. I'm trying to police whether men get to watch teenage girls undress in the locker room at school. Whether girls are forced to undress in front of their male classmates.
As opposed to
I don't think girls should be forced to undress in front of their male classmates and then gaslit about whether they can know that their male classmate is a male or not. If it's a big mystery whether he's a male. They're going to be seeing the penis in the locker room. It's not going to be a secret at that point, but the school could have prevented them from being flashed and voyeurized by checking the kid's ID.
But like the other guys see the penis, so what?
Right. Yeah, those are males.
And okay, and are females that sensitive? I was unaware. They can't handle.
Well, now you're aware. Yeah. Teenage girls don't like being flashed by adult men.
I hate to break it to you, like they've seen penises before. Most of them have seen
14-year-old girls?
Yes.
14-year-old girls?
Yes, in health
And
classes.
that makes it okay to flash them?
Yes, no, I didn't say that.
And to force them to be flashed as a condition of playing sports?
Again, you could have a third nipple and people could be grossed out by that.
How young are the girls that we're assuming have seen penises? What's the age cutoff for flashing kids, Alec?
How young have men seen penises? What's the, I mean, what are you talking about?
They've seen their own,
okay.
but what's the cutoff? At what age are girls they just have to look at 18-year-old men in their male classmates' penises? Because you assume they've already seen it.
But they have. Most of them have. And frankly, like, I don't think it's a problem that they know what a fucking penis looks like. Okay, like at that age, of course they do. They learned it in health class or through
men aren't going to protect young women from sexual violence.
They're horny teenagers.
And trauma.
Like all kinds of things can happen. So like, I just don't buy this.
How about we reduce the likelihood of those things happening? Because we know which sex is most likely to commit sex crimes and which sex they're most likely to commit sex crimes against.
You don't seem as concerned about like.
We know that from statistics.
You don't seem
statistics
as
we only have because the government keeps track of who's male and who's female.
You don't seem as concerned about young boys being forced to look at vaginas. You don't seem to be as concerned.
No, I don't think that boys should be forced to look at their female classmates' vaginas either. No, I don't think that. That's not the one
that you brought up, though. I just find that interesting.
Right, I'm a feminist. That's how I focus on framing. I'm focused on women and girls and protecting women and girls. But I've said plenty of times about on my channel and my videos, I've said plenty of times that it's also inappropriate for the girls to be going into the boys' room and subjecting the boys to that. I've certainly said that.
I don't think women are more delicate than men, but if you disagree with me, that's fine. I just thought we were all
I think women are objectively more vulnerable to male sexual violence than men.
They're more delicate, right? They're more delicate, right?
More vulnerable because males are more likely to exert sexual violence towards them.
I didn't say they're not more
various
vulnerable.
Reasons.
They are.
They're more vulnerable because statistically they're more likely to experience it.
You'll never guess who the most vulnerable is. If we're talking about, certain categories of women, I'm just pointing it out.
I'm talking about the kind of violence you can prevent by preventing male access to females in states of undress.
Okay, but you understand that trans women are like the most likely to be assaulted, right? Out of any category of women.
So how will allowing the trans women into the women's, or rather, you are allowing all men when you allow self-ID. So how does allowing all men into female-only spaces protect men from other men?
How does allowing all men into female?
Because you're giving any man the right to self-identify into the women's space.
The question.
And somehow that's going to protect the men from the men. Won't the men just follow them in?
How? Just explain to me how you keep trans women out of women's restrooms. Explain it. How do you keep them out?
Well, for instance, you could enforce what their documents say. that were
Okay, so
registered
then
at birth.
if you're entering a women's restroom in public, you must carry your birth certificate, right? Or driver's license. Something to indicate your sex at birth, right?
I mean, you're going to have to produce it if you get challenged and people don't believe
Okay,
you.
so that if you don't have it
Yeah.
and you get challenged, you
I
go to
carry
jail,
my
right?
ID when I go out, don't
Okay.
you?
I do, yes,
You don't have to carry a
typically,
birth certificate, but just
okay,
make sure your ID is valid.
Okay, but I have a restaurant like within 60 seconds walk from me. I should be able to walk in there without my ID, sit down, and have a nice meal, right?
Perhaps. I mean, but if
Okay,
you follow the
and
law,
what
why would
if-
people try to confront you about it?
Well, what if I tried to go to the restroom and people challenge whether or not I'm male? They say, "Oh, you look like one of those." I mean, I've been accused of this before, not in real life, but people look at pictures of me and they're like, "Oh, you're actually one of them freaking transes, one of them trans men."
It sounds like a problem that trans people created then.
I don't buy that because it's not trans people stopping people at restrooms or causing any.
I mean, they're the ones
problems.
that have
problems.
created so much doubt about who's who that you're apparently being accused of being a tiff.
What do you mean doubt about who's who? I know exactly who everybody is. I'm sorry if you're confused, but I feel like I have a very good orientation as far as that. I can keep track of it all.
I mean, your original question was, how do I stop trans women from using the women's restroom? I mean, how do we stop crime in general? You don't legalize crime to stop crime.
Okay, so then
The point of these rules is so that when the person goes into the women's room and acts inappropriately, the woman is believed when she says, "Hey, there's a man in here."
So if you
Get
do
'em
not
out.
carry your ID and you use a public restroom that is labeled women's or has the figure with a dress on it, right? If you use that restroom and you don't have your ID and you get challenged, you can be dragged out by police, right? Period.
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay, so then you're advocating for a world in which women must carry their IDs to use the women's restroom. That doesn't sound very feminist.
I
to me.
literally have never been challenged except for one time, and it was instantly like relaxed because women know who women are. Women aren't surprised by what women look like. Even when I was trying to look like a man.
Okay, but we agree. I brought up Blair White earlier. Like, we agree that most people would
If you look so
consider
abnormal
it-
that you expect to get challenged frequently, I would recommend using the disability unisex
Okay,
third option.
So as long as you look enough like a woman, you can use the women's restroom, right?
I mean, you can use the women's restroom if you're female, because if you get
If you look-
confronted
no,
and mistreated and it turns out you are female, then you have a claim against the state.
But what if it's
and you
Blair
can sue
White?
the state for false imprisonment, false arrest.
Blair White can use the women's restroom, right?
And you do have a right against unreasonable search and seizures. So if you don't look like you're a man in a dress, then yeah, it's probably going to be seen as unreasonable.
Okay, so it's
and if you are in fact not a man in a dress.
Okay, so as long as you look enough like a woman by Exulansic standards, you can use.
If you're
the women's
female, you
restroom,
can use
right?
female-only
Dude, but-
spaces.
Okay,
You're
you keep
entitled
going back
legally
and
to use
forth
female-only
here.
spaces as a female.
Hold on, we keep going back and forth here. I asked you very specifically: can Blair White use the women's restroom? Yes or no?
He should not know.
He should not. Okay, that was all I wanted to know.
Whether he
Based on-
could get away with it is irrelevant. He should not.
Okay, follow-up question: why not?
He's a man.
Based on what? How are we
The
measuring?
maleness. Which is how he knew which procedures to get and which hormones to take. We're all on the same page that he's a male.
Okay,
He's not secretly a female.
I
mean, maybe
keep
he's a
going back
fish.
to-
How do we know he's not a fish?
We keep going back to.
This is where our conversations always
what
go.
is
Is back
a
to
male-
mermaids.
But we keep going back to what is maleness? What yardstick are you using for that? You said the spermies, right? As if we can find
Being
the
of the
spermies-
class associated with the production of small mobile gametes.
But how?
We
what's
agreed at the start that males exist.
I told you that male traits exist, and then that puts them on the spectrum from male to female on the male
What
side.
makes them male
if they have
traits?
enough of those male traits as opposed to the female traits. Right now, I have man.
What makes
tits.
them
That
male
puts me-
traits?
Right now, I have man tits. That puts me a little closer to the female side. Okay.
It does not. No.
But okay, let me ask you this: boys who get gynecomastia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they typically get those breasts removed, right?
I mean, my understanding is that it actually goes away on its own if you just wait. So I don't
Sometimes,
see a huge
yes,
urgent
but-
need for boys to get top surgery that usually gets brought up here.
I understand, But that aside, whether you agree with them happening or not, which I do, it's 90%. But that aside, right? When they get tits, they recognize that as a feminine trait, right? Even though they were born male, they naturally developed a feminine trait as a result of some estrogen imbalance or whatever, despite being born male, right?
Their male bodies converted their male testosterone levels into estrogen, and that led to their male bodies to do a thing that male bodies do, which is develop gynecomastia at times.
But it does. But the thing that the male body does,
They're not
sometimes,
females. They're not more like females just because they did something male bodies do.
But they kind of are, right? Because they develop breast tissue, which is a feminine trait. I feel like that's 101, right? Like breast tissue is a feminine trait. Right?
I mean, do you think that because we don't have as much hair as other apes that we're like closer to cats, like Sphinx cats or something, that they have the hairless cats? Is there like a hairless cat gorilla spectrum and we're like in the middle?
I'm sorry. Are we still talking about the same thing? Hairless cats. What?
You're trying to join two categories and say it's a spectrum, and it's not. They're fundamental category differences.
But it is. That's how we have people in the middle. That's how we have people whose
there's nobody in the middle of male and female.
A general ambiguous genitalia that exists, right?
In both males and females.
Usually you lean toward male or female, usually. But sometimes it's ambiguous, and you just don't know. Like there are traits of both, and we don't know what's going on there. It just is what it is. It's rare, I'll give you that, but it exists, and I think that makes it a spectrum, right?
A spectrum would have a functional capacity. You have two categories, male and female, and within those two categories, there are functional and non-functional members. But the non-functional members aren't grouped together as some sort of like unifying connected thing.
Functional and non-functional members meaning what?
It's like saying that because the number 4 kind of looks like the letter A, that there's a letter number spectrum, and there's not.
I'm sorry, what?
Your argument is essentially saying that because the number 4 kind of looks like the letter A, and you might confuse them from like a distance, that therefore there's a letter number spectrum, and some letter numbers are in the middle of the spectrum, and I don't agree with that. I think things are either letters or numbers.
If you wanted to make a visual spectrum between 4 and A, I mean, I guess you could do that, right?
And O and 0. There's a lot of non-binary letter numbers that we could point to.
But that's not useful. That's not useful.
It's not useful here either. It's not useful to say some people don't have a sex.
I think
what's the use in that?
Okay, what if you have XY chromosomes in all female body anatomy? Then what? What do we call you? You're somewhere in the middle. You're somewhere in the middle, right?
Who has XY chromosomes in all female body anatomy? Because Swyer syndrome, they don't develop ovaries.
Oh my God. Do you know what I meant? Come on. Like overwhelmingly, if you looked at their anatomy, you'd say this person's female. But if you look at their chromosomes, you'd say this person's male, right?
I see them as a very specific kind of male. I don't see them as in the middle.
But if you only were allowed to look at their anatomy, right?
So if I was not given the full information,
sure, you'd say that.
Then I would be a boomer being fooled by an AI video. It wouldn't make the AI video more real.
Come on, you're not engaging with the hypothetical. It's not that hard. If you're analyzing somebody, if you're assessing them, and you see all female reproductive tissue and organs, you're just going to assume they're female. That's how most people with Swyer syndrome find it out, is they reach puberty and then they don't quite get the same effects from estrogen that the other girls their age get, and they find out they have Swyer syndrome.
Because we're not doing universal testing at infancy.
But it doesn't make that much of a difference, right?
Female development in a female is not a disability. It's not a disorder. It's a disorder for them because they're male.
I never said it's a disorder. I'm just explaining what happens to people.
Swyer syndrome is definitely a disorder.
And you're trying to you're trying to take their womanhood away from them, even though they lived up until their fucking teenage years, not even knowing that they had Swyer syndrome. I mean, that just seems shitty.
Nature took their womanhood away by not giving it to them.
No, but
they never had womanhood.
But how could you say that? They grew up being known as girls with a girl name, being referred to as she, her, wearing dresses and doing girl things and playing girl sports. How could you possibly say that? They lived their entire life as a girl up to that point.
They believed that they were girls, but they were in fact not girls. I can't take away from them something they never had.
But they did. They understood themselves as girls. Right?
But they never were
So
girls.
but so did everybody else around them. Everybody around them understood themselves as girls.
And that's the core of the religious impulse here, is this idea that we can make something real by believing it hard enough. It doesn't matter what everyone believed.
But
if they were
okay,
wrong.
you have to agree with me here. Socially speaking, this person has been a girl up until this point in all regards. Right?
Except the fact that their male genetics structured their male
But
brain.
socially speaking, it never made a difference, ever.
I don't
Never
know.
made a
I don't know
difference.
if it
But
made a
you're
difference or
telling
not to their
me
behavior.
but you're telling me for some reason now it does.
I don't
now
think that behavior is a social construct for the most part. I think that males and females have different behavior patterns, in large part due to biological differences, and I don't think
I'm
that can be
sorry.
easily overcome.
Women with Swire, which they are women, okay? Ask a woman with Swire syndrome. They'll say, I'm a woman, okay? Women with
I'm sure
Swire
they believe
syndrome.
that.
But they're treated as women. They act like women. They dress like women. They talk like what's the difference? Tell me why I should care. Why should I care?
They're male.
Okay.
They have male chromosomes.
Okay.
They have
Go
male
on.
implications of the male chromosomes,
Male implications of the male chromosomes. Go on.
such as they will never produce oocytes
Okay.
if they have true Swire syndrome. If you are born a male, you have implications of maleness, such as a lack of femaleness.
And that's why I shouldn't call them a woman, even though they have like all the traits of a woman. And identified as one ever since they were born, until they
I
turned
mean, what
into a
you
teenager.
should do socially to avoid conflict is up to you. But what they
What do
are
you mean to avoid
are
conflict?
adult human males.
But you understand the problem here, right? Like what you're supposing to me is that suddenly on like the fucking flip of a dime, right? They turn 13, they find out they're not menstruating, 14 not menstruating, whatever. They go to the doctor, they find out, oh, you have Swire syndrome. That's why you're not menstruating. Okay, because you have a Y chromosome and you don't have a fully functional reproductive system. That kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it? First of all, that sucks. You know, this
Probably,
person
yeah.
thought, yeah, that probably fucking sucks. Maybe they don't care, but most people would. So that first of all, that sucks. Okay? So we can acknowledge that that sucks. Second of all, this person has been living their entire life up to this point as a female person, as a fucking girl, right? So then convince me then why the presence of that Y chromosome, the fact that they don't menstruate, and the fact that they will not ever bear children, why should any of that change the fact that they are a girl and identify as a girl and will one day be a woman? What's the that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. None.
They're male, so that's why when they're adults, they will be men.
I just have to assume that we're operating on different wavelengths. I don't think I don't care. What I don't care. Okay. Now what?
I mean, they're an extreme edge case that gets brought
Okay.
up as a gotcha. They're fundamentally not relevant to whether we should
They
let men
exist-
self-select into these categories, except for the fact that as soon as you open the door to males being women, that destroys women's integrity of the female sex class as a legal category, and then we end up right back at trans. So unfortunately, the edge case matters.
But
It's the thin end of the
but we
wedge.
agree they exist, right? And if they exist and you insist on this strict differentiation between male and female, such to the extent that it affects our social roles, such to the extent that it should be put on our government identifying documents and used in a legal context. Okay, that's pretty big. Okay?
Yes,
Like,
we've literally, every human society has always had this legal
okay, but
bifurcated category for a reason.
okay, so I feel like then You should have a pretty good definition of what differentiates the two, and I just have not been convinced. I don't think that you have that definition.
You said that at the start of this discussion that you agreed that the male exists as a category.
I agree there's a spectrum between male and female, and I don't think that you've
So
disproven
you don't
that.
agree that male exists as a category. Because things
I
that
don't know how else to-
categorical differences
Okay,
have an infinity
does
jump in
red and-
discontinuity in between them. There's no spectrum
Male
between
and
categories.
male and female exist as as categories, just as red and purple exist as categories, and then there's everything in between red and purple. Okay, that's what a spectrum is. So when I say that there's a male to female spectrum,
You
that's
have a
what I'm
fundamental
referring
confusion
to.
between spectrum and category. The color differences are extremely
But-
cultural because there are no actual color categories. It is
Okay,
a
but,
true
like,
spectrum,
if
and so
I
we
said
make up color categories to
But if
kind
I
of
said-
like communicate about it.
But if I said I'm putting
For the
the color
purposes of having
scarlet
words.
if I said I'm putting the color scarlet in the red category, you'd know what I mean, right? Even though red is on a spectrum
Yes, we're
from
from
red
the
to
same
purple.
culture.
Okay, then you understand what I mean when I say male and female are categories that exist on a spectrum, right? Those things can
No,
coexist.
I don't agree with you that we're on a spectrum. We're not on a spectrum because
But
we're
you get-
defined by exclusionary functional differences. There's no spectrum
but-
between sperm and egg. It's not a spectrum.
Okay, if you're basing it off of the presence of sperm and the presence of eggs, we can do that.
No, I'm not
But I
about the
don't-
presence. I'm saying that there is no spectrum
see?
between sperm and egg.
Not the presence
So
of it.
you're
then
either in
what?
the
What do
category
you
that
mean?
makes sperm or you're in the category that makes egg.
Okay, what puts you in the category that makes sperm? What are we looking for? Go on.
Well, and humans will put you in that category as your karyotype, which
As your
happens to be
karyotype.
XY.
So XY?
Yeah, in other
Okay, so
clades,
that's okay.
it can be something as simple. I mean, it's what category you're in is defined by that distinction. Those two categorical things for which there is no spectrum in between. But what determines your sex in humans is karyotype, and then what determines your sex in other clades, like I believe crocodiles, it's determined by your temperature exposure to a particular critical period. But it's
Okay.
ultimately like it's the chemistry of the developmental path. But in
But
humans,
then why do
because
you
we're
keep
warm-blooded,
if it's XX or XY, why do you keep referring back to the gametes? I don't understand.
well, it's has Y or doesn't have a Y. So it's not so much XX or XY. It's has or does not have. Heterogametic versus homogametic, I believe is the term.
Okay, I just I don't see the social use in telling people with Swyer syndrome that they're not actually girls or women. Like, why
The social
differentiate
use is
that?
ensuring the integrity of the female sex category and fairness for women and girls, adult and juvenile human females.
But
a
what
category.
you're presupposing is that person with Swyer syndrome is somehow some kind of inherent threat to women and girls, and we have to document that. That's what I'm getting from this.
I am presupposing that if you allow males into the female category, there is no female category at that point. And so we need to accommodate males with disabilities like Swyer syndrome,
I just
but
at
not,
that point
it's not
then
a reasonable
at that point
accommodation
then
to
I just
destroy the female category.
but then at that point then I just don't care about the categories. It just sounds like they're very arbitrary. and
Right,
not very-
because
and
you
not
want
very
to help the
useful.
one obscure male. You want to help the disabled male over all females. We
That's
get
not
it.
very excellent. That's not very charitable of you. Come on.
That's the argument, is that these extremely rare obscure like males that happen to look female through no fault of their own, that their interests should be above all females.
Do you truly believe that in my heart of hearts, I am just fighting for confused men? You think that of me? I understand
I do
them
think
to
that
be
you are actively
confused men.
prioritizing the interests of the rarest of males over all females. Yes.
The rarest of males.
Swire and other male DSCs are very rare. So they're very rare males.
Well, like shiny Pokemon? What do you mean?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. You should see how some of these people talk about
I
Kais.
just that's a very interesting way of putting it. I the rarest of males, they're a fucking dish. I just
I mean, that's
it's not
that's
the way I
core
would say
problem
it.
here. We
But
have the
I-
interests of
you
all
know,
females to having a coherent legal category and equal opportunities and
Mm.
funding, and
They're
we
the
have the
rarest
interests
of
of this very
males.
very rare male with a very sad story of trauma and unfortunate
I just-
circumstances.
But
It's called an ad misericordiam logical fallacy.
you can call it whatever you want. I just don't think that. I haven't been convinced. I still stand by trans people. I still stand by trans rights.
I do think they have a right to accommodation within the male facilities.
But I haven't been convinced that trans women aren't women and trans men aren't men. Like, you're strictly basing it off of chromosomes, and I don't see, like, the point of that. I don't see the point.
Because if they were women already, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They're not women. They're males who want to be women.
You know who were women already? People with Swyer syndrome. They were, or girls at least. They were already girls until they found out they're not getting their period. And then they go and get a karyotype done in their XY, and they turn out to be Swyer syndrome. Now suddenly they're not girls. Why not? What changed?
Because they were male all along.
But they've just
born with a disability, and it's very unfortunate for them.
But you have to agree with me. Okay, just explain this to me. Up to that point, a person with Swyer syndrome, which we agree exists and deserve to be talked about in some capacity, right? A person with Swyer syndrome grows up as a girl until they're 13. Just as a person born with XX chromosomes grows up as a girl until they're 13 and they start menstruating and whatever and get natural female puberty. So up until that puberty point, right? What's the difference? Tell me the difference.
One is actually female, having a female experience. One is having a distinctly male experience of believing you're female when you're not.
I don't believe you.
Your genetics affect you.
In
order for your position to be correct, you have to completely discount the uniqueness of the female experience and say it doesn't exist, it's not real. It is real, and no male has access to the female experience. Not a single male knows what it's like to actually grow up female. You don't know.
But there's no difference.
Swyer syndrome knows what it's like to grow up being mistaken for female. That's all they know. They don't know what it's like to truly be female because they're not female.
Actual, like, just describe how give me an average day in the life of a person with Swyer syndrome when they're 8, as opposed to like a person born with XX chromosomes who's also 8. Let's say they're best friends.
Okay, one of them wakes up and they're female. And they go through their day with female physiology.
With female physiology,
experiencing the world as a true female.
How is it different? How is it different from what the 8-year-old with Swyer syndrome
Males would love to know what it's like to be female a lot of the time. But the fact that you can't wrap your mind around the fact that it's just different.
People with Swyer syndrome have female anatomy, yes?
But they don't have female genetics, and those female... And no, they fundamentally don't. They have a female mimicry. It looks female, but it's not. Because it's coming from a male, it's a result of male genetics.
It's female mimicry, right? We can run with that. I agree. Sure, fine.
In some species, males have actually evolved to mimic females anatomically, but they know that they're males too.
Fine, we'll call it female mimicry. Fine. I think that's weird, but we can run with that.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but the point is that an underdeveloped
I just think it's interesting for a feminist
body,
to use that language, but we can run with it. Female mimicry, so female mimicry. So what's happening here?
Well, because we're talking about males.
But when you say female mimicry, this person grows up and everybody around them, including themselves, think that they're born female and that they're a girl, right? Right?
It's not relevant to whether they're female. Your belief in something doesn't make it true.
What's the actual difference? What's the difference in their lives?
They're not female. See, your entire argument relies on saying that the females don't have a unique experience.
But you're not actually explaining why that's important.
We do have a unique experience, and that unique experience is rooted in our femaleness.
You just keep going back to they're not male, they're not female, they are male, they are female. Like, it doesn't make a difference. And socially, no, it doesn't.
It does.
Okay, how?
It does.
How? Explain. How could I tell
the world differently because I'm a female?
Put an 8-year-old with Swyer syndrome versus an 8-year-old.
You can't access my experience.
Then how can you access the experience of a fucking Swyer syndrome person?
I don't have to access it to know that it's not a female experience because they're male.
They're
have to access male.
Okay.
They have male genetics, and those male genetics built their male brain.
Then if you don't have to access their experience, how can you possibly know if it's a male experience? You don't access it. You don't care to access it at all.
I know that it's a male experience because it's happening in a male body.
You're operating on a completely surface level here of like the letters that in the genetic code aren't there. And therefore I'm not going to respect your experience.
It's not about respecting the experience. It's about recognizing that the experience is one of an XY.
If you ask somebody,
it's an experience an XY
I always get accused of like hiding behind intersex people for like my arguments, that's fucking bullshit. The people who disrespect intersex people the most are fucking transphobes. You know why? Because you don't even acknowledge their fucking existence. Okay, they exist, they matter, and their experiences matter, and that
I don't acknowledge the womanhood of any male. You're correct about that. I've been canceled for not acknowledging the womanhood of males.
With Swire
males
syndrome.
Aren't women.
Women with Swire syndrome.
They're males. Categorically.
They all disagree with you, all of them. I dare you to find one that thinks they're a man. Go on.
I have a case study I could send you of a KAIS patient who transitioned. But the fact that some people with DSDs are trans doesn't really change anything. I fundamentally don't care if some.
I just don't understand why you feel like you have a right to explain to them what their experience is. What gives you that right?
You think that males have more of a right to tell females what our experience is than females have?
No, their own experience.
I'm only doing what they're doing, which is saying that I have a unique experience that's rooted in my femaleness.
Okay, what's so special about your experience?
To have a female experience
what's so special about?
You think that they're right and I'm wrong because they're males and I'm female, and you know that.
What did you experience that a person with Swire syndrome could never? Give me one example.
Having XX chromosomes.
Meaning what?
Femaleness.
What does that actually mean? What does that mean?
It means I'm female and I've experienced femaleness.
What does that feel like? What does that mean? I don't
understand. It feels
like
femaleness.
Is that?
I know.
Oh,
I know males don't get it. I get it.
I guess I'll just have to fucking take your word for it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess. I just don't think that holds up very well.
Do you think I know what it feels like to be you? To be a male?
Of course not. Of course not.
Okay. I don't want the state to go based on vibes. I want them to go based on objectively measurable categories.
I know what it feels like to be a man. That's like, I know what it feels like to be a man. Okay. And my dick and balls, frankly, has not very much to do with it in my day-to-day life. Not really. Like when
do you think trans men know what it's like to be a cis man?
Do I think trans men know what it's like to be a cis man? Well, they're not a cis man, but they have, once they transition, there are various things that, trans men usually pass pretty fucking well. Yeah, in many respects, they do know what it's like to be a cis man. They've described it.
Do you think their experience is the same as yours?
Well, no, the trans experience is unique.
What's the difference after they transition? They must know exactly how you feel.
But my experience as like a white man is different from that of most black men. We live in different cultures for the most part. Different circumstances.
And there's genetic differences there too.
Sure. But we're both men. So like a trans man has different experiences from me as a result of being cis. And I think that's fine. And their experience is unique. And like I
have to accept that the Swire male has a female experience.
Let me put it this way. If I had to grow up, because I am a man and I identify as a man and I've been a man all my life. If I had to grow up being told that I'm actually a girl and being forced to put on dresses and do my hair and grow my hair out and whatever, and then I turn 14, 15, I start growing tits, I would be very, very, very self-conscious about that and want to change that. Okay? And I think that would be reasonable, right? Because I'm a man, right? So all I'm asking for is the same respect given towards trans men. I don't think that's so hard.
So the same respect given. So to be clear, I don't think we should be giving cosmetic surgery to minors because they feel social pressure to. I think
but if that's the case, the biggest thing you should be fighting against is surgeries for young cis men with gynecomastia, young cis boys with gynecomastia, because they do like surgery for that as young as like 14. I'm just saying, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's 90% of all breast reductions done on cis boys.
I'm happy to stick with the activism I'm doing. I do speak out against it as I just did here.
Why? It seems kind of inconsistent but it seems inconsistent at that point.
No, it's more like avoiding mission creep. Because right now there's a specific ideology that's lying to kids that they're going to kill themselves if they don't get the surgeries. They try to sell it to them. And there's people charging $200,000-$300,000 to do top surgeries on girls.
I guess like the 90% figure just doesn't matter to you. Which is crazy.
I haven't seen that figure.
I mean, I can look it up if you want.
I don't think we should be doing cosmetic surgeries on minors, period.
I understand that, but if you're looking for a place to like put your best efforts forward, all I'm saying is that it's a way bigger problem for young cis boys getting it for gynecomastia. You don't think they should get it for gynecomastia, right? You disagree with that?
Well, the other argument, though, is that with gynecomastia, there's a question of elevated cancer risk from the estrogen exposure.
Okay, do you have
but at the
sources
same
for
point,
that?
like I said, I think that you shouldn't do cosmetic surgeries on minors, period.
Okay, so you're like significantly more likely to get cancer as if you're born male and develop breast tissue than if you are born female and develop breast tissue. That's true?
That's not what I said. I said you're more likely as a male to get breast cancer if you've been exposed to estrogen and develop breast tissue compared to males
That is
who
what
have
I
not been
just
exposed to
asked you.
estrogen and develop breast tissue. So it's a male-to-male comparison. I'm not comparing to females because we're not a spectrum.
But by
females
that
are likely going to continue to have a slightly elevated compared to even males on estrogen because we were exposed to more estrogen earlier in life, and cancer is a disease of aging.
Okay, but if you develop breast tissue as a female person, you are more likely to develop breast cancer, right? As opposed to if you don't. Yeah, so like why not let them get breast reductions then?
I mean, a lot of people who have elevated breast cancer risk, such as the BRCA mutation, they do get their breasts removed for cancer prevention.
So then you agree it's okay for some people who are born female. Why not others?
I think it's generally medically, if it's medically necessary, medically reasonable, that's one thing. If you're doing it because you're part of a fad or because you think that you're going to kill yourself if you don't, because you don't have insight into your own mental issues, that's bad. That's exploitation, that's manipulation, that's predatory industries that need to be reined in. So I just see them as fundamentally different. And I don't think we should be giving breast cancer prevention surgeries to minors who don't have breast cancer.
A lot of people are going through this whole trans thing, right? This whole predatory fad that you speak of, you know, it's been going on for a little while now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Produced me.
Okay. So by this point, then, we should have some, you know, a significant number of people who regret this, right? Who are coming out of the woodworks to say,
we have
you know
a fair
what?
number of those.
A fair number of those. Okay. What percentage of people who went through this whole thing would you say? What do you think?
I've seen figures as high as 30% of people going off the hormones after a few years.
30% of people regret.
There's one in PubMed.
Okay.
The other issue is that there's the elevated morbidity, so it's hard to regret something if you're dead. There's a lack of follow-up, so it's hard to fully estimate it. But based on what I've observed in my own life in terms of the trends about people transitioning and then outgrowing it and moving on versus staying in it. Some people do stay in it longer than others. But I think over time, the number of people who have left the trans identity is going to outnumber the number of transitioners, because you're a detransitioner longer than you're a transitioner if you detransition, for the most part.
So,
although I have yet to be a detransitioner longer than I was a transitioner,
so 30%, then you're saying regret this by your estimate?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I don't know. It's hard to know.
Sounds
exactly
about as much. If I'm looking at this correctly, it sounds.
But the issue is that once you're on the hormones, you have diminished capacity too. So, like, what percentage of lobotomy recipients regretted it?
I don't know if they had the capacity to regret it after a lobotomy.
Right.
Do you? That's kind of why it's bad.
They don't have the capacity to articulate.
I'm
so
sorry, but like transitioning, I'm sorry, you will never convince me that transitioning care is the same as a lobotomy. I have no idea where people got that, and I frankly don't care to entertain it. I don't understand. What do you mean a lobotomy? What does that have to do with being trans? Have you met a trans person? They don't have fucking lobotomies.
Have I met a trans person? Yes.
Okay.
The
well,
drugs
then you
are
would
acting
know.
on your brain. And
oh, sure. So do antidepressants.
Areas.
What do you mean? They're hormones. Of course they act on your brain.
That's one of the foundations of the comparison. The other, of course, being that they're destroying tissue when they go and do these amputations and inversions.
Destroying tissue? I mean, that happens all the time in surgery. That's what surgery is. You destroy tissue.
You asked what the basis for the comparison is. And those are the two bases for the comparison.
The base of the comparison?
The other basis of the comparison is that there's no like logical reason that this would cure mental distress?
No logical reason. Well, Angela Anzik, I ask you, if you had a person who, you know, was a girl and wore dresses and wore their hair long and was named Emily, right? And liked to go by Emily and played with other girls and played on girl sports and whatever, and they started growing facial hair, you know, that's going to give them some body image issues, right?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty common female
Okay.
experience to start growing some facial hair at puberty and be self-conscious about it
Right. So we should
and
take
have to
measures.
remove unwanted body hair. That's a pretty common female
Right.
experience.
So we should take measures for that person to subvert their natural anatomy and appear the way that they would like to appear, right? Because if you think about it, we don't have to shave the hair. You don't have to. I mean, that isn't like, it's more invasive than just leaving it alone. You are going at it with a very sharp
I don't think it's that healthy to encourage.
You know how often
as
kids,
a
listen,
young girl that did that, that actually did that and took steps to remove my unwanted facial hair when I was a child. Yeah.
You know, you go at your face with a fucking
It's not
razor
healthy
blade.
for girls
I'm
to be
just saying,
encouraged to bodily modify.
listen, we let them go at their faces with a razor blade. It's very sharp. You can cut yourself and get an infection, and you know that can go systemic and kill you. I'm just saying, like, maybe we should outlaw shaving if we're going to outlaw like any trans-related care. Right? It's too risky.
How did you feel saying that? Did that sound serious to you in your head? That we should
so it's
outlaw,
fine.
how are we going to outlaw shaving?
So letting kids hold very sharp instruments near their face is fine, you think? That's fine.
I mean, it's a parenting choice.
Okay.
I mean, they're called safety razors, aren't they?
Exulantic thinks parents should let kids hold very sharp instruments near their faces. We've heard it here, folks. Thank you, Exulantic. That doesn't sound very safe to me, but you know. I thought we were about child safety here and looking out for the best interests of our children, but I mean, you know, it doesn't sound very smart to me.
All right, I think I'm gonna end the call then.
Okay.
It was nice.
Okay.
Nice chatting.
All right. You
Been a
take
while.
care.
I think it's a good place to end it. Take care.
All righty. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm just saying, like, listen, if you're going to say that it's like unsafe, okay, well, so is holding a very sharp instrument against your face and risking getting an infection. Listen, I told her I was going to hear her out. I did, and I'm not convinced. So, you know, if you think leave in the comments who you think won the debate. There you go. That's the call to action we needed, right, Dubsy? Ostracizing people with slightly different views is as leftist as it gets. Would you like to come on for a discussion? I got time. Jack Logan. We can get you in the Discord server. Also, she's pro-eugenics. I don't know anything about that. I'm not saying it would surprise me, but, you know, I'm not going to comment on that. I just don't get it. I don't get it. She keeps referring to maleness and femaleness, and I'm just like, I don't know what you mean. Like, you didn't say that there's any way that I should treat people differently based on whether they're male or female, so I just don't understand why this differentiation is so important. She's obsessed with the maleness. I was like, what does that look like? What does that smell like? What does that taste like? Like, what do you mean? You know, what's the maleness I'm looking for? Alex, shout out from Russian LGBTQ refugee in Spain. Well, thank you. Hope you're doing okay. You could have pushed her more, but she definitely lost with her positions. I just don't look at it as male. Sorry, male. I was gonna say look at it as male or female. I don't look at it as winning or losing. Like, I heard her out. I listened to her honestly. I tried to analyze the problem, and I just didn't see it. I don't get it. Like, what's the problem with accepting trans women as women? She didn't have a good argument. Right? Like, I wasn't convinced. I don't think my audience was convinced. I don't think anybody watching that would be very convinced. If they are, then so be it. But she didn't convince me, and that's all I care about. I think people need to understand. I hate to sound like preachy, but like, if you're debating these days, the best way to go about the debate is to let yourself be convinced of things. Thanks, but this debate was really fucking exhausting. Yeah, a little bit. Like, let yourself be convinced of things. If they're going to make assertions and they want to convince you of something, not tonight, mate, but thanks. Okay. I mean, my Discord's in the description. Like, let yourself be convinced. And you will find that they're not convincing at all. Just think about it like a normal-ass fucking person. Right? Just like a normal, well-to-do fucking person. Just, like, turn your brain off a little bit and consider what they're saying seriously. And you'll find that it falls apart with the slightest bit of pushback. You know, people try too hard. I'm not trying to win. I'm just hearing her out and letting her dig her own pit. Common sense is not only about science, but also about feelings and acting in good faith. I mean, I think acting in good faith is common sense. I think most people try to. I've been listening to so much Alan Watts. He's so good. I've also been watching some Northern Lion. He's fun. He's just cool. He's one of the very few bald guys without like a long beard that I think is pretty chill. Okay. Let's see what we got in the politics react folder. I have one I might watch. Let's see what we got in the juice box. Oh, not that guy. What's this?
Happy Black History Month.
Okay. This might be good. Oh, wait.
If you watched the...
We got to talk about this. So Donald Trump decided he was going to post a spicy meme about Barack and Michelle Obama. As you can see, very normal. This is fine. Nothing to see here. You know, this is fine that our president is posting this, okay? Nothing to read into. And Mark Dice is here to tell us why. Now, Mark Dice, I think I've gone over him once before. Maybe. Independent media analyst and best-selling author of The War on Conservatives, seen on Newsmax, OAN, Fox News, InfoWars, and more. So yeah, you guys get the idea. So let's take a look at what Mark Dice's take on this situation is. Now, a different video was suggested to me for Mark Dice, but I felt like this one was more relevant. If you would like to make suggestions for me to watch, go to the Discord server. Dubsy will leave a QR link on the screen, or you can find The link in the description.
If you watched the liberal media yesterday, and I hope that you didn't, I watched them so that you don't have to subject yourselves to such thing. It was a 5-alarm fire. You would have thought that the biggest tragedy struck America since 9/11, because President Trump posted a meme, a supposedly racist meme, consisting of one depicting President Obama and Big Mike Michelle as...
I mean, it's racist.
And while this technically is true, it is a half-truth. So I'm going to tell you what actually happened here and show you the liberal media meltdown and the meltdowns and the apology demands from cowardly conservatives as well. Not just cowardly, but also completely ignorant, because they had no idea what actually happened. And they immediately took to social media and ran to CNN to denounce what President...
I mean, listen, like, even giving Trump the benefit of the doubt, like, let's say that, because he had other animals on there, I've seen the video, like, he's got a giraffe and an elephant or whatever. It is possible, okay, that Donald Trump is just that stupid, right? And honestly, I'd believe this about Donald Trump, but I guarantee you whoever actually generated this shit, right? Whoever actually, made it, there's a reason that they open up on 2 black people as monkeys. There's a reason, okay? The rest of it is just a cover up for it. And I feel like that's just as plausible an explanation for this as any.
Trump supposedly did without actually knowing what really happened. He posted this video on Truth Social about, how shall we say, election anomalies, fraud in the 2020 election. And then at the very end, it did play maybe 2 seconds of this meme, because whoever screen recorded the video that he posted then didn't edit the last second of the video when it looks like it was from an Instagram reel, and then it just automatically auto plays the next video, which then happened to be this meme. And so he didn't post that meme, which I will show you what it is. It's just a parody of The Lion King, showing all kinds of different Democrats as a
I told you he
variety
fell
of
for
different
it.
animals. But this is the very ending of the video and what happened.
See, you can get away with displaying black people as monkeys now, because, Donald Trump did a funny haha and made everybody African animals in the savannah, and then made himself the lion. No fascist implications there, of course.
Heard that favored Joe Biden.
What was that? 1.5, 2 seconds, maybe? That then sparked the news cycle to lead with this as the #1 story all day on every show, and caused every Democrat to take to social media to denounce.
Once again, I think Donald Trump is stupid enough to not understand why it's racist. I just think that it is racist, and whoever posted it or whoever convinced him to post it is a racist. And racists are getting their kicks off of it.
The disgustingly racist video depicting the Obamas as apes. Stay tuned, because there's plenty more to come in this video. But real quick, subscribe to my channel if you're new here, because if you found this video, it's a miracle, because my channel is severely shadow banned, and as well, you will soon see, if you can't get it already, you won't find another channel politically.
Also, let's take the racist element out of it. Why is the president posting this AI-generated fucking slop? Just take the racism out of it. What are we to take from this? Well, why? This is not what I want my president to be doing. I have higher standards. Maybe I'm the weird one. I just want the, most powerful person in the world to have higher standards than posting this fucking AI garbage.
Incorrect and as honest as this anywhere else. Most hurt, however, was Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader.
Is there any viable vehicle for left-wing politics in us, or does everyone just vote Dem? I mean, I'm not, I've already explained this in the debate we just had earlier. I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. Voting as left-wing as possible is generally what I agree with. But the Democrats simply just don't fucking care about us enough. And unless they, I have a very, specific baseline for what I think is acceptable in a Democratic candidate moving forward. My lower limit is abolish ICE. Abolish ICE. If you can say abolish ICE, or the and would be better, but free college, free healthcare, rent control, basically, like, just a very like higher minimum wage, $25 minimum wage, anything like that. Like, that would sell me. That's the standard I have, and I don't think that's that's asking very much.
Who was so unhinged that he dropped an F-bomb in his video denouncing it, which I will bleep out because I run a family-friendly show around here. Unlike the House Minority Leader, who is now swearing like a drunken sailor.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump also swears and says disgusting things. I mean, it's very famous that he said grab them by the pussy in a very disgusting context. Like, that's worse than just dropping an F-bomb, which he's also done.
And his vile, racist, and malignant behavior.
But aside from the Democrats pretending to be outraged about this, or
What was
many of
funny
them
about
I'm
that?
sure are, just because they're that mentally unhinged.
Why do they always laugh at things that aren't funny?
This disgusting
They know they look insane when they do that, right?
video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump. And his vile, racist, and malignant behavior.
But aside
Like, it's weird, right?
from the Democrats pretending to be outraged about this, or many of them I'm sure are, just because they're that mentally unhinged. Again, not understanding what actually happened. Were the cowardly conservatives...
Don't worry, guys. There's a reason that we put two of the most prominent black people's faces on monkeys. Okay, there's a good reason, and I'm going to explain it now. I'm a conservative, by the way.
Tim Scott, that
And I'm not
black
racist.
gay senator from North Carolina who ran for president, thinking that he actually
Black
had
and
a
gay?
chance.
That's
Posted
double
on
dipping.
Twitter that he was praying that it was fake because it's the most
You
racist
can't be both.
thing that he's ever seen out of the White House. And adding the president should remove it. Batya Ungar Sargon, this proud Jewish woman who is a liberal basically, but she became one of the darlings of conservative Inc. because she drew the line at, like, transing children. So then, of course, she's a big hero in conservative media and mentions that she's Jewish.
What is happening?
Every time she's on every show. But she posted that this was gross and racist.
Okay.
The president should delete it and apologize. The clip with the Obamas is the last 2 seconds of a minute-long clip on voting machines being hacked. So maybe Trump didn't watch it till the end. Oh, maybe, you think? Same with this rhino on the right, whose name I refuse to waste any brain cells remembering, but I have started seeing her as a regular panelist now on one of the primetime CNN shows.
I mean, look, I think it was an inappropriate video. I'm glad that he took it down. I wish he would apologize. Hopefully he still will.
When other Republican politicians are saying, yeah, that was a step out of line, I feel like it's time to just, own it, right? Just own it and be like, yeah, that wasn't cool. I understand the implications of that. But not Mark Dice, not this guy. He's very principled in his racism, okay? He believes in your right to, as the president of the United States, the most powerful man on the planet, post imagery of black people, like prominent black people's faces on monkeys, on his Truth Social page, at his own discretion.
Proper response
That's fine.
is to say it was at the very end of the video. It wasn't even part of the original post. It was sort of just a leftover. And then also to say, but the meme is hilarious. And he actually should post the full
That's what I'm
original
saying,
meme
Shabazz.
so that everyone else
Exactly.
can enjoy it. Here's just part of it. I can't play the whole thing because the music is from The Lion King and it'll cause a copyright issue. But as you can see, it depicts different Democrats.
We're not
as
getting the full
different
experience of
animals.
this masterpiece.
There is AOC. Pencil neck as the giraffe. Perfect. J.D. Pritzker, that elephant over there, the governor of Illinois. Perfect.
I'm sorry, this is just Jib Jab, right? You guys remember Jib Jab? Like, that's all this is. Like, he just inserted faces on top of, like, animal videos. It's just Jib Jab. Like, it's the same thing. And like, people are, like, suffering because we have data centers that are built specifically so that Donald Trump can, you know, pop his prompts into the AI generator and, you know, God, I just, you know, I really do have hope for humanity. I do. It's just going to take some time for us to recover from this era.
Fitting for him. There's old Joe as a monkey. Kamala Harris as a turtle.
Can we play this?
There he is. The king of the jungle. King of DC. The morons over at Fox News weren't any better. Here
it's
is
so
Laura
stupid.
Ingraham, who, again, has no idea what she's...
Like, think about it. Like, we drained 5 lakes so that our sweaty orange president could make that. That's crazy.
Even talking about and believes the fake news, because we live in an attention deficit society where even these supposed professionals can't spend 10 seconds reading past the headline, let alone 30 seconds or a minute to at least kind of digest the context and figure out what actually is going on with a post. So here's Laura Ingraham just repeating fake news like a moron.
It's been issue after issue. At the same time, and I know you've been dealing with this today, but Donald Trump's Truth Social post set off a firestorm online. I only noticed it this morning because I was writing, but it was a video that he had posted portraying Michelle and Barack Obama with an ape motif, and I guess there were other politicians who were portrayed in other animal motifs as an internet meme. Tim Scott, the senator, obviously African-American, said he was praying it was fake because it was the most racist thing he'd ever seen out of the White House.
Loser.
The president should remove it. Caroline, I know the president did remove it, deleted it, but it was up for, I think, 12 hours or something like that. How did this happen, and can you really throw a staffer under the bus for this?
So it was up for 12 hours. And this...
Even Fox News is like, how did this happen? Who can we blame for this? Like, this was crazy. Like, I'm sorry, Mark, you're on the losing side of this.
Bimbo didn't even have the time, or her staff didn't even have the time to do, like I said, 30 seconds worth of research to find out what context that 2-second clip was posted in.
They're so much meaner to their own women than we are. Like, I've said a lot of shit about like Fox News women. They're all like copy pasted. I mean, just look at this, right? Like, that's crazy. But like, I've never called them bimbos. I just feel like they're on your side, buddy. Like, they're constantly just tearing each other asunder.
This is like the worst thing to happen in America since January 6th, according to these lunatics, including those with black fragility like Stephen A. Smith.
I just wanted to address this subject, and that's essentially involving the president, Donald Trump.
He's black. He's not allowed to have an opinion on racism.
Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes.
That's true, by the way. Like, look at their behavior whenever black people speak up about racism. Look at their behavior. Like, they're always dismissing it way more than when white people talk about it. Way more.
I'm going to say that again. Depicting the first black president.
Let me slow way down to try to create drama out of this and hype it up into something it is not.
Do people watch him unironically? Is this entertainment for some people? Imagine being how many subscribers does he have? 1.91 million. Imagine being a Mark Dice subscriber. What does he offer you? If you're a Mark Dice subscriber, leave in the comments what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, he's not entertaining. Like, this isn't just me, right? Like, he's not entertaining in the least. conservative media is so low quality. Not always. I think Ben Shapiro is kind of entertaining. No, you can be conservative and have like entertaining media. Joe Rogan, that motherfucker's entertaining. Sorry, there's a reason that he's the top podcaster like ever. Okay, Joe Rogan's very entertaining. Mark Dice, I just can't imagine being a Mark Dice guy.
In United States history, and the first black first lady.
It's like a step even below like being a Matt Walsh guy. Because like Matt Walsh, right, like he's kind of got like, it's fake, but he's got like the dad lumberjack kind of look going on. You know, like it's not a good lumberjack, but like he plays at it. You know, he's clearly putting on some kind of performance. But like this guy, I mean, it looks like he's right out of fucking Half Sword. He looks like the Half Sword jockeys or whatever they're called. He looks like he got to go pick up a fucking wooden stool and smack somebody else across the head with it.
In United States history, as apes, monkeys.
Ew, look at his lips curl. Ew.
In the year 2026, that has happened.
Yeah. We like racist memes. We're making racist memes great again, if you haven't heard. This is one of those times when...
See, like he's joking, but he's not joking.
It becomes
The thing
clear
they like to
that
do.
it's a mistake to elevate token black Republicans just because they're black, trying to...
Is that so different from watching this stream? I personally find myself more entertaining than I find Mark Dice. I am biased, I will fully admit. But, you know, I have people on my side who agree with me, and it's fine if they're in the minority of people. I think that I trust myself more than I trust Mark Dice at this point. As far as what's entertaining, because I'm not entertained by him.
Diversify the party.
And if you're not entertained by me, you're more than welcome to leave. But here you sit.
Try to show that the party's not racist. We love diversity. We love congressmen like Burgess Owens, who says that he's aware of the True Social post that circulated earlier. The imagery was wildly offensive.
Is that so different? I was talking to previous comment. Okay, well, you should have added them then.
Inappropriate. And as a black man, he feels it especially troubling. It never should have been shared or even created. Of course, we're just calling for censorship there. Black fragility revealed. And I'm glad it has been taken down. Reports indicate that it may have been posted in error by a staff member. But regardless, we have a responsibility to use care and good judgments with the content we post and distribute. Republican Senator Katie Britt, who gave
No
the
commentary on it?
response to the Democrat State of the Union address a few years ago, as the Republican establishment was trying to prop her up as the new it girl, probably really getting her in line to possibly be President Trump's VP.
Why is he boring? He's so boring. Like I can't. Like he's one of those people whose voice becomes a drone in the background. You know what I mean? Like it's more like I'm listening to an air conditioning unit than a person.
Pick so that there could be diversity.
I promise
in
I'm
the Republican
trying.
Party. But her performance was so horrifying that she just became a laughingstock. So she says this content was rightfully removed, should have never been posted to begin with, and this is not who we are as a nation. Of course, we have the double standards of white people often being portrayed as monkeys, including President Trump. It was very common during the George W. Bush administration because, well, he, did appear to have the brain of a monkey. So
Okay, but there's historical implications for black people being portrayed as monkeys. They're evolutionary, quote unquote scientists who ascribe to like the theory that black people aren't as evolved as white people. Like there are very clear implications here, and especially at this time in history when like racism is at an all-time high, right? Basically, like we don't have chattel slavery, I guess, but like racism is pretty fucking high right now. Like people are just allowed to go out and say whatever the fuck they want. And, it's just scary seeing some of this racism being normalized and saying it's acceptable. Like, even the Republicans are seeing it now. But you, Mark Dice, you know better. You know better, you pasty little boy. You're smarter than that. You see through the liberals' attempts to make racism bad again. Because racism should be looked at as good or something. I just, like, I don't understand. Like, this guy's in the Epstein files, right? Like, what do you think about that, Mark Dice? I'm just saying.
We have countless memes over the last decade depicting President Trump as a monkey. But of course, the blacks always need their double standard.
The blacks!
They get their feelings hurt. Oh, David Letterman even did a segment back like 20 years ago.
Do you have any opinions on UK politics? I'm not very good at politics outside of America, I will be honest. So
about President Trump.
Except I guess they have like an immigration problem as well. Be nice to immigrants. That's all I have to say. They're not trying to hurt you.
Study the game board, and we're looking for Trump or monkey. You have to pick either Donald Trump or the monkey. All right, start the clock. Here we go. Take your time. 30 seconds.
I'm going to go with the center.
Make your choice carefully.
Looking for Trump.
I haven't watched
We're looking for Donald
kinda
Trump
funny.
or the monkey. Yes, you
Or
tell
Donald
us if you
Trump is
think
on
you
the
found
far right.
Donald Trump
Monkey's
or
the
the
middle.
monkey.
Donald
Which
Trump is on the
one?
right.
Trump.
That's
Which
Trump.
one? Okay, which one do you think it is?
That's
you
Trump.
think that's Donald Trump?
Yes, that's Trump.
All right, let's turn over the one closest to Rupert. Closest to Rupert. Okay, so there's a
Okay,
monkey.
that's monkey. That's monkey.
All right, let's turn over the center one.
That's monkey.
Oh my
That's
God.
monkey.
Turn it over.
I was right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I got it.
It's all good fun, but you know, the disgruntled black people among us always have to ruin it. But the key point of this whole story that I want to make
The
is
disgruntled black people among us always have to ruin it. That's a crazy sentence to come out of a dude's mouth, right? The disgruntled black people among us always have to ruin our fun. That's crazy, bro. Like, imagine being white enough to say the disgruntled black people. The disgruntled blacks, if you will. These disgruntled blacks and their rap music. And being mad at us for depicting them as monkeys. Dude, which has never historically been a problem ever. Never led to anything bad. Ever.
that the liberal media
How
took
dare
this out
they?
of context, took a half-truth, and tried to spin it, and that the Republicans also...
This Mark Dice guy really hates black people. I don't even think that's true. I just think that he's like he just seems like I don't... Maybe he does. But like what I'm getting from this is that he just wants to be a little edgy boy. He wants to be the edgiest boy, you know? Like, I don't know if I can give him the credit of like a truly devout racist. It just seems like he wants to be a little edge boy. You know what I mean? Like, grow some fucking testicle hair, brother. You don't got to be edgy. Just be like normal. Just be normal and understand that you don't depict black people as monkeys. You don't do that. Okay? There's bad historical implications to that.
Or got duped by fake news.
You know,
or
it's not
virtue
hard.
Signaling, so afraid to be called
But he
racist.
wants to be edgy.
My
He's a little
main
edge boy.
point is that the Conservative Inc., the brand name conservative podcasters, YouTubers, political pundits, etc., are such cowards that they can't admit, they won't admit that racist jokes are hilarious. Racist memes
They can be.
are
The
hilarious.
okay, the thing is, racist jokes can be very funny. I've laughed at racist jokes before. There's plenty of them that are funny. They're in fucking Cards Against Humanity. You know, I've played that several times. Racist jokes can be hilarious, but conservatives just like, I'm not saying none of them have ever made a funny racist joke, but like it's always the same. Like, this is not funny. Oh, look, we put black people's faces on monkeys. Isn't that hilarious? No, not really. I mean, you know, maybe if I were like 7 and I've never seen that done before, I would like laugh at it in kind of the same way that like I would laugh if you ran into the room with a trash can on your head. Just out of the sheer ridiculousness of how it looks. But like not like I wouldn't be like appreciating it like oh people think this is racist, but I know better. This is high class comedy right here. This right here, I would drink wine and eat cheese while having a good hearty oh look at them go. Oh, this is such high quality humor. Like, no, like it's not funny.
I don't even think that this is racist.
Good night,
Okay,
Shabazz.
this is a whole other issue. Have any of them admitted what we normal people believe and are?
I answered in your Discord inbox for the call. Oh, sorry, I just saw that. What time is it? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me finish this up real quick.
Afraid to admit that racist jokes are hilarious, and we're making them great again. And if you want to support my work, then just buy me a coffee, figuratively, by clicking the link in the description below. It's a great service.
Okay, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, so that was Mark Dice. Don't worry, guys. It's fine to put black people's faces on monkeys. No racist implications whatsoever, according to Mark Dice, who is a professional in these things, and we can trust him. Okay, nevermore. I'm just going to call you directly because I don't feel like setting up another stage. But I'm going to do that after I take a brief break. I'll be right back. I don't know how much longer I want to be on, but I will give you a chance to hop on and say your piece. Thanks for being patient.
It's your main man Knuckles, and we're Media Herd. You ready to go in space? Help me get the emeralds. Shot to space and left my homes. At least we were friends, and I'm not all alone. Bad thing was that the emerald spilled. Gotta serve space, man. Time to get in. What's this? Can't fly off now. I just could float. Hope I don't die. Meteors coming my way. Weaving. Gotta go straight. Any criminal crime don't pay. Seen a crazy milk Eggman's face. Don't let it hit you. 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 Don't let it hit you.
Okay, I'm back. All right, we have one more conversation, and then I think I'm logging off for the night. But we'll see how we're doing. I already beat Half Sword.
Hey, Gunter.
Hello. Give me just a second. I already beat Half Sword, but I want to fuck around in it while we talk.
Yeah, no worries.
Alrighty, what's going on?
Hey there. Yes, so I would probably want to talk to you about the gender subject because I'm gender critical on the matter. So I tend to be skeptical on this subject matter as far as like men and women are concerned.
Okay.
Yeah, so for me, like, I refer to a man as an adult human male and a woman as an adult human female. The reason I think it's like your sex, age, and species is the same reason why I think a boy is not a man or a girl is not a woman, because they haven't reached the age that makes them a man or a woman. So that's usually the stance I go by, because when it comes to this self-identification, I think that it's actually really regressive, because when people say, oh, I'm a woman or I'm a man, they tend to like say and repeat, say masculine or feminine things like, and growing up I didn't like the same things my brothers liked and therefore I'm a woman, or oh, I didn't like the same things my sister likes, therefore I might be a man. And I think that this is really regressive because it's making the idea of man and woman as a performance, as something that you imitate rather than it being something that you just are. And that's the same reason why people will say, like, you and I think a lot of other people will hear this argument of, oh, well, I identify as black then, or I identify as a cat. And the reason that like people will make this type of argument is they see it as the same thing. Like if I'm born like a white guy, you know, I'm not going to say, oh, I have a black identity, regardless of how much you might enjoy black culture. And it doesn't matter how much I love cats, I won't say I am a cat, even if I could like imitate what cats act like and how they behave. So I find it to be problematic.
Okay, but women and cats aren't equivalent categories.
Well,
like
the
way
equivalents
that
I say
know-
there.
Okay, how do you know when you go out in public? How do you know whether somebody's a woman?
Because that they developed within the female binary.
They developed within the female binary.
Meaning, you know, they have like the long hair. Their genuine appearance looks very different from a man. Like you'll be able to tell that they have like breasts. Their figure will be very different, like the hair and everything else. It's a culmination of a great many things, like their voice on top of everything else.
Their appearance, right? They have a genuinely feminine or a generally feminine appearance, right? That's how we can tell.
Well, yes. When it comes to like the way they appear, but when it comes to like the appearance statement, the tricky thing there is that you could meet a male and you could be wrong.
What do you mean the appearance statement? Like, they're not using code.
Well, what I mean there is,
like that's.
Hold on.
I'm just speaking facts. Like that's how you tell. Like you said it. Like, whether somebody is male or female, you just use physical characteristics and guess. You just guess. It's an educated guess based on appearance, right? Like
yes, but the
99%
thing
of the
there
time.
is we could. Yes, but there are cases where you could be wrong. Here's an example, right? And
What do you
it's
mean
like an
wrong?
anecdotal.
What's the consequence of being quote unquote wrong? What's the consequence?
No, I'll give you an example, right? Here's my example. So I'll try to make it short because it's like a little story. But like when I was in middle school, right? Because boys don't like develop more masculine characteristics until they get older, for some cases anyway. I had a friend who I thought was a girl for at least like a good week. They sounded like a girl, they looked like a girl, so I just assumed they were a girl. And I would hang out with them all the time, you know, just casual, chilling, and everything else.
Okay.
And one day when I was hanging out with them, they had said, "Hey, Jib, you know I'm a boy, right?" And in my head, I'm like, "Oh shit! I thought this was a chick the whole time." So there are cases where you could be mistaken about what the other person's gender is.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is, you know, a male could look very feminine and I could be mistaken in thinking that they're a woman, or a woman could be very butch and I could be mistaken and assume that she's a man, but that doesn't make me being wrong accurate, basically.
But your friend is the one who pointed out to you that he was a boy, and you believed him. You just took him at his word, right?
Yes, because I didn't have a reason to assume he was lying.
You had plenty of reason to assume, because you had already assumed that he was a girl before, right? You made an incorrect guess, and then he corrected you, and you took that correction, right? Like, you said, "Okay, yeah, got it. You're a boy. You're a guy," right? Or did you check his junk?
Right.
Or did you run a karyotype on him? Like, I mean, it's possible if you demanded that.
Well, no, I didn't go that far, of course. But
okay, well then,
when it's because usually like nowadays when it comes to like this word of like man or woman, a lot of the time it's this assuming of how we behave and how we carry ourselves. But I think that's problematic for like one big reason, right? I think that doesn't let men be feminine if they want to, and it doesn't really let women be masculine if they want to, because if a girl or a boy growing up decides to act outside of like their sex, their gender, right, then depending on like their friend group, they might be led to believe that, oh, well, we think that you're like a woman, like a trans woman, or oh, we think that you're a trans man, rather than assuming, well, maybe you're just gender nonconforming. So it sort of the big issue I have with this like belief system is it really doesn't let people express themselves in a proper way. It just sort of redefines like what a man is or what a woman is under a different umbrella.
I have never heard of a trans person like or a cis person like I've never heard of a cis person complaining that like trans activists or trans people or whatever are insisting that they're not the gender that they say they are. Like, I've never heard of this mythical problem of like the boy who looks like you just told me a story of like a boy who looks like a girl but identifies as a boy, right? And you said you accepted when he said I'm actually a guy. You just accepted it, right?
Well, yes, but that was because I was mistaken.
Like there's no problem here. I mean, most people do that, and especially trans positive people do that. They're more than accepting of women with beards and men with shaved legs. Like, what do you think? Like, do you really think, right, that like a trans positive person would insist that a cis boy is not actually a cis boy just because they look and present like most women would? Do you really think a trans positive person would do that?
It's not so much that the trans positive person wouldn't do that, but I could see from, say, like a deep conservative aspect, like a conservative might see, say, a boy who's a little bit more feminine or gender non-conforming, and then they might use that as a rhetoric and say, oh, well, you're not acting in XYZ manner, so we don't recognize you as a man or like what you claim to be. And I think that this is like problematic when we look at it as how people present rather than how they're born. And I'll expand a little bit more on that, because what I mean is, for me, well, what I mean by how they're born is like, were they born male or were they born female, and we go from there.
Why is that so important to you?
Well, it's important because it's important to me because it distinguishes the two sexes, and it makes it easier. Like, if you're trying to romance someone, you don't want to, say, accidentally hit up a guy just because you thought it was a woman, or you wouldn't want to hit up a man if you assumed it, or you wouldn't want to hit up someone you thought was male if they were actually female, is what I mean. Maybe I'll explain it a little bit more like this, right?
But you don't
For me,
know
it sounds...
what that person is packing. Like, you don't have the right to know that until they reveal it to you. Period. Right? Like,
Well, I mean, they can keep that hidden if they like, but I do think that that creates a little bit more ambiguity and a little bit more confusion overall.
Most couples do not have a discussion about what their genitalia look like prior to sex. Some might, you know, like, I'm sure most trans people that I know of have revealed to their partners that they are in fact trans before they engage in any kind of sexual activity. Just so you know. But do I think they're obligated to do that? No, I don't. Because your genitalia could look like anything. You could be intersex and have some kind of mix. You could have a micropenis. You could have a very large clitoris. Like, you could have a mole down there. You could, like, not have anything down there. Who knows? Like, it's not anybody's business until you reveal it. In my opinion.
Well, no, I can understand where you're coming from. I would just say in, like, most cases, we can usually tell whether someone's a man or a woman, and what I mean by that is man being derived from male, woman being derived from female. In most cases, we can tell, but there are cases when somebody is, say, gender nonconforming, or when somebody purposely wants to be ambiguous with their sex, and that could lead to confusion for that individual if they want a romantic relationship, because if, say, it's like a straight woman, right? If she's like too ambiguous with her appearance and looks too male, there might be cases where men might not hit her up because they're like, well, I assumed you were a guy, or I assumed you were a dude. A big issue.
But this is such a non-issue. Like, it's such a, like, what are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is like the ambiguity. I think it's an issue because it makes that person and other people's relationships with that individual more complicated if they don't know outright. And I think it's also an issue.
Relationships are already complicated. What's a little bit more complication on top of it?
Well, we would want less complication though, wouldn't we? Like, if we're trying to be in a really... Yes.
There's complications in every relationship. I'm not saying that's good, but
I mean,
like, every relationship has its issues. And sometimes those, I mean, like, you know, like, again, I stress, you don't know what that person looks like down there until they reveal it to you, period. Like, they could, I mean, there are various forms of, like, the genitalia. You know, they're circumcised and uncircumcised. There's some people have very large flaps, you know, like, it could all be all kinds of things on there. You could have a big old mole with hair on it. Like, but that's nobody's business until you reveal that to them, period.
Well, I think another big issue I tend to have with this, I don't know, I would say a belief system, I suppose, is that it reminds me a little too much of like theism. So for me, me being like a hard atheist and an anti-theist, when I hear about this gender identity as something that people can identify into without there being like a hard science behind it, like we can't test or verify if we just assume they're telling the truth, it sounds too much like the concept of a soul. When people just like describe a soul, it's just something we have to believe that exists or that they have. So being like an anti-theist and being like more of a materialist, it already sort of rubs me the wrong way in that regard.
Okay, you can feel that way, but I mean, I don't understand how, like, I don't understand how it's the same as religion, because all people are doing is saying, you know, this is a social construct that we all abide by, and I choose this category, you know, because I think that
it's
the
not
arbitrary... But, like, okay, just answer me why it's so important to uphold the gender norms based upon which genitalia you have at birth. I don't get it.
Well, I don't think we should uphold gender norms.
Okay.
I think most people are actually gender nonconforming. Like, and here's what I mean, right? We live such long lives. It's hard for me to imagine that men won't participate in some feminine things and women won't participate in some masculine things. And I think that's the case of the matter. But for me, it's because I care about like accuracy. Like I don't want to be confused. I don't want there to be like ambiguity.
Accuracy regarding what specifically?
Well, if somebody says they're a man and if they're born female, they're not a man because they weren't born male. They didn't go through the male puberty. They aren't what they claim to be because they're assuming a man is.
They tell me they're a man. What's to say they're not a man?
Well, that's the thing right there, right? Because you're saying like they act like a man and they talk like a man. I don't believe there is a thing as acting like a man or talking like a man. I think you can act and talk masculine, but to act and talk masculine isn't the same thing as being a man.
Well, then you must not be a man, because I am. Okay, and I mean maybe you're not a man. You could be non-binary or a woman. I don't know. But like the point is, you must not be a man, because I can tell you for a fact there is a way to, act like a man.
But like that right there though, isn't that like regressive? Because it's saying like to be a man you need to be a certain way. I don't think we should be doing that. That sounds. It almost sounds like a reworking of conservatism, or a form of like conservatism. Because when you think of like deep conservatives, what do they say? They say, "Oh, well, you're not a man unless you act like it. You're not a woman unless you act like it." So what that does is that boxes both men and women into certain ways, and I don't think that's good.
But you're the one boxing people based upon their genitalia or whatever the fuck. Like, why do that? Just if they want, like, why say that just because you're born with a vagina, you can't dress, act, and talk like a man and identify as such? Why not? What's the problem?
Well, no, I see the confusion. I think I see the confusion here. I'm not saying that females can't act masculine or enjoy masculinity. Same thing with men. Like a man can enjoy femininity if he likes. There's no issue with that. But it's the fact that they're making the error of saying because I act and behave a way, therefore I am this thing. And that sort of circles back to when people say, well, if I act black, am I therefore black? Or if I act like a cat, am I now a cat? It sort of comes in that same type of conversation, basically.
But that's how gender kind of works, though. Like that, it's not comparable to species or race. It's not the same as those things. It's a different category entirely. So yeah, you kind of can just identify into a certain gender by acting and presenting as such. People have done it throughout history. They do it all the time. They walk around and they may have been born with a vagina, but lo and behold, they are bald. And they have a beard, and they dress with a suit on with a tie, and they have a slightly deeper voice, and they look and sound like and act like a man. It's happened. It does happen all the time. Well, they are men. Like, by all metrics, they're men. Why? What metric are they not men? I ask you.
Well, I'll say it like this. It's because from like my framework, I'm more of a gender abolitionist. So
as am I.
When I say the word gender abolitionist, when I say gender abolitionism, what I mean by it is I think we should reduce the effects like gender has on society. I think the less that we say, hey, to be a man is to do these things, to be a woman is to do these things, the more women and men will be able to express themselves freely.
But for as long as these categories exist, does it not just make sense to let people identify the way that they want? Wait, was that my guy? I think I just killed my guy. Oh well.
Well, they can identify how they like, but the issue comes in then is whether other people should refer to them based off of what they call themselves. So a man can refer to himself as a woman if he likes. A woman can refer to herself as a male as she likes. But the issue when it comes to the TRA side, on this topic, is it's not just about how they refer to themselves. They want society to fall in line and refer to them how they want to be referred, even if that's not how
Everybody
others like
does that.
view them or believe them to be.
Everybody does. I've done that. What do you mean? People call me Alex. They think my name's Alex. I correct them. I say my name's Alec. Nobody has ever responded, oh, but it's easier to call you Alex, so I'm going to do that instead.
Right. Yeah, but when it comes to
It's just like,
that,
it's common courtesy.
that's more of
It's
a
common courtesy. Just refer to people the way they want to be referred to. What's the problem?
Well, I don't know if it's a courtesy issue. It's more demanding. It's more of a, how do I want to phrase it? It's like it's almost like forcing others based off of like their own morality. It's like saying, "Oh, you're not referring to me as my man." What I mean is like this, right? It's like saying, "Oh, you're not referring to me by my male identity. I feel like oppressed. I feel this. I feel that." But other people aren't obligated to refer
It's
to
just fucking annoying.
by what you aren't.
It's
is the thing.
annoying. Like, they just want you. Like, if somebody referred to me as a woman, I'd be kind of annoyed. I'd be like, I don't look like a woman. I'm not trying to present as a woman. I'm a man. Okay? Like, I think that's reasonable. It's fucking annoying. It's rude.
Well, I mean,
okay, I corrected you already. I'm a fucking man. I have a fucking beard and I'm bald and my name is Alec. That's a masculine name. What's the disconnect here? I'm a man. Like, why do you not respect my assertion of that? I would feel disrespected, wouldn't you? As a man, I assume.
Well, here's how. No, that's a fair question, and I've been asked this question before, because I've been asked like, hey, well, what if I referred to you as like a she and her and a girl? I'll tell them like, well, you can, but that would just make the other person look a little silly.
Okay.
Like, I already know I'm a male.
I mean,
based off of my own like framework.
My masculinity is important to me. It may not be to you, but it is to me. So, like, if somebody referred to me as a woman, I'd be annoyed by that and correct them. And I think that's reasonable, don't you?
I mean, it'd be understandable that you would be annoyed because you are a man, you're an adult human male, so they'd be making...
Well, and it'd be reasonable
Yeah, but at the same time,
human
they
male.
wouldn't...
How do you know that? How do you know I'm not trans? You don't know that.
Well, I'm assuming based off of like
assumed.
my conversating with you.
How could you possibly assume that?
I mean, yes, I could.
What do you mean? Oh, so it wasn't based off of like my genetics or like my genitalia or anything like that. It was just my presentation and my voice, right? You just assumed.
Well, it's because even outside of looking at genitalia, like males develop differently than women. Men typically are like taller, broader. There's secondary ways we can like look at them. But if we do really want to know whether someone's a male or if they're just, say, mimicking very well, like you could look at the genitals. It's excessive, so we don't typically need to do that.
Why not? This is so important, right? Important enough for you to call in about.
Well, yes, it's important for like accuracy. Yes.
Okay, so then how do we tell? How do you know that I'm not female? What tipped you off?
Well, just many things like your voice, the way you look. You don't appear as like a female. Yes. Well, that's because like males, again, like they develop differently than females usually.
Are you familiar with Buck Angel?
Oh, yes, I know Buck Angel.
Okay, do you think Buck Angel appears and sounds and acts like a male?
Oh yes, Buck Angel passes as a male very well, but they are a woman. So
my question.
It's not
here. Let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. Let's say that I'm a random fuck who doesn't know who Buck Angel is, and I see Buck Angel strolling across the street. Do I assume man or woman or other?
You're going to assume Buck Angel is a man because they appear like a man.
And if I were to refer to Buck Angel as a man, do you think you'd correct me?
Well, I think they're leaning more gender critical lately, so they might actually tell you, oh no, I'm actually a woman. From my understanding, I think they've been going back on their trans identity
Imagine
topic.
a world where he doesn't correct that person. Imagine that world. Do you think that that is like a bad world to live in?
It's not necessarily a bad world, but I think it's a world that causes more confusion.
So yes.
So I don't think it's ideal.
Okay, you're subverting the question. My question is it a worse world as a result of that? And you seem to say yes, it is. Right? Because you said it causes more confusion. That's worse than not having confusion, right?
I suppose you could say that. Yeah, if it's causing more confusion, it's probably not ideal.
Okay, I just don't agree. Like, what confusion's being caused here? What's the confusion?
Well, the confusion would be that they're not what they're claiming to be. In the
Like,
same
by
way,
what
I'm not
metric?
black or a cat.
But by what metric is he not what he's claiming to be? He looks like a man, he acts like a man, he talks like a man, he responds to sir. He likes being called he, him, he has a beard, he's bald, he's muscular as fuck. Like, he's a guy. Like, what's the confusion here?
Well, I'll say it like this. Usually when this is brought up, I'll usually bring up like stick bugs. You know, a stick bug can imitate and look just like a stick, but that doesn't make it a stick. Just because you can imitate and you can look like something doesn't make you that thing. You can like present that way if you like, of course, but a big issue I see is when others are like forced or like pressured into referring to them by what they aren't. Oh, you still there, or did my phone cut off?
No, I'm still here. I'm just trying to cope with the fact that you compared people to stick bugs and sticks. Like, I don't think that that's a good comparison whatsoever.
Well,
like I said, you know, he looks like a guy, he acts like a guy, he talks like a guy, he responds to sir. His name is Buck, okay, which is a very masculine name, more masculine than mine. Okay, and he uses the fucking men's restroom, and nobody questions it. Nobody questions it. Like, what's the problem? What's the disconnect? I don't understand. This is not like a stick bug and a stick. It's nothing like that. This is a person being a type of person, but that you don't like because he was born with a vagina, I guess. Right?
Well, the connection there is it's mimicry, and that's why
mimicry?
That's why I made the
What do
analogy.
you mean?
Of a stick bug. Yes.
Everything that we do is mimicry. That's what it is to be human. That's what it is to live. Okay? You mimic.
It's because go on.
Like, that's what humans do. That's how we learn. That's how we behave. We mimic the behavior of others. That's why people of different cultures have vastly different behaviors. Because, like, in general, because they were raised differently. They mimic the behavior of things around them, okay? And trans people decided, oh, I like the feminine look and appearance and behavior. I'm going to mimic that thing, just like cis girls did, okay? And if cis girls didn't do that, they'd be trans boys, right?
Well, I think the difference there is there's a difference. I think the difference there is it's different to say, hey, I enjoy how boys dress, I enjoy how boys act, so I'm going to mimic that style. But it's different to say, because I'm mimicking how boys act and dress, that I am now a boy. I think there's a difference there.
But what's the difference? What's actually the difference? Tell me. Make me care.
Yes, the difference would be that they weren't born male, and because they're not born male, they are therefore not a man. And
by born male,
born with the male chromosomes, testicles, etc. The male binary, basically the male versus female binary.
Male chromosomes, testicles, etc. Okay.
Yes, the male versus female binary.
How important is the etc. in this equation? Is it like very important that we should expand on that, or is it just like, a side note? Not something that we really need to discuss. I just want to make sure that we have our terms clear.
No, yeah, that's fair. The etc. is just like a throwaway because it's me being like, You know, the
Okay.
chromosomes or like the genitalia,
Okay,
etc.
chromosomes
It's just
and
like the
genitalia,
small
they're
things.
They're important. They're important enough to mention. So the other things that you categorized under etc., we're just gonna leave that aside, right? It's
Yes,
there.
that's fine.
It's important, but we're just gonna leave it aside for the purposes of this discussion. So genitalia and chromosomes. That's what we're working with.
Yes, because
Okay.
within being male, you know, you produce like sperm. Within being female, you produce an egg. So it is
the
like
time?
a
Every
binary.
time?
There isn't like a third way to reproduce.
All the time, every time, with no
Hmm?
exception.
Yes.
All the time, every time, with
Yes.
no exception. If you have XY chromosomes, you produce sperm, and if you have XX chromosomes, you produce eggs. Period. End of story. No discussion available for anything in between. Correct?
Well, if you have a DSD, that could like complicate
Okay, so there are
things,
people
but
who
it
have
doesn't
those chromosomes and
change
do
like
not
your
develop
sex.
those sex characteristics. Correct? There are people like that.
Yes, people have a
Okay.
DSD, a
Okay,
difference
sure.
in sexual
DSD,
development.
whatever. But you don't define then who's a man and who's a woman off of whether they have sperm or eggs, right?
Well, it's because they would have developed as if they
Would've.
did if there wasn't like an
Would've.
issue with their development is the
An
thing.
issue. What do you mean an issue? Like they're flawed? Like what do you
Is
mean?
he?
Like they're broken?
Well, what I mean is, for not broken, but like let's say
Okay.
a male was born, right, and there's something that went wrong with his development where he couldn't have kids. He would still be male because he was still born within that binary where he would have if something didn't go wrong.
What do you mean would have?
In the same way that,
what
you know,
specifically went wrong? What do you mean would have if something didn't go wrong? What do you mean? What went wrong? Like,
well, I
what's
don't know
wrong
the
with
name of different DSDs, but I don't know, let's say for
What if it didn't
example,
want
one of
kids?
their
Wait, what
testicles
if-
didn't develop
Let me
right.
ask you this: what if this person doesn't want kids? Like they never wanted kids; it was never even in their brain. And honestly, they're kind of happy that they didn't have the ability to produce kids because they've never wanted that. Is it still wrong? It's
Well,
still
it's not
like
wrong
a
in the
problem. It's
moral
still...
sense.
Well, not in the moral
It's-
sense, but
it's,
you
when I say
think,
wrong-
like, wrong as in something's wrong, right? It's negative. It's bad.
Well, yeah.
We can agree on
When I
that.
say wrong,
Okay.
when I say wrong, I mean that like something within their development didn't go correctly, right?
Didn't go
That's what I mean when I
correctly.
say
What do you
wrong.
mean?
So it's
He
not
didn't want
like
kids. He
it's not a
didn't want
moral
kids.
statement. It's like a biological
But
problem.
this person, this hypothetical person, doesn't want kids anyway. So I would say it went perfectly, right?
Well, we wouldn't know if they wanted kids or not until they grew older, and people
okay,
can change
but it
their
turned
mind.
out they didn't. So I'd say it worked out great. They can have sex with no condom on, and it'd be fine, right? It works out great for them. I mean, I like
mean, they
some people.
could,
That's the
but-
dream. Sure, like that. If I would say it went very correctly, then, right?
Well, it's not that I would say it worked out. It worked out
Yeah.
for them, but they would still be male. Yeah. Because they were still born within that developmental pathway is the thing.
Okay, by what metric?
But if like something went
By
wrong
what
where they
metric?
couldn't have kids, we wouldn't therefore
What are
say
we
there's
looking
no.
for that would tell us that? What
By me-
metric?
Could you expand what you mean?
If you set somebody in front of me, this is the question I go back to. Just set a random person in front of me, right? What, and I can do any examinations, any tests that I want on this person. What am I looking for that would indicate to me whether they were born male or female? What specifically am I looking for?
Well, you could look at their chromosomes.
Okay,
Although you could also see like if you're a doctor, and if you have like their consent, of course, like there's the whole
We're assuming
genitals
that.
like
We're assuming I
aspect of
have
it
their-
too.
We're assuming I
Yeah.
have their consent and the permission of whatever powers exist above me.
Right.
Okay, so chromosomes, anything else? Or is that it?
Well, outside of chromosomes, like, well, do they develop like sperm or do they develop like an egg? Because you still do like develop like one of those two ways, whether you're the one who produces sperm or you're the one who
Okay.
produces the egg.
So is it both the chromosomes and whether you produce sperm or egg? Or is it just one or the other? Or is one more important than the other? Like, what's the lineup look like here?
Usually I'll tend to go towards the like one who produces sperm or the egg, only because when it comes to chromosomes there can be like abnormalities, but even within like abnormalities people still develop within like the male binary or the female binary. So I usually will refer to like the egg versus sperm because it's a lot more direct. Because when it comes to like the chromosome topic, people will be like, well, what if I'm like XXX, or if I'm missing a chromosome? And then that becomes like its own topic.
Okay. I'm trying
Which
to
would be like a male with a DSD or a female with like a DSD.
I just have not been sold on the importance of sex in social circumstances. Like, I'm not checking anybody's chromosomes before I refer to them as ma'am. Okay, I don't need to see that. They just, if I've gotten it wrong before, and if I get it wrong, I'm corrected, and then I correct from sir to ma'am. And I just feel like that's the normal response.
Well, that's also because like, well, yes, that's because males will typically grow up and look a certain way. Same thing with females, like just the way our like bodies look and the way our voices are. Like there is like a physical difference that we can normally tell. Again, unless someone's being ambiguous with like their presentation, or if they were born just appearing more feminine or appearing.
I'm sorry. Have you never confused a guy for a girl? Or vice versa. Has that never happened to you? It's fine if it hasn't. I just I feel like it's happened to enough people that you can at least believe that it happens, right? Right?
Well, yes, but you can be wrong in assuming what that person is. And also I mentioned earlier on in this like conversation that I literally did in middle school. I assumed one of my young friends that was a boy was a girl because his voice hadn't like dropped yet. He was a lot shorter than me, longer hair.
And then he corrected you. And then you fixed your behavior. You started calling him as a guy, right? You didn't question it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
that's because he was like, we were using the same, like, it's because me and my friend were using like, the same, like, idea of like what a boy is versus what a girl is. Because this was before the idea of like self-identification getting like popular, at least where I was from. It didn't get really popular until like high school, late high school.
This idea that like trans people started popping up in like the 2020s is ridiculous. Trans people have existed since forever. There's always been trans people. Like people just identify as the opposite gender of that which they were assigned at birth. And if that was what your friend felt,
I'm not saying that,
then that's what your friend would have said. But he didn't feel that way, at least at the time. Maybe he feels differently now. I don't know. Okay? But at least at the time, he didn't feel like he was a girl. He felt like he was a boy who looked like a girl. Which is also fine.
Well, it's not that trans people have never existed or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like this idea of like self-identification hasn't really gotten popular until I want to say
popular?
maybe like 2011, 2012, and that's when it got like a lot bigger.
What do you mean this idea of self-identification got popular? What got popular specifically? What are people doing that they weren't doing before, and what is the consequence? Explain it.
Well, what's gotten popular is this idea of if I appear feminine and if I enjoy feminine things, that makes me a woman. And same thing with men. Like if I appear and look masculine, that makes me a man. But normal, or like for a long while, like we would refer to like say, well, yes, but we use like different terms, and we didn't say that made you that thing. It was often like, oh, if a girl liked masculine things, that was like a tomboy. Or if a male liked very feminine things, dress very feminine.
Tomboys have not gone away. There are still tomboys. They're still allowed to be tomboys. Nobody's saying they can't be. If that's what they want to be, they can be that.
Well, yes. No, they still they still exist. I think it's just less popular to be a tomboy, and it's less popular to be a femboy because often nowadays,
What are you
like,
talking about?
it depends on like your friend group,
What
right?
are you
If you're in
talking? What do you
certain
mean
friend,
less popular?
well, we're,
What are you talking? Popularity? I don't care how popular it is. What do you mean? If you want to be a tomboy,
when I
be a
say
tomboy.
popular, what I mean
It's
is
not a matter of popularity. It's just a matter of how you identify yourself. And maybe it's popular, maybe it's not. If you're doing things because it's popular, then maybe you should stop doing that. I don't know, like, but I don't care about.
Well, here's what I mean when I say
being trans, by the way, has never been less popular, and yet here trans people sit. So I don't know what you mean. What's this popularity?
Well, here's what I mean when I
contest you're
say
referring to?
more or less. Here's what I mean when I say more or less popular, right? For example, the word tomboy, it's still around, people still use it, but it's less popular. Less people recognize that terminology and phrasing. My coworkers, my younger coworkers in their 20s, not too many of them know what a tomboy is. I remember talking about tomboys once, like in the break room, and one of my coworkers was like, "What the hell is a tomboy?" And I told them what a tomboy was, and they said, "Oh, you mean like a bruh girl?" And I'm like, "What the hell is a bruh girl?" And they're like, "Oh, that's a girl who likes more masculine things." But there's also people who might assume like, "Oh, well, if you like these more masculine things, maybe that you're trans, maybe that's your trans identity." And people can be, I don't know if I want to say pushed, but people can get leaned into being trans in some cases, because, you know, I could see somebody who's in a friend group, you know, they're maybe more feminine, and maybe their friends might say, "Oh, well, I think you actually just have a female identity, and maybe you just haven't realized it yet." Same thing with a male. Like, "Oh, you have a male identity. I don't think you've accepted
Have you ever
it
actually
yet
talked to a trans
or
person?
realized it yet." Oh, absolutely. Constantly.
Okay, I don't believe you.
I mean, that's fine. It's fine if you don't believe me, but
You don't speak
I
as somebody
talk and
who
I know many trans people.
understands the thought processes of somebody who is trans, or even stop to consider their thought processes at all.
Well, I don't think trans people all think and agree on the same thing. There's
I
like
never
different
said they
camps
do.
for
They're
trans
not a hive
people.
mind. They're just as a shared experience,
Yeah.
just as there is among black women or, black men or Asian women or, little people. Like there's a shared experience. We can agree on that, right? Between all trans people, there's
I
a shared
think there could be a
experience.
shared experience, but they might interpret what that experience is. Like, for example, I can see more trans rights activists leaning trans people referring to like the identity, right? Like, "Oh, I'm a woman because I have like this identity in this presentation," where a more gender critical leaning like trans person might say, "Well, I just wanted to feminize. I just wanted to look like a woman. I don't know what it was, but I wanted to appear this way." Same thing with somebody who might want to appear like a man. Like, they would recognize their sexes. They would recognize, "Okay, I'm male. I am a man. I just want to present and look a certain way." So there's different reasons as to why people might transition, is what I'm saying.
But why should I care why they do it? Who cares? Let them do it.
Well, I would say you should care because it's about accuracy. Don't you want to
What do you
be
mean
like
accuracy?
accurate?
Accuracy for what?
Well, accuracy as to what they are.
What do you mean what they are?
Like, are they actually a man, or are
What do you
they
mean
a
actually a man?
woman who's presenting
What do
as
you
a
mean
man?
actually a man? What does that mean?
As in, are they born male? Are they
What do you
born
mean
male
What
who
does that
grew
mean?
up?
What do you mean born male? What does that mean?
Well, you know what I mean when I say born
No, I
male.
don't.
I don't know if I want to really play this game of. Well,
No, I don't.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Look.
Pretend I don't.
You're
Pretend I
a man,
don't.
I'm a man. You know
Humor
what
me.
I mean.
Humor me.
Were
do
they
you mean?
born? Were they born male or were they born female?
Okay, what do you mean?
That's what
born male?
matters.
What do you mean born male?
Not like this.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. I'm
No,
not
I
going.
don't. No,
Look,
I don't.
Gunter, I'm not going to pretend you're stupid. Okay.
Okay,
I'm not, I'm not
this
going to
won't progress
pretend that
any
you're
further
stupid. You
because I
know
don't
exactly
know
what
what
I
you mean.
mean.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You do know what I mean.
No, I
you're
don't.
You're pretending you don't.
Stop. Okay.
Yes, you do.
I know that you think you know everything,
Look,
but
I'll
you don't know
steelman.
what's
Look,
in
just
my head, and I don't.
steelman me. What do you think I mean? What do you
What
think
do
I mean? Steelman
born
me.
with the
What
dick
do you
and
think I
balls.
mean?
Born with the dick
Yes.
and balls. Born with the dick and balls. Let's start there.
Okay, so that's what I mean. There you go. Dick and balls.
Okay, born with the dick and balls.
XY chromosomes. You know what I mean. So
XY. No, wait,
you know
wait,
what
wait,
I mean.
wait.
So
Hold
I don't know
on.
why you're.
Hold on. I didn't
So
say
I don't know
anything
why
about.
you're acting like you don't know.
Hold on. I didn't say anything about chromosomes. You brought that up. So what do you mean? That's my question. I don't know what you mean. Because you brought up chromosomes after confirming that it was dick and balls. Dick and balls is not the same thing as chromosomes, man. So what do you mean?
It's
when you say
because based
born
off of
male,
your
what do you mean?
chromosomes, you'll
What's your
develop-
criteria? What is your criteria?
Because based off of your chromosomes, you'll
Based off
develop
your
either
chromosomes.
as
So
male or develop
chromosomes,
as female.
not the anatomy, right? It's the chromosomes, right?
Yeah, but your chromosomes determine how you develop. Is the
What do you
thing.
mean, but? Is it chromosomes or not? Which is it? What are you talking about?
I don't know what you mean. I answered your question as clearly as
No,
I
you
can.
didn't. You okay?
I
I
really
said
did.
born with. Okay. I said what I think you mean is born with dick and balls. That's what you mean by born male. You said yes. That's what I mean, and also the XY chromosomes. And I said
Yes,
I never
because
said anything about chromosomes. So
your
let's back
chromosomes
up here.
determine
Let's
if
back
you're-
up, right?
But you
Is it
know,
the chromosomes?
But you know what that meant. When you said dick and balls, you're already assuming
What do
that
you
they
mean
have
I
the
know-
chromosomes of a male. Otherwise, why
Man.
would you? Otherwise,
But you have okay.
yeah,
here's
because
the
you know
problem.
what I mean. I don't
you
know.
know
You're
that- okay,
like
hold on.
pretending you don't.
Hold on.
And I don't know why you're doing
Hold
that.
on. You know that there are conditions where you can be born with XY chromosomes and female anatomy, right? It's called Swyer syndrome. You know that exists, right?
Yeah, when you have a
Okay,
DSD.
so then when I ask you, what do you mean by born male? The chromosomes are kind of important to that part, right? And so is the external anatomy, because as you confirmed, dick and balls is a good assertion of a male. Because that's how doctors decide it usually. They see the dick and balls and say male, right? Right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay. They don't
But
do a
here's the thing,
chromosome
right? Like,
test.
for
They just see the
example-
dick and balls and say male. So if they see a vagina, they're going to say
Because-
female most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, 99 out of 100, even if that baby has Swyer syndrome and actually has XY chromosomes. Because all the rest of their anatomy is female. And there's no way of knowing that until they hit puberty, and they usually have issues then. But, that's Swyer syndrome.
Right, but then again, wouldn't that at that point be like an issue on, say, the doctor's part for not being able to like catch it early on?
But what's the issue?
So if somebody
What's
like
the actual problem? Catch what?
Well, the problem again is like the accuracy. You
What
want to be
accuracy? For
accurate, don't
what?
you? It's that
For what? Accurate for what?
whether somebody's like a male or female, you want
Why?
accuracy.
Why? I don't look for accuracy in my everyday life,
I
whether
don't-
somebody's
it's-
male or
it-
female. If there's
I
a
think-
guy,
I think accuracy is important.
if somebody
I
is
think
in
accuracy
the
is just
okay,
important.
if somebody is in the male restroom and they look like a woman, I'm not questioning it. I don't fucking care. I'm there to piss. Okay? I just don't give a fuck. So if they are in the men's restroom, I'm just going to assume that that's the restroom they prefer, and that's fine. For whatever reason, whether they're actually a man or whether they're a woman who just doesn't like the women's restroom for some reason, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not my business, and I don't care. I'm there to pee. I'm there to pee and leave. And that person's there to pee and leave as well. And that's all I care about. What's the problem?
Well, the thing there is like if they need to use the restroom, they can use the restroom, but they really should use the restroom that's like accurate to what they are rather than
What do you mean
intruding into
accurate
the
to
other
what they are?
other
What do you
sex
mean
restroom.
what they are? Because you described chromosomes and you described external anatomy, but you can't really seem to, make the two go together, right? I mean, let me
Well, I mean, I
just ask
can
you this.
because
Let me
they're
ask you a
tied together
straightforward.
unless someone has a DSD.
Let me ask you a straightforward question. A person with Swyer syndrome, XY chromosomes, female anatomy. Is this and when I say that, I mean a vagina, a uterus, usually missing ovaries, but you can sometimes have half ovaries or one ovary or whatever. Okay, point is, everything about this person would tell you this person's a female. Their body's built like a typical female body. And yet, XY chromosomes, okay? So my question is, what do you categorize this person as? Male or female?
Well, I guess there I would ask like if that person like produces like sperm or not. Do they have like a sperm or an egg? Because if there's like an issue as far as like their anatomy is concerned,
They don't produce either. Neither.
If I remember right, when it comes to Squire, that syndrome, that's just a syndrome that only males have, right? Only males can have that type of syndrome, if I understand right.
What do you mean by only males? Because you're just subverting the question again. Because once again, my question is this person...
I'm asking for clarity.
Hold on. Is this person male or female? Which one? If either.
Well, if it's somebody with that syndrome, and from my understanding, if only males can have that syndrome, they would be male, even if they appear female.
That does not answer my question. I don't know how much more clear I can make this. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You're asking if somebody with if the syndrome was called Squire syndrome, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Only males can be born with that DSD, with that issue. So this person would be male. They would be a man.
By what metric?
Because only people,
By
only
what metric?
people
By
born
what
in the
metric?
under
By
the
what metric is this person male? By what metric?
What do you mean?
You're asserting this person's male.
It's
why? Substantiate that this
only
person's
males
male.
are born. Because only males can be born with that issue.
What issue? Swire syndrome?
If I'm understanding it right. Yes.
Okay, why? What makes them male?
I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you why.
What do you mean I'm not a doctor? I can't tell you. This is so important to you. What makes them a male? Come on. What are you talking about? Well, you don't know the difference between a man and a woman? I'm sorry. I thought that we were gender criticals here. I thought we knew what women were.
Yes.
Oh, what is a woman?
Yes, people who are born male or born female. Yes.
Huh? DSD or what?
I don't know what. Yeah, people are born with like a DSD, or like people are born male. Or damn it, now I'm getting confused, getting thrown off.
Just hold on. What do you mean by born male? What's the criteria for being born male? Just start there. Can we start there?
Yes, being born within the male binary. You know, growing and developing as male, having male
question. Let me try this again.
It really does.
Let me try this a different way. You place a person in front of me. This person, I can do any tests that I want. I can do whatever assessments that I want, what have you. How can I tell that this person is male or female? How can I tell?
You can check their DNA. That would probably be the easiest way to go about it.
So what do I find in the DNA that tells me whether this person is male or female? Just spell it out.
Whether they're XX or XY.
Okay, so XX and XY, that is your criteria, period, right? That's what we're going with.
Yes,
right?
but there are again cases where people can have
what do you mean,
a DSD.
But? What do you mean? Why are you complicating things? What do you mean, but? But what? But what?
Because it is something that happens within like nature. You know, there are people who
what do you mean within
will
nature?
have like an extra chromosome.
We're all a product of nature. What are you talking about? Everything happens within nature. The trans people are very natural. Okay, those. Do you know what I consider nature? What happens naturally is just when things kind of sort of fucking happen. That's what I consider natural. Okay, when something just kind of sort of fucking happens. And guess what? People being trans, that kind of just fucking happens. Like, they don't choose that life. They just were born with the wrong set of genitalia for how they feel up here. That's it. That's all it is, and I just don't care what they're packing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all unless I'm dating them. And even then, like, I don't know what's down there anyway. I don't know if they have a micro dick. I don't know if they have an enlarged clitoris. I don't know if they got a big hairy fucking mole. I don't know if they have 1 tit, 3 tits, whatever. It's not my business until they decide to reveal it to me. So I don't buy this. It just seems like a lot of trying to cover up for the fact that trans people make you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
Well,
I didn't want to go
that's
there,
reaching.
but you can say it's reaching, but that's just what it feels like to me.
It is, because I talk to and I'm friends with plenty of like trans people. I'm just more inclined to be around like gender critical
the trans people
because they don't go based off of the ID.
The trans women who are your friends that aren't actually women, right? They're not like quote unquote real women, but they're your friends, and right? But they're not like real. They're like fake women. They're mimickers. They're mimics. They're like those mimics from D&D, right? But they're your friends.
Well, it's because they recognize what they are is the thing. That's why I sort of like appreciate their gender critical leaning.
What
they recognize that they're
What
either.
am I not recognizing?
They recognize that they're males presenting as females or want to live their lives as closely as they can as females. But they don't then say, because I live my life this way, I am this thing. Because there's like a distinction there. That's why I bring up mimicry.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Are they women or not?
No.
Do they identify as
they're
women?
presenting... Not all of them. Some of them do. Some of them are fine with being referred to as male or man because they recognize that's what they are, even if they have gone through like transition. Because not all of them are into this idea of self-identity.
The overwhelming majority of the ones that I know are.
Yes, it's.
I don't see the issue. I don't see the issue. You haven't convinced me that there's a problem here. Let trans people identify the way they want. What's the problem?
Well, again, and they can identify as they like. It just becomes an issue when others have to affirm this thing that they're identifying into.
What are you doing for trans people that you're not doing for cis people? What generous,
well, what I mean is
what generous deeds have you bestowed upon your trans friends that you don't do for your cis friends? You kind soul.
Here's
what have you done for them? What sacrifices have you made for the trans
Here's what
community?
I mean, right?
Oh, great one.
If you're talking to a trans rights activist, right, who identifies as the opposite gender, if you don't appeal to them and refer to them as the opposite gender, oftentimes they will get very upset, they'll get worked up, etc.
As anybody
so
would.
that's what I mean.
Referred to as the wrong gender. I'd be a little worked up if somebody decided to refer to me as a woman. I'd take it as an insult.
Well, the thing is, it's not the wrong gender. It's like their accurate gender.
What do you mean their accurate gender? What do you mean?
Based off of how they were born. Were they born male or were they born female? If they were born male and present as female,
based off the chromosomes,
then
right? Based off the chromosomes, right?
Right.
Right? Okay. So people with Swire syndrome who have female anatomy, female sexual anatomy, they're male, right? Because they were born with XY chromosomes, right?
Yes.
That's stupid. By what metric are they male? Besides the XY chromosomes. Like, why does that matter?
Because it's what they are. I feel like
you mean what they
it's
are?
going a bit of a roundabout, so I don't know.
Socially speaking, it just doesn't make a fucking difference what they're packing between their legs. It doesn't. Not really.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the social presentation matters. I care about what somebody is, not how they present. Again, like if I put on blackface, I'm not a black person. If I eat a bunch of watermelon and act out the archetypes of a black person, that won't make me a black person. It works in the same way when it comes to sex, when it comes to like this topic right here.
They're not comparable.
No matter like how much
comparable categories. They're not comparable categories in this respect.
But they are.
No, they're not. Race has a lot of socioeconomic factors as well. And there are people, by the way, who are white and grow up in black communities and say the N-word. Because by all cultural metrics, they are black. They grew up in a black community. You know, they do all the same. They grew up in that culture, and they may even have black parents. You know, there are white people adopted into black families who, by all metrics besides their actual skin color, are black. You know, and like, so there is a concept known as trans blackness. It's just not the same because it's a different category entirely.
Right. When it comes to, say, that topic of saying trans black, it's not like respected in the same way that like being transsexual is.
What are you
though.
talking about?
Like if you talk to,
What do you mean not respected?
well, for example, right? Like, well, it's not respected in the same way in that I don't remember the woman's name, but there was a white woman who was on television for a good while because she was identifying as a black woman. She had like a black identity. She put on like black makeup. She dressed and act black, but I thought that was like offensive. I thought that was like problematic. Like if you want to like enjoy black culture, that's fine, but I don't think you should be putting on the costume and like referring to yourself as something you aren't.
Okay, but you haven't substantiated to me that trans people aren't the thing they say they are.
Well, that's because oftentimes with the trans rights activist type of trans people, they tend to assume to be a man is to act and look a certain way, and that's not the case.
Societally speaking, that's how we determine. We just assume. We assume that somebody's a man or a woman based off of those traits. And sometimes we get it wrong, and then we have to self-correct, right? That's how society works. That's how gender works. Right?
So I'm just thinking for a second.
That's fine. I want it to be done soon. It's late.
No, that's fine. But yeah, I just don't think that presenting is the same thing as being. I just don't see the two as similar.
I think there are bigger issues you should concern yourself with. Don't you?
Possibly, but I mean that doesn't mean that this in itself isn't like an issue or a topic to be explored.
Trans people aren't hurting anybody. They're really not.
Well, it's not so much that they're like hurting people. Again, it's more so like an accuracy issue. Although, like, if you want to say like harm, and I use that very roughly, you could talk about like the sports topic where, you know, men are going in identifying as women and they're getting rewards that women should be getting, not people who identify as women.
I really,
but that will be a whole nother topic, and I know that this is already dragging on a bit.
I don't care that much. I'm sorry, like, I don't, you cannot convince me that somebody turned their whole fucking life upside down and took estrogen therapy for fucking 2 years or whatever, however long they did it, to identify as a woman so that they could get gold medals in women's sports. Like, it doesn't work like that. I just don't think that that's a real thing that happens.
Well, not for all of them, of course, but I do think a lot of men can be very competitive.
Does that. That's not real. That's a fantasy. Nobody's cheating.
Isn't that like reaching? Like, there's nobody who could really know. And when it comes like that.
Like, but this is the same thing as like fucking blood libel, practically. It's like the same thought process, like the trans conspiracy. Like, oh, are these people identifying as a minority group to fucking get one over on a different minority group? Like, no. It's the same fucking.
Well, the thing when it comes like this, when it comes to the sports topic, like, men can be very like competitive. Men can want to win like really badly. So I can see in some cases where that can be the reason why they transition. But there's also men who might want to.
No, okay. Name one person. Name one person. Name one.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Like,
how
know?
that thought process can come about is what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have the specific examples. I'm just saying this is like how the thought process can come about.
But you should, right? I mean, it's such a problem. Surely there's one. Just one.
Well, not. I mean, who's going to? The thing is, like, who's going to admit it? You know.
Okay, if you don't remember off the top of your head, that's fine. Just Google it. I'm not testing you. I'm just like I'm trying to see where this is a real problem because you're trying to convince me it is, and I'm asking for an example.
Well,
I think that's fair.
Well, I'm just saying that that's one way the thought process can go about, because you and I
So
both
give me an
know like how
example.
competitive people. Look, I'm just saying this is like
You don't have one.
Yeah.
There are none, are there?
I'm just trying to tell you. It's because
There
I'm
are
telling
none.
you, it's a thought
Oh my
process,
God.
and what I'm trying to. Like, I'm
Okay,
trying to show you why some people might go down that
man.
thought
Get
process.
your last word in. I'm good.
I guess my last word would be, well, I guess I'll just say, you know, thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I know you and I had our disagreements, but that's to be expected, you know, so that's fine. No hard feelings. It was good calling in and talking to you, and I hope you do have a good rest of your night.
Okay. You have a good night, man.
All right. Peace.
Take it easy. I swear, like transphobe logic, it never makes sense when you get right down to it. Never. Okay, you fucking people have had enough of me. Get out of here. Who's live? I'm very happy
Maybe it's
that
not a game.
I got to see my ex today. That always felt like something in my life that like I wish I had resolved better. Like what happened, you know, and where we're at, but man, it was a fucking rough breakup. So I'm glad I got to see her today. I'm glad she's doing well. I don't see anybody I want to raid. I'm dumping you guys without a raid. I'm being lazy. Sorry. All right. Thank you all very much for watching. Love you all. Have a great night. I will see you all next time. Take it easy. I know things are rough right now. Hang in there. You know, just do your best, save money, and protect yourself and trust your gut. Take care.